We have here today a mother with her two daughters, Mrs. Pepi Schreier, Mrs. Judith Becker, and Mrs. Marlit Wandel. So, Mrs. Becker, could you give an introduction?
Just wanted to introduce my mother and to point out that all of us are here thanks to her courage and thanks to her faith. We were incarcerated from 1938, when we were deported from our home in Stettin, until we literally ran away from the Nazis shooting after us in April of 1945, which is a period of 7 years. And the three of us were lucky enough to be able to stay together. But the motivating force and the driving force for survival was my mother, Pepi Berger Schreier, who never for one moment lost faith. And it's really her gvura, her story, that saved not only us, her own children, but also many hundreds of women primarily, whom she infected with her faith and whom she told to hold on, and that there will be definitely an end to it. And so this is my very brave and wonderful mother, whom I'm extremely lucky to introduce.
I thought
She will ask you a question, or go ahead, talk. Go ahead.
One second. Mrs. Schreier, what can you tell me of the time shortly before the war, the breakout of the war? What do you remember?
I would like very much to convey to you the beginning of what we went through in those 5 years. Not with lange Meisses, but tell you straight. If you wish to, I will do so.
If you can,
Yeah.
if you...
It was 1938. The month, I don't remember exactly,
October.
that they ran from house to house to take out the Jews. And whoever was there and whoever wasn't there, they couldn't take. They came in our house around 1 o'clock at night. And the children were sitting around the table and making
Homework.
School. And my husband was not in. And the first question is, where's your husband? He was not home. He was on a tour. I told him, my husband is not here. He says, all right, it's all right. They were sitting 2 men till 2 o'clock to wait until my husband returns. And then since they didn't see that, they came back. They said, it's all right. We take you with the children. I say, where to do you take us? Oh, to the police station. I say, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I go to the police station? He said, nothing. Dress the children and you come. The other one says, pack some warm stick. So I had to wake the children who slept already. She was a little girl, she was 10, 12 years.
10 years.
And I had a little boy at 5 years and then another child. And we dressed. I say, he says to me, you can close the door and we give you the key back when you come. You go back. I say, what for do you take me? He says, nothing, the police just wants to ask something. And you reply. So we went at 2 o'clock until we came there, it was already 3. And many of our people and many of my mishpucha were already there. I didn't know what. I wanted to take some money with me. I had it there on the table on the Schreibtisch. He says, you don't need money. You don't nothing. You come back. That's the way how we went. We never came back, never. And all the night we were sitting and people were crying and I couldn't understand what this was. I said, what? He says, give me the passport from your husband. And then we will give it to him. No, I gave it to them.
Where was your husband?
Dead already in the house, or where he was. On a tour, he went in business. We didn't know anything what was going on. So then we stayed there the whole night in this gefängnis, in this. And I couldn't understand. I asked all the time what's going on. In the morning, they take us all the people who were there on the transport, to Becker, to the Grand.
To the border.
We came there, it was night, next
night.
And it was raining, it was very cold, and there were already women and children, and women and children. They could only sit on the floor, on the cold floor. That was all night long. And I couldn't take it anymore. I went into the office and I said, don't you have a heart? Let the kids come in, and at least the children. No, I can't. I said, yes, you can. So my children waited in some other people. They didn't stay long there. They came out and it was pouring. Paula didn't want us let in. And this wanted to get us to court. So anyhow, the Paul let us in, Bitkush. And we came there. From there we came to 11 concentration camps. 11. We sat a while in vashem, you know. And they kept us for a few days and then they sent us away. They took the children and home. They didn't ask questions. And I was sick, so they let me in the sogenanntes Krankenhaus. When I got well, I said, where are my children? Yeah, you can go and visit them. Anyhow, I came there, I don't know how flying. There was no flying, I don't know how I came. And I saw that my children were placed in homes. No, in a Waisenhaus.
Yeah, orphanage.
And from when I went in this home, I saw I died. The children were all stinky, and they had the hair shaved off, and it was a terrible situation. I complained to whom could I complain? Anyhow, they decided, the Jewish women decided to put each child in a separate family. So she was separate, and she was separate, and I was separate.
In which place? Do you remember where that was?
Radom.
That was in Radom.
Radom, yeah. And in the home where we were, there were older people and some young married. They tried to go away from Radom, and so we remained in the home without knowing, without help, without anything. And then from there...
Mutti, can you tell them when you smuggled yourself back to Germany
This comes later, no? So I was there. And she was crying terrible. She couldn't stand it there. And this big girl was a good girl. She was 8, she was 10, meantime 12. So I had nobody there, and I wanted to find out where my husband is. I tried to help people as much as I could. I didn't wear this band because I was blonde and I was good looking and I could be a Jäger. So anyhow, there was ständig array of people, and I went there and I asked him, what are you staying? Oh, we have Mishpacha in Germany and we get the permitting to leave. So I said to myself, this is just what they did for me, staying at you. So I stayed until the last one. And they asked my name. Berger was not a Jewish name. In fact, Bürgermeister was not Berger, Goy. And I went to, left the children there. She was the older one.
But they were both staying by Jewish families?
At this point, not. At this point, we were in the home of, okay.
And I wanted to find out about my husband. So when I came there, Berlin was a home. You have no idea about it. In the Jewish homes where the Zigeuners were, it has chicks. And the Jewish women, and whether she got crazy or that she was thrown out, it was horrible. I must tell you all the sick that the Menschheit should understand what German means. And so there was a niece of the mother. The mother was welcome like cuckoo. She didn't know what is rich people. And there was a cousin, and she said to me, "What did you do that you come here?" I said, "I want to talk to the German." So I found out where the Gestapo was. And she says to me, when you go around, you go there in the Lebensrachen, they eat you out there, they keep you. I say, I must know where my husband is. So I came, and there was a real dog in a human form. I said, he looks at me, he didn't know I am a Yid. He says, do you know you are in the right place? I says, yes. I came to ask for my husband to free him. He didn't do anything wrong, nor did anyone of my family do. So please, freed him, and I brought him back. He smiles. He says, do you know where you are? I says, yes. I grew up in Germany, and I knew people who are nice and friendly. I know you are the Gestapo. So he says to me, do you know I can keep you here? I says, yes, I know too. And then he says, try to get out of the village, not Chankaya or whatever. And they let him go. They knew that the time is up and he cannot go anymore. Anyhow, I was there, and then just a day before, they didn't take any people anymore. When I saw the people who came from Shanghai over there, you have no idea, they were no human. The skeletons, that was terrible, I couldn't see it. So what could I do? I had a brother there, he says, Kindle, go back to your children, there's no use. We wait here every day that they take us. That was the situation. So I went back. And sitting there in the Deutsche Eisenbahn, Judith, he couldn't move there, so I was sitting. And a Gestapo sat next to me, and he talked to me. He talked about the Jews, the verfluchte Jews, and what he said to us. I say, in every nation is there good and bad, so I cannot tell you anything else. He says, I am going to my girlfriend to Berlin, so I have a situation with you. He asked me 1,000 questions about Yid. And I said, yes, I believe it, but there are non-Jews too, this kind. When he got up to get off from Berlin, he said to me, I know that you are a Jew, but you are a tapfer Jew, and I have to see my girlfriend who waits for me, so I let you. If not, I could take you. I say, I know, you could do anything you want. Nobody would say no. He smiled at me and went. This is the identity bit. From Bitcoach, where did you go?
Well, you already in Radom.
Oh, yes. We are already in Radom. Yes. Radom, still the Jews were there, not completely. They were good people. I don't think that here in Israel the people could be nicer. There was a committee of Jews, and she was taken into a religious home. For her, was not a religious home, but an engineer. So she was crying. They had a girl in her age that she was crying all the time. She was out. And then suddenly they bombarded Poland, and people knew what it means, so whoever could. Then they came in and they took people there. And they took the people. No, those people had a Reisepass nach Israel. Mm-hmm. So they went. The woman in a niece, a little niece, went to Becker, and she missed out because the kid couldn't go with her. So they killed her all the time. I want to tell you another story. One day, how do you call when you work, when we work?
Shoppen.
Huh?
Shoppen.
A shop. They made a shop and we went there to repair or new noise or things. I managed to get my children in. So, and the Gestapo was so horrible there, so terrible how. They were sick all the time and they went around with the revolver and shoot whatever. All the Dutch then. And in meantime, it was summer and it was very hot, and the people who keep the children, they didn't like it anymore so much. So they took the whole group of children to a home, to a Holland
Summer camp. She's getting times confused.
And in the meantime, the Gestapo came in, and I couldn't know where my children are. And I asked, and along ran one of the Jews who took care of the refugees. I said, tell me where the children are. That was winter, that was very cold in the snow. And so they said, Otford, they are in Otford. So how do you come to Otford? I said, I never bought this. And I get, how do you go there? No bus, no nothing. So I started to walk, and there was a Yidel, a smuggler with a Frau with a little wagon, no auto or something like that. I winked to him, I said, please take me to this in this home. He says, the woman got scared, they were probably smuggling, so she says, no, we don't take you any place. And the man had Rachmunus gehabt. So I said, I give you a head, just 10 shekel. I will give you 10 shekel, take me where it is. Also they took me. And they spoke Yiddish, and they were afraid I might know Yiddish. It was good. I came in the home. I cannot tell you about this. So my second son was outside washing with the snow, washing him. The other kid over on the beds. And Felix was there too, no? Mm-hmm. He had a lung incident. So how do I go back in to help them? I took first 2 children from my brother. I left there. And I went to a truck to Deutsche, and I asked him to take me with my child to Warsaw. He didn't think of anything else. He says yes. So the 2 children, I told them not to talk and be quiet and not cry and not nothing. They were very good. And so they came there. And in the meantime, the horrible things continued. The took safety. What happened after Bydgoszcz?
No, Motilein, you are past Bydgoszcz. I want you told them how you found us.
Yeah.
In the winter
matter.
of 1940. And that was very important because you were the only mother of 100 children who found these children. in Otford.
In Otford.
And we were totally abandoned by the adults.
And how did you take them out
the
then?
kids from my
And she couldn't take all of us out. She was responsible at that time not only for the 5 of us, but also for 2 cousins.
So these 2 cousins she managed to
First, she took
send away
first.
those 2. And how did you manage to
And
take
my
out your
big-
Came
children?
back again.
And my big boy of 13 years, he had a lung syndrome. He couldn't go out. And in the meantime, the nurses or whatever were there, they all left the children and they get out from there. So slowly I got try.
You came back. You came back and you took out Achim and Marlit.
Yeah. And you and Felix were there.
We were the last because I was sick and he was sick.
So that's another chapter. Then from there,
We went back to Radom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then
Yes,
And
and
then-
you went back to Radom. So you tell me what you remember.
Yeah.
Whatever you remember, tell me.
In the meantime, the Gestapo was in Radom auch. And
Yes.
they took, every time we have to stand, how do you call it? Stand
Appel. But
Appel.
that was
Appel.
later.
There was, yes.
3-4 times a day. Whenever they wanted, you had to come out. And then they took us to Plaszow, yeah?
It was
That
later.
comes-
Yes.
Mutti, tell them how you managed to get a space in the ghetto.
Oh, how I managed.
Yeah.
It's not important. Das sucht man noch was.
Whatever you feel like.
I don't remember this.
That's okay. Why don't you tell them about how you managed to get space in the ghetto?
How? The ghetto was every day they made this, how do you call it? All people come out and then they are sorted. Oh, I was able to get in the, wie heißt it,
To shoppen.
shop. I didn't know how to sew on a machine, but somehow I learned I was younger.
Yes.
And took in my children because I spoke German and they were afraid I am a spy. So they, when I wanted, they let him here, they let her, and the little boy of 5 years, they let him in.
That morning.
And from there,
But you were staying in the ghetto, you're sleeping in the ghetto and you went there to work in Schopen.
She's going ahead of herself.
Okay.
Yeah, you know where we lived? Such a small room, and somebody's, I don't know what.
How did you get the room in the ghetto? Tell that story. You remember?
What
Okay.
was
It
it?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
People
So-
know me, and they know that I help. So that when I ask for something, they were not there.
Tell them
Okay.
about April the 15th.
There was?
About April the
Okay.
15th.
Actually,
What came
You're
after?
fine.
Yes.
You're fine, Mutti.
you were saying you always went as a non-Jew.
From there, we were transported. We were taken with the children, whoever lives and whoever didn't live, to Plaszow. And Plaszow was all a concentration camp already.
Yeah.
We stayed there for several weeks, and they tortured us as much as they could. And then from there we came to
First we came to Majdanek.
Majdanek. From there we, not only we, the whole group who lived through, we went to Majdanek. We came to Majdanek was empty, only with Germans. Some women were there who knew her because of their daughter. They were in school together. She told them that 25,000 women were killed yesterday. And you came here to ordinate they had to undress. And they had to run, they had to make Schützengräben there. And when they're naked in Schützengräben, then they're supposed to run. And they run and they shoot. And everything went down.
You all fell into those
And they were,
Schützengraben. Yes, they prepared.
And then we sat in a plush in Majdanek quite a while. No? After that is a stand by and come out and go in and then drop that. That was it.
You were working there, do you remember? You were working in Majdanek?
We were afraid they will do the same thing with us. So we were sitting there and assaulting a coat, a dress, I don't know what happened, but they can use. And they send it to Germany with a big transport. Now came the time of us. From there we went where?
Plaszow.
Okay?
Plaszow.
Plaszow?
Plaszow.
Plaszow was worse than that? No.
For us, it was worse because we lost Aachen.
Oh yeah, there we go. My little boy, who was 5, in the meantime he was 7, was in the shop, and the high officer took him as his helper, no, his Laufbusch.
Runner.
And we were there for a while. Every day you could see Jews hanging with the head down and and they punched him. He didn't come out alive. And in the meantime, my little boy asked his boss he should let him see his mother. And he said, yeah, I will do that. Their mother, and you give her a good breakfast. Oh, this kid were happy. In the meantime, there was a man who was called a murderer. When he came near to you, then you know what this is.
This is Majdanek.
So he came, where's the Judith? Where's the Judith Berger? Everybody, you chittered when he came in. So I got up with me, come with me. So everybody was sure I will be shot or something. So he brought me to this officer, and they gave me a set, I should sit down, and they said, your boy will come in soon. He came in, I got some mensch already, you know, and he brought me food. I cannot tell you how much. He says, Mama, please eat, you are hungry. Could I eat? 10 minutes later, they caught him, and I left him all the food. And this Teufel picked me up and brought me back to where I came from. And there were, wie heißen die Kants? Dance. Another Teufel. I come in and she says to me, where have you been? I couldn't open my mouth even to say, but she hacked me off the Kopf and I lost the leg down. So I was terrible that I went there with them. They took, I have Beziehung to AM. I didn't say that my child is there. I say I was picked up by this so and so, and you got again over your head. And then she gave me with the piece of coke and gave. So we were in terrible situations there. Where did you go from there?
Plaszow.
Plaszow? What did you do in Plaszow?
We lost Aachen.
He was means in Majdanek, we were 3 years.
No.
A year.
No.
Approximately a year.
They killed the children and my and you should see a picture of him, I cannot tell you. So he was shot or he was taken away, I don't know.
Your husband, you didn't hear anything?
What was after first Plaszow?
Wieliczka, the salt mines.
Wieliczka?
The salt mines? from your husband, you didn't hear anything?
I didn't know. Yeah, I found out from the other Jews that he is in Sachsenhausen. And Sachsenhausen was terrible. They shoot the people like dogs. He was there for about 3 years, and then he was injured her leg or whatever. So he was in bed, and every Jew who lay in bed, they took him out and shot him. And I got a message that he was shot. He was shot, yeah.
Yes.
Not only he. You continue.
So then you were taken to the salt mines, working?
Huh?
In the salt mines, you remember you had the stroke.
The salt mines. I was sick, but I am not supposed to be sick. So she cleaned the room or something and covered me as if nobody lived there. And he came to take out the people to work. He's a blind geworden und mich nicht gesehen. He didn't see me. So I lay down one day, no?
5 days.
5 days. Go on, I go to the lid.
Okay.
I'm here in Jerusalem in June 1st, 1995, giving a Yad Vashem a deposition, which is most unusual. I'm 65 years young and probably the youngest survivor of a terrible Holocaust alive. Why this interview is so unusual is that we are here 3 people, a mother and 2 daughters, I'm the younger of the 2 surviving, who have gone through hell together to the extent that we have 3 consecutive numbers from Auschwitz on our left-hand arm. We have been together all the time, and because of that we survived, one helping the other to survive these terrible Holocaust dilemmas. And we are here to tell the story that, not to forget, but at the same time that life goes on, that God is good, and God led us by the hand to make it possible for us today to be in a very optimistic place right here in Jerusalem. The only two surviving sisters from 6 children of my mother's are here. We have, Baruch Hashem, children and grandchildren, and my mother has great-grandchildren. We are all religious and all believing in God, and that, I think, was our Muna. How it relates to us being here, it is unusual for us to be together at one time. My mother lives in Jerusalem since 71, my sister 10 years ago, and I'm here on and off. I just made Aliyah with my husband on the February this year. Now, to go back to the history. I was born in Recklinghausen in 1930 to comfortable parents who thought of themselves as very German while being Orthodox, intellectual, educated in Germany. I was the 4th out of 6 children. And I remember vividly in 1935, I was barely 5 years old, I contracted diphtheria. And at that time it was a death illness, critical illness. They didn't have penicillin. And we had a family doctor who was Jewish. He could not get me into the hospital in Stettin, Germany in 1935 because I was Jewish. So with an extreme pull, he was able on his responsibility to get me in, and I was treated there like not only like a pariah, like somebody who has leprosy. Isolated from everything human. I survived the diphtheria in the hospital, being Jewish. 1935 we're talking about, and I remembered. I was 5 years old. And thank God I came home, and because of this doctor's, I went to the hospital, and we arrived. Now, my mother was telling the story of the Nazis coming in November 1938 to our house. We were 5 small children. My youngest brother was 5 years old, my oldest 15. And my mother handled it alone because my father wasn't there. They came looking for my father because they were looking for men. Am I talking too fast? They were looking for men initially. And when they found the men were gone because they had some inkling of their coming, they took the families. So they took us the way we were sleeping and standing, just in the clothes we had on, November 1938, into prison overnight, what my mother was telling you. And the next morning sent us all out to the borders of Poland and just vomiting us onto Poland as stateless citizens who are not German.
Why? Because your parents were of Polish origin?
They were born in Poland, and so they didn't consider them German-born Jews. I mean, Jews was Jews. Later they did other things. Poland didn't want us, had no facilities for us. So between Zbąszen, we finally wound up in Radom, our family sort of. And there, as my mother said, from an orphanage, they placed us in individual homes, and my mother tried to get kosher food for us and family. We survived through various things and it's endless stories, and my sister might fill you in on this.
Do you remember feeling like petrified, or what was your feeling during all this time, really?
I remember feeling very deprived, that why I even was angry at my mother, why she had a room of her own and I wasn't in the room with her. Now, where she was able to have a room of her own with a family who didn't want children. They were willing to, these were elderly people who were willing to let her stay in a room in their home, but without children. In other words, today, being a grandmother, I could understand that she had no way of keeping me or any of the other children with her. Therefore, we had to be in a different home. I was very unhappy in the home I was placed in.
But you had steady contact with your mother.
I just felt deprived that she didn't.
But you did have steady contact with her. Yes. She came to see you all the time.
All the time. Now, for me, it was at the age of 7.5, a new country, a new language. It's totally strange. We didn't know any Polish. My mother barely Jewish, only because of her German. And we went to school. I was in school there without understanding a word for a very long time. And then we slowly got into the Polish language. We got together. We were always in touch, the whole family. And my mother did her best to try and rescue us from Poland back through Germany to overseas. She finally succeeded by making several trips to Germany as a non-Jew to take my oldest brother out. And he, after being under the Nazis for 1 year in Berlin, constantly back and forth, was able to get on under children's transport on his birthday of 16. 16 was the age limit to arrive in America in 1940 or 41. And ultimately he became an American soldier who went in the war, and he was the one who was going to rescue us, and did. He came to Europe with the army, American army, and he was one of the liberators. And he brought us back to the States in America in 1946. He made a home for us, for all of those survivors, which was 4 of us, another brother and my sister and my mother and I. And he took us into Brooklyn, into a home that he provided for us, and he was all of 19. And he did it without money, working very hard and being in the army. And we had a happy family there, and from there we grew, got educated, got married, and Baruch Hashem. Since then, unfortunately, 2 brothers have died of cancer, this brother and another brother. So right now, the only immediate family that's surviving is my mother, my sister, and I. And this is so important. My mother just celebrated her 95th birthday, and she's still lucid, Baruch Hashem, and walking around. And it is important for, I think, historically, to know the youngest and the oldest survivor. The one with the best memory of us is my sister. She's only 2 years older than I. She was the first girl in the family after 3 boys, very mature, physically and mentally, and her memory is very good. So all these facts and figures and dates are really from her memory.
Have you ever been back to Europe since?
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, I have been living in Frankfurt in 1958 for about 6 months, when my husband was going to travel there in Europe on business, and I, with 2 small children, stayed in Frankfurt in order not to be too far from him. And I have experienced very terrible experiences, both as a Jew and as an American. I was American. I'm American. American because I had a baby carriage that was American, checked thing, and when I would wheel my baby, they would know that I'm not German because the carriage was different. So I felt they hated me because I was American, and they hated me because I was Jewish. I felt hatred, and I felt that the country was rebuilt magnificently, even in 1958, and I did not forgive them. I said to myself, after all this destruction that they did to humanity, that they should revive and live so well. And I do not forgive. As a matter of fact, I'm one of those who, you can put it on record or not, I'm an anti-Semite in reverse. I feel that every Goy hates Jews, I hate to tell you that. That's my feeling.
It is,
in one form or
absolutely.
another. And those handful of righteous goyim that you give so much time to, from my experience, if they saved one person, it was for money. And very rarely, very, very rarely did they save so many people. I consider my mother more of a tzedakah and a heroine in the whole world than a whole bunch of goyim throughout the world. I think that wherever we are, whether we are in Germany now or in Europe, or even in Israel here with the Arabs and with the goyim, I feel we are being hated because we are strong, we have a faith inside of us which they cannot fight. This faith inside of us led us through, with God's help, through the war years. And I think they are jealous of that. They're jealous that we exist still as a nation, as a proud nation, with religious laws and cultural laws and ethical laws. We don't let somebody lay in the street naked or barefoot. We have laws to take care of them. And when I was learning your Megillus Ruth yesterday in the Ulpan here in Israel, I was learning about the corner that was left for the poor in those days in Boaz field that Ruth was gleaning, and that is the law of the Torah. And because of that we survive. And the Jews who are non-believers, who claim to be Israelis and not really Jews, and they're kidding themselves. Ultimately their descendants will only survive, in my opinion, through the religious laws and through the religious because I see it. I see it on my grandchildren and everything else. So forgive me for sidestepping this. But these are my feelings. I'm very proud to be in Israel now. I feel so I have a very good life in America after the war. You know, I've raised a family and Baruch Hashem, 2 nice children. My son came here 10 years ago on Aliyah, single, and he has married since then, had 3 children, and he's very much Israeli. He's not right now in the army, hopefully coming home Erev Shavuos after a month's stay. And he my mother really brought us to Israel. This is another thing, have faith. When she remarried in 1971, it was a relative, a brother-in-law she married, because she didn't remarry until she took care of all of us and married us all off and saw us settled. And then in her older age, she remarried for companionship. She doesn't like to be alone. She likes to take care of people. So when she was talking about remarriage, one of the conditions was, we are all Zionists, that he would like to come to Israel to stay in Israel. This was his wish. And she was perfectly willing to leave us in America. She had nobody in Israel at the time. And she established a home with him in Beit Vegan. And she never regretted it. She's such a positive woman. She ultimately, because of her strengths and her positive, and she encouraged all the older people who came with kvetches and complaints about not having the gold pots of America in Beit Vegan or in Israel. She gave them mussar even at this time. This magnificent mother of mine, who's now not the same. So ultimately she lived since 71 to see first her grandchildren come on Aliyah, who have spent a year in yeshiva here, and have had their tie through the yeshiva education, had the tie to the land, and so they came. My sister has 4 children. By this time they're all on Aliyah here, and they're all married, and they all have grandchildren, some 7 and 8 children. So she has kind of a lot of grandchildren. And we only had 2 children, have 3 grandchildren born in Jerusalem, 5 in America who would like to come here. And so she had seen the rebuilding of a home in Yerushalayim from her grandchildren. Then 10 years ago my sister came on Aliyah with her husband and family, following some of her children, and now I am here following some of my children. So history repeats itself, but the main point of the history, I think, is the belief in Hashem. And literally, I tell you, I wouldn't be here today if not for my mother and my sister, and the God, of course, mainly, dragging me through the turmoil of Gehenna, literally, so that my awareness of the daily reality was dimmed by the fact that they were there dragging me along, and I was able to survive on God's nissim, one helping the other, which is probably how many survived in the long run. I don't know whether it's important to give you minor details on which she wasn't in, because I don't think this interview has time enough to go into all the details. I just wanted to summarize, and I'll let you ask now what questions you want.
If you do have stories to tell still where your sister hasn't been, if you want to tell those stories too.
The story, my sister reminded me of that incident. It was during one of the Radom ghetto assorting times, where they were looking for children and older people. They were always assorting us. It's just like you have in the refrigerator fruit and vegetables, and they rot, and the rotten you throw out, and the unripe ones you can't use sometimes either. So they were doing continuously, almost on a daily basis through the years, because they were using us as slaves, like in Egypt. They were using us for very productive work, all the able-bodied people, and the Jews have tried to be able-bodied because this was, they knew if they couldn't work one day or 1 minute, they would be sent to death. So the children and the older people were always vulnerable. My mother wasn't older at the time, so she was not vulnerable, but I had a brother 3 years younger than I, who was eventually killed through a children's transport assault in one of the camps. And we had to flee from the ghetto in order not to be sent away with the children's transport to death. So my mother arranged with somebody who had a factory of leather goods. In Radom they had a lot of factories, the Poles had factories, and a lot of them were owned by Jewish people, prominent Jewish people, that we would be hiding in the leather factory, my brother and I. So we smuggled ourselves out of the ghetto. We spoke German, we didn't look Jewish. I was at the time, this must have been 1940, probably at least 1940. So I was not even 10. I was born December 30. And he was 7. We went to the place where we were supposed to go, and then the Nazis came in there too, and we couldn't stay there. And so we went on Boydom, what is it called in English? Under the rooftop.
Yes, yes.
Under the rooftop, and we hid there for a while, and we were on hiding for almost a week, on and off to different places. And
just the two of you?
Just the two of us. And nobody knew where we were, and nobody knew if we were caught, sent with the children's transport. They cleaned out the ghetto, and when we appeared a week later, it was just an incredible story. My sister mentioned it today, and it sort of slipped my memory. But the fact that we appeared and that we survived it was just a miracle. I don't even think that people helped us as much as just Hashem. Not
don't
being
you
there.
Remember any details? That's I mean, if you were there, we
were laying flat. We were laying flat because there was no room under the roof for us to even sit up. We were laying flat for the most part alone. We probably, about eating, in the winter, snow was nourishment. Snow is like water, and snow keeps us alive. At times on a march, you know, we eat the vegetables in the field, whether they were boracus, whether they were onions, whatever the plants and vegetations can sustain you, I guess, to a certain extent if you
But at that age, to realize it, just...
It was a matter of survival. In other words, we constantly, the point of it was also that we were never long enough in one place to be able to feel secure enough in one place. It's a terrible situation where you know you're being sent from room to room in a ghetto. In other words, always smaller and smaller, from apartment to a room, to sharing a room, to a pritcher, which is the bed in the concentration. The room around you, this breathing space living, was always being shrunk, and it was a very insecure existence because you didn't know from one day to another what would be. It also, in the time of the shopping, so we came back to the ghetto, and they were just grateful we were alive through a miracle. We survived the week outside without anyone knowing we were Jewish. We somehow got back in. Being children, and I think speaking German and looking non-Jewish might have helped. My brother was blonde, blue-eyed.
You mentioned something about shopping?
In the shoppen, which is a workplace. By the way, I wanted to say that my mother was a bookkeeper in Germany when she was married, but in Poland she also didn't know the language. She didn't know Polish. She felt she needed a profession to sustain herself and the children, not to be on charity of the community. So she started to go to school with the Polish young girls who translated for her from Polish to Yiddish. They didn't know German. And she got the gist from Yiddish. She learned how to be a corset maker, corsetarian. She really learned how to sew on the machine, how to put it together. In Poland at the time, it was from A to Z. It wasn't like in America, you go and buy a size, you know, you had to make it up. And this, in a way, made it possible for her to sustain us financially. Because later on, when it came like to the shoppen, she said, I'm a corseteer. She was saying that before, I'm a corseteer. So therefore, she was servicing the German girlfriends and wives in the shoppen, and this was one service, like somebody made nightgowns, somebody made underwear, somebody was printed. She was corseteer, one among many. They had plenty, and my sister was her finisher, and I was cutting the thread and whatever. And we were all put to use in order not to be killed. In order to be able to have permission to live even in the ghetto, we had to be employed. You had to be productive for the Reich. And my brother, who was a little younger, was like the telephone boy. You know, they didn't have telephone service, so he was the Laufbursche in the shop.
So everybody had his job. That's
everybody
how
had his job. And we're talking about 1940 when the boy was 7 years old and I was maybe 9. It was just an existence. If you think rationally, how one can survive it, how one can... It is totally unrealistic, totally incomprehensible how much the human being has in them. And mostly I think it's my mother's strength and faith that has pulled us through. And she had, my sister was referring to the date. My brother's, the oldest brother's birthday was April 15th. And she had absolute faith that on his birthday she'll be rescued. They will be rescued. And she managed to convey the faith to the people who lost faith. And when the airplanes were coming in the concentration camp, she said, oh, there's my son, the rescue is coming. She without knowledge, she had this faith. And she said on the 15th of April, his birthday, we will be Matzliach. So if the 15th of one year passed, she would say it the next year. On the 15th of April, we will. And as it turned out, it was pretty much like that. And by the way, so to say that, like a sleeping princess that a prince kisses and wakes up and everything is all right. It doesn't even happen at the end of the war. In other words, we didn't just stay there and were rescued by people who were good enough to come and rescue us. It didn't happen like that. We were, at the end of the war, we were on a march and on the run from camp to camp to camp. They had no weapons to kill us with, so they tried to kill us by walking us to death. And when we were finally dropped by the wayside, toward the end of the war, we were between the Russians and Americans, afraid of the Russians by the and the Germans who were living in these villages and who also tried to kill us off, whether by hatred or by overfeeding. And that my sister might get to. A lot of people died after the war who survived it by overeating.
Oh, yes.
And my mother, the heroine, literally had to lock us up. She had the sense and the seichel in her to know that too much food at this point would kill us. And so she said it was treif, it was not good for us, and she kept us under lock and key to prevent us from eating pork and fat and things that would revive us and would kill us. And again, through her seichel of discipline, and she managed to save us, that we were not killed either through the Germans who wanted to kill us, the civilian population, don't kid yourself, all the civilian population. Sure. They didn't know, they say, and they were not the kind. I don't believe a word of it. Each one of them was ready to take a knife and kill us when we were not looking, each one of them. I sound like an anti-Semite in reverse again.
No, but it is like that.
It is like that. I don't think the Jews should fool themselves in Israel, and it is like that with the Arabs. I shouldn't bring politics into this. The Arabs want Israel for what it is today. It's a magnificent place. That's what Hitler did. Hitler gave the Germans what the Jews built up in Germany. They took my beautiful apartment, my beautiful bed, my beautiful toys. Why not move into it? Take it. It's yours. It's Jewish. So Hitler was playing right into their hands. Now Paris today is saying to the Arabs, come and take. It's gorgeous. We built it up. We gave our blood and sweat. And sure, now it's all theirs. It belonged to them.
You still have any other story you remember?
A lot of the stories, a lot of times I was the one who never talked about it.
After the war or during the war?
During or after. I just didn't talk about it. I let my sister do the talking. I thought I don't remember, and maybe even about this interview, I want you to know. I knew it when it would be, at least 2 weeks ago, and you wrote in the letter what I should have. I didn't give it a thought till this morning what I was going to wear or what I was going to bring. I knew I don't have pictures. It's probably a denial. So I don't want to, I didn't think about it before, I didn't plan about it. Whatever I said is here spontaneous. And my sister's in the process of writing a book. She's been writing it. She's got her master's for that process, and she's been writing it. The book is not out yet. I hope it will be out soon. Mainly the book is about her experience and the mother. And my mother, who is really the heroine. Not because she's my mother only, I'm saying again, because she was the faith giver and into a future of the people who surrounded her. When we were, after the war, when we finally got to Buchenwald, which is around Leipzig, not that we were rescued there, we made our way from the surrounding community to where Buchenwald was a men's camp. And as it happened, we have 2 cousins who survived 6 years of Buchenwald, which is very unusual to be in one place, because we were never very long in any one place, which is wearing you out. Anyhow, Switzerland was going to admit 300 children, they said, under the age of 16 they wanted, for convalescence, for recuperation. They were going to be magnanimous enough. And the truth was that from all those 300 children, quote unquote, that they managed to, I was the youngest. Nobody younger survived. And my mother was the oldest. Nobody older survived. And they didn't want a mother. So they smuggled her in on that transport to Switzerland with the help of a Rabbi Schechter from the Bronx, Heschel Schechter, who was the chaplain from America at the time. Somehow he managed to get the 300 children, quote unquote, into Switzerland for rehabilitation, and from there most of them eventually went to Israel, somehow Aliyah Bet probably. We went to America, and some stayed in Switzerland. But to some extent we were rehabilitated, meaning we were given Jewish education, Hachshava type indoctrination for Israel, and we were able to pick up our lives sort of and try to unite family. What I'm trying to say is my mother was the mother of 300 children there, literally. And in her capacity of being able to be a humanitarian, this is what she was. Everyone felt she was the mother of the one that did not survive. And she had it in her heart and her capacity to function like that. They adored her. As Pepi Berger, she was the mother of 300 children. So at each time in her life, she was the leader, the soul of survival. Incredible face, while she herself was orphaned at the age of 12, totally orphaned, and brought by her sisters from Galicia to Germany, where she was raised. She had the strength in her somehow to be so adjusted. I never remember my mother not being neat and dressed and disciplined, and with her prayer and her washing, and she would, till today, she would still remind me, did you wash to bread, did you bench to bread? Even though I find it annoying that she treats me like a child, I respect the fact that she does these things. I probably have a million memories, and I'm really don't have them all now here. And I think that I probably talked enough. My sister will fill you in on the factual things, but this little thing might have just been a sideline. Is it okay? You have any further questions?
I think that's okay. Now, we'll get back to the beginning.
Okay.
What can you tell me about your family? How many children were you?
Okay. When I was born in Stettin, which is the entry from the North Sea into the Oder. And we were my father, my mother, and they had 6 children. I only remember 5 because the first baby apparently died, and my mother couldn't attend the funeral because she went into labor with my oldest brother, who was 5 years older than I. And his name was Felix, and he was born on April the 15th, and that became for my mother, a magic date. As a matter of fact, the reason I mention it is because throughout the time in the camps, she kept talking, to the women. All you have to remember, when is April the 15th? Because on April the 15th will be the Geula. And so the women, we had no calendars, and the women would get busy trying to find out what month we are in, and the discussions were almost ludicrous. Today it's raining and it must be close to April and so on. So you can imagine hundreds of women busy trying to figure out how soon April the 15th would be. And April the 15th rolled around, and by that time we were in a different camp. So I didn't realize how effective this was until there was here a gathering, 50 years of Auschwitz survivors. And by a series of coincidences that are too impossible to relate, a little old lady sat in the wrong room, 2 seats away from me. I was furious because it was poorly organized. Anyhow, this woman takes out her water bottle and she starts to say, "Oi," she says, "Oi, this is terrible." She says, "Almost as bad as Bergen-Belsen." So I say, "Bergen-Belsen? Bergen-Belsen was not the worst camp." So she says, "To me, it was the worst camp because I gave everything in Bergen-Belsen." I understood what she meant. You know, to me, Plaszow was the worst camp, even though in relation to other camps, it wasn't. But that's where I gave. My brother, Achim, my little brother, was taken from us, 1944. That's very late. And anyhow, so she said, I said to her, I mentioned something about Majdanek. So she says, "I was in Majdanek." And says, where did you come to Majdanek from?" She says, "From Radom." I says, "From Radom?" I says, "What did you do in Radom?" She says, "I worked in the shoppen." I says, "You worked in the shoppen? Did you maybe, what did you do?" So she said she was working for so-and-so who was a shirt maker, a men's shirt maker. Now, my mother and I, we were working in the shoppen in Radom. This was after the ghetto was liquidated. They allowed about 1,200 Jews out of 35,000 Jews that were liquidated in one night. 1,200 were selected to work in the shoppen and in related factories. And my mother had learned, she didn't tell you all this story, but when when we were deported and the kids went to a summer camp, she went to an art school, art school, ORT, and she became a corset and brassiere designer. So on the basis of that, she became an expert for the shoppen. So the room in which the corset makers were working was the same room where these shirt makers were working. I did not remember this woman, but I did remember her boss, in other words, the man who she worked for. So I says, did you remember Pepi Berger? Oh, Pepi Berger, tell me, how is the little girl? So I said, "You mean Marlit?" She says, "No, that wasn't her name. She had a different name." I said, "Mushi?" She says, "Yes, that's her name. That was her nickname." Oh, and I said, "Well, I'm her daughter, her older daughter." "Oh, you're the big one. I says, "My name is Judith." She says, "No, that's not your name." And the truth is that I have 2 names. My first name is Irmgard, and they called me Irmi, and my second name is Judith. And after the war, I didn't use Irmgard very much for obvious reasons. So she says, "Of course, you're Irmi. Irmi, tell me about your big brother, and tell me about April the 15th.
So much.
Can you imagine? This is 50 years later, and this woman we had no contact whatsoever. It was a pure coincidence that we met. And she says, "Your mother, what she accomplished. And this was one of the things. Well, anyhow.
We'll get.
Yeah, the date became a talisman and became a mantra, really, by which she saved the lives of many, many women. Many. And throughout the entire experience, that's what she did. She didn't just care for herself. She cared also for others. For example, going on much later, we were in Plaszow. And Plaszow was the first time that we saw Hungarian Jews coming in. They were coming to Plaszow after they had already been in Auschwitz. So they were traumatized, almost like black slaves off of a slave ship. Their hair were shaven, and they were in these gray uniforms. Once maybe there were stripes, but the stripes had been washed off, so they were gray. And they were frightened, and they were unfriendly. They couldn't communicate. They couldn't speak Yiddish. They couldn't speak Polish. they were afraid of Jew and non-Jew because they had experienced bad things in such a fast, in such a rapid pace. My feelings about them was very hostile because I felt this was 1944, this was June. We had already lost our little Achim, who was taken from us in May 1944. And this was June. And I said to myself, we are already 6 years under the yoke of the Nazis, and here they're coming from Hungary and they didn't get away. They didn't escape. They didn't manage to hide. And what right do they have to still be sitting there and waiting for the Nazis to get hold of them, you know? So I really didn't feel very, very friendly towards them, especially since they were so hostile. You couldn't ask them, you couldn't talk to them. My mother at that time, we worked in a laundry, and I was able to bring a little extra bread from someplace, which I'll talk about later. But in any case, we had a little extra bread than we absolutely needed. So my mother took that bread and she went out, and as they were coming in rows of 5, totally disoriented, totally impossible to talk to, she went with the bread and she tried to talk to them and they wouldn't. So she just went and hugged them. She just went and hugged them and put a piece of bread in their mouth. And she went from one to the other and she tried to speak German, Yiddish, anything, just hugged them and put a piece of bread in their mouth. Until she came across the most unattractive girl of the whole bunch. I mean, it's bad enough not to have hair and to be under this trauma, but this was truly, from birth, an unattractive, tall, gangly girl. Not a good feature in her face. So as my mother was hugging her, she spoke German, and she says, I will distribute the bread for you. So she gave other people bread, and my mother started talking with her, and so she explained to my mother why they are so traumatized, that they just now had gone through a selection and that almost all of them were total orphans who had come to Plaszow. And she, as it turned out, was the daughter of a rabbi from Frankfurt am Main who had a brother living in Hungary. And when the Nazi period started, he had 2 daughters. He sent his 2 daughters away. And one of them he managed to get to Switzerland. And the other one he managed to get to Hungary. And she, later on, how did she get out? She was brought out from a rabbi's home. The brother was a rabbi too in Hungary. I forgot the name of the town. But she was a learned woman. And my mother gave her extra ration of food so she would teach us. Now my sister wasn't terribly interested because teaching meant that we had to walk together and she would talk. And it wasn't a question of sitting down and having a classroom, you know. Yeah. It was a question of doing work and listening at the same time. And the problem was getting her to the workstation where we were, which was impossible because she was a newly arrived one, which meant that I had to go to her workstation, which usually was terrible because the newcomers were sent to the quarry. And so I got her away from the quarry, but it was not a good job. It was a job outdoors. But she, as we were working together, she was teaching me. How did she know? She says that her father had no sons, and he was a Talmud Chochem, and he had apparently a small yeshiva in his house in Frankfurt am Main. Apparently there were many such. And so he said to his daughters, look, the Rebbeinu Shalom knows what he's doing. If he didn't give me sons and he gave me chokhmah, that means he wants me to teach my daughters. So he put a mechitza in the Bes Medrash, and he put his 2 daughters behind it, and they were absorbing. They had the books and they were absorbing. She was my teacher in Plaszow, and this you will never believe. Her sister, Doris, who married an Erlanger from Switzerland, was my teacher in Switzerland. after the war.
Really?
So, you know, these stories they seem coincidences, but they're not. Anyhow, my family, my father was truly a Jecke. He had been brought up as an only son by a woman who had a very good business and whose pride and joy it was to support her Talmud Chacham husband. My grandfather Eliezer, the story was that he never worked, not a day of his life. He was in the yeshiva for many years, and then he was learning in his home. But they did live in a town in Germany called Recklinghausen, which is a small town in Westphalia, not far from Dortmund. And there one part of the house was arranged as a shul, and they had a minyan there every day, and whoever came through the town would have a place to sleep and to eat, and so on. And but that's all he did. He learned by himself, he learned with others, he conducted the services, and that was his life. And she had 2 children. She had my father first, and then she had a daughter, Hannah. And my father was very much indulged, and he was raised in the Shita of Samson Raphael Hirsch, that you Teurem der Emes, and he was very, very observant, but he was I guess he had an MBA in textile. He was a merchant, was very proud of it, and as soon as Hitler came to power, he was a wholesale merchant. This was very bad for him, because he didn't have the skills to start crawling, you know, and doing little shtiklach illegally. But at that point, my mother, I think, was able to maneuver a little bit better. Her background had prepared her better for this. He was rather loved luxury, loved elegance, loved, you know, needed a maid for himself.
But you lived in Stettin, not
We
in
lived in
Recklinghausen.
Stettin. No. They lived in Recklinghausen for a short period of time. I think that must have been during the Depression that they moved to Recklinghausen, because my grandmother at that time felt that she needed somebody to take over the business. It was a furniture business. And my mother didn't want to go there. It was too much of a province, number one. Number two, she had 4 siblings in Stettin. Her only brother and 4 of her sisters, all of them older than she, lived in Stettin. And there was a lot of strength in it. You know, we had cousins and parties with the cousins, and one of my uncles was in charge of bringing in the rabbi and the moel and the cantor. So they were big machers in Stettin, and she was very closely attached to her siblings. And my father started to work in the family business of her family. In other words, but then in 1930, they moved to Recklinghausen to see whether this would be better, because he already felt the coming of the anti-Semitic wave that was to follow. And my sister, Marlit, was born in Recklinghausen in 1930. And in 1933, when my mother was pregnant with the youngest boy, with Achim, my father wanted very much to go to Holland, because he saw something wasn't, you know, things weren't right. He wanted to go to Holland. My mother said, no, I'm pregnant. I'm not going to go to a foreign country. I won't know anybody. I won't know the language. This is ridiculous. We're going back to Stettin. So they moved back to Stettin, and there they found a new situation, because in 1933, 2 things. First of all, my mother was no longer allowed to deliver her baby in a maternity hospital. So her doctor, who was a very dear friend, Dr. Arnheim, smuggled her in, as it were, to a private clinic under, you know, some whatever, so that she would be able to give birth in this clinic. Because the clinic also was not supposed to take Jewish clients, even though it was owned by a Jewish doctor. And the other thing they found is that they could not move back into their home. They had had one half of a villa on a very prestigious street, Kaiser Wilhelmstrasse, and when they came back in 1933, Jews could no longer live there or rent there. As a matter of fact, it was very difficult for my father to find a suitable apartment because we were by that time a large family. She was expecting, her 5th child. And so they found a sublet. The reason I'm mentioning it because it's part of the story. The sublet was on a very good street, but it was upstairs. It was on the 3rd floor, and the apartment was owned by the widow of a World War I German war hero, and she lived on a widow's pension, which over a period of time became inadequate. So she had her large apartment remodeled in such a way that there was, for herself, she had a living room, a bedroom, kitchenette, and the rest of the apartment was for the tenants. Apparently we were not the first tenants, but we certainly were the first Jewish tenants. As a matter of fact, we were the first Jews she ever saw. Her name was Frau Stockmeier. She was at that time very arthritic, an older woman, but a lovely woman, very mesudar. And she fell in love with this little mother of mine who was working day and night and cooking in the kitchen. And they shared the same water source. So this Frau Stockmeier wanted to be very, very delicate and not intrude on my mother when she was doing things about kashrus. Everything was about kashrus, so she was always very careful when she came to refill her pots and pans. They became very close. And in 1930, I just give you a background of what happened to her when they had elections in 1933. She went to the polls. And the polls, I don't know if you have ever seen the election ballots. The ballots had the name Adolf Hitler very large with a big "Ja," in these Roman letters. And underneath they had a small "no" and room for the Social Security number. Name, Social Security, no, not name, Social Security number or whatever that was, their pension number, and no. Well, she apparently felt that this was a complete negation of democracy and of anything that she felt was important. So she came back with this ballot, and she couldn't walk. I mean, she had to take a taxi or something. She came back to tell my mother about it, and she was very upset, and she said, if you can give me the amount of the pension, I would vote no. So my mother consulted my father, and my father said it isn't just the pension. If she says no, she will not only lose her pension, but she will probably lose much more than that, because it was a threatening thing, you know. So he said, first of all, I'm not in a position to give you that amount of money plus the rent every month. And second of all, I'm not so sure that I would be doing you a favor even if I could. So she went ahead and like all the other Germans, voted for Hitler. In time, she became the godmother of my little brother. My little brother, who was born in 1933, was born lovable. He was born totally adorable. And everybody was fighting over taking care of him. All his older siblings, including me. Of course, he was mine. You know, my mother only was there to bring him into the world, but he was mine. But my older brother felt the same way, and so did my brother Eddie. So the poor child was being torn. But the one who used to rescue him was Frau Stockmeier, because she would quietly, on her felt house shoes, she would come in, and she would take him, and she would sit him down in her little kitchen, and that was hers. And she really adored him. And on the night when we were deported, when the two SS men, one a plainclothesman and one in the police uniform in 1938, this was October the 28th, when they came to the house, she was babysitting for us. My parents were both away. My father was away on business and my mother was away at a meeting. And she didn't want to let them in. And they told her that she should stand aside, and she said, what is the matter with you? These are very fine people and you have no right, and where's your right? And they said, yes, we do have the right. And whether they showed her something or whether they just pushed her aside, I don't know. But she stood her ground for a long time before she would allow them to come in. And of course, then they stayed in our house, one of them sitting at the windowsill to make sure that they would spot my parents when they came home. And they waited, as my mother said, they waited until past midnight, until I went to bed. And what I remember very distinctly about them is that I used to put my school books in order the night before. And so I had, on Friday, I had knitting. So knitting involved a corp, you know, a little basket there where inside I was knitting a sock. That was a big thing, and it was the time of the heel of the sock. And I was very proud. I was just 10. I was very proud that I had figured out how to do the heel. And I was hoping that on Friday the teacher wouldn't tell me to rip everything up. So I went over to the Schupo. Schupo is a regular policeman, to the cop, who actually, I think I knew him. I mean, I had no fear of him. And I said to him, what do you think I should do with my school books? Will we come back before school, or will I be going to school from wherever we're going? He says, well, he says, maybe you better. Maybe you better take it with you, just in case I don't want you to be late for school. So later on, when my father returned, he didn't know that we had been taken. The apartment was sealed up by the Gestapo. Even though they gave my mother the key, they sealed up the apartment, and they already allocated it probably to a functionary. But Frau Stockmeier let him in through her part of the apartment so that he was able to get some stuff out of there for himself. And he had to be in hiding because, unfortunately, by giving the Germans my father's passport, my father was totally disabled. He would have been disabled anyhow because they stamped stateless on the passport. Mm-hmm. And being stateless was the problem was that visas, affidavits, certificates, everything was according to nationality. And if you were stateless, you weren't on any, you couldn't even be on any quota. So that this was a very, very big blow. And from that moment on, my father was on the Gestapo list as a wanted man who didn't conform and didn't get out. So what he apparently did is he rented rooms in 4 different places in Stettin, and he would sleep in a different place every night. And several times we are told he would open the door, the Gestapo would be there, and they would say, you know, we're looking for Herr Berger, and he says, tut mir leid, aber ist nicht hier. And he looked so, you know, he looked so German, and he had this demeanor, he had no fear. He really believed that this is a passing stage and only a few of the hooligans are involved, and that his good friends have nothing to do with it. And he had friends on the city council and in other places. Why? Stettin is a harbor, yeah, and it has both the water fish, the freshwater fish from the river, and it has also the sea fish from the Ostsee, from the Baltic. And my father was in charge of buying the fish for every week that my mother processed. Now, at the time that I remember, it was very difficult to get meat or even chicken because proper Schritte had to be imported from Denmark or certainly from Berlin. But even the Berlin butchers used to get it from Denmark or Belgium or Poland because there was no Schritte allowed, proper Schritte allowed in Germany anymore. And so my parents relied a great deal on fish. My mother learned how to make fish 50,000 ways, and her Falschenhasen, her chopped fish cutlets, you couldn't tell from meat cutlets. They were fabulous. And I think that it stood us in very good stead later on that we ate fish and vegetables rather than meat and gravy and schmaltz and so on. So my father used to buy the fish, and he bought it right from the boats. They were fishermen living on houseboats. Well, it doesn't take long for fishermen to spot a good customer, you know, because he used to buy really a lot. So he became the darling of these fishermen who vied for his patronage. And in the course of doing that, he saw that their children were running around totally wild, totally uneducated. So he turned to the members of the city council and he said, you know, the same story as migrant workers, who's going to educate these children? And he was very persistent, and he was able to get some stipend, some schools, to admit some of these fishermen's children who had spent more than X number of months a year in the harbor to be able to attend school. So as a result of that, he knew a lot of these people very well, and they always told him, Herr Berger, das wird alles vorübergehen, sorgen Sie sich nicht, nehmen Sie das nicht so ernst, you know, and so on. And he actually, I think he believed it, I think.
But until 38, you were actually living pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Now, the only thing that wasn't comfortable was schooling. My older brothers were already in German schools. Felix was in high school.
There was no Jewish school in Stettin?
They were just starting a Jewish school when I turned 5. Okay? So about 1933, they started 34, they started a Jewish school. But it was very primitive, very elementary. It was held in in what used to be the wedding hall. And the teachers were professors who were fired from universities and so on. But I had heard every evening stories that my brothers wouldn't tell my mother, but they told each other about how they got beaten up by fellow students in school. Felix was in high school already, and they didn't want to let go of him because he was a very, very good student and a good athlete. And Eddie was in the Pestalozzi Schule, which was a Volksschule, you know, a lower school. And I remember them coming home and trying to figure out how to explain to my mother that he had a chipped front tooth. So he got beaten up by several of his fellow students with the teacher looking on. So he told my mother that he ran his bicycle into a lamppost because they didn't want to upset her. And the other thing was that my mother could not accompany us to, let's say, the beach, because we used to go every day to the beach. Obviously, we lived near the water. And but there were signs, big signs, Juden verboten, Juden Eintritt verboten, and so my mother didn't want to be conspicuous. So Felix, my older brother, used to take all of us to the beach, which involved going by boat and then walking to the beach. We had a wonderful time at the beach, but later on I realized that it was not a normal situation, that Mutti would let Felix, who was at that time not even bar mitzvah, to take care of, you know, all of them, little Achim, who was 5, and Marlit, who was 3 years older.
So you yourself, what school did you go to?
And I started, and I insisted. I told my mother, I'm not going to any Nazi school, I'm not going to any German school, I'm going to the Jewish school. So at the age of 5, she took me to be tested, and I passed the test. I could read and write because my brothers had taught me. So, and I went to always to the Jewish school.
How many Jews lived in Stettin?
I don't know the number, but it was a large community. The Orthodox community was smaller than I guess you would call them, they weren't Reform, but they were certainly conservative. Yeah, they were Reform. Some of them had services on Sunday. I mean, you know, Shabbos services on Sunday, and of course they all had organs. They all had mixed seating. No, I'm sorry, they didn't have mixed seating. They had organs, but not mixed seating. And the relationship between the Orthodox community, the Orthodox shul, and the non-Orthodox was cordial because they shared 2 things. First of all, we had to use their sukkah. Our shul did not have a sukkah. So they had a very large sukkah which was beautifully decorated and which had covers on it, you know, the cranked down covers in case of rain. Well, my father wouldn't sit in a sukkah where there was a possibility of cranking down the sukkah. So he made an arrangement with the Reform Temple. They wouldn't crank down the sukkah if he would lend his children for the Simchas Torah akofe, for the Simchas Torah celebration, because they had no children. So every sukkah we had a big fight. We had to watch the custodian, so he wouldn't crank down the roof of the sukkah. And every Simchas Torah, all of his kids would line up and they would shower us with candy, and the cousins too, with candy and all good stuff, and apples with the flags, and we would march around the Yaakovs, the only children, Barrow children. Now, my parents had very good relationships with on an individual basis with the Reform Jews, who were by far in the majority. And, for example, we had among our friends, there were birthday parties in the homes of Reform Jewish children, and we knew, my mother had indoctrinated us early on. First of all, we ate before we left. And second of all, that we could only eat raw fruit, nothing processed, raw fruit. And we couldn't even drink soda. I don't know why it was so careful. We were so carefully controlled. Or candy was questioned. Everything was questioned. So my mother said, "That's it. You can eat raw fruit." And somehow we managed to do that. It wasn't a big problem. In school. In my school, the problem was that I was in a grade of 30 children.
Mixed crowd or only religious children?
Totally mixed. Not only were they totally mixed, but half of them, exactly 15 of my classmates, were Mischlinge, children of mixed marriages. And it was a big problem. These were mostly mothers who were Germans, non-Jewish, and the fathers were the ones who were Jewish. There was not a single exception to that. And these children
Hello. No,
Yes.
Okay.
So these children?
Now, these children had it from both sides. In the first place, our school was called the Jüdische Deutsche Volksschule auf Stettin, which is sort of an anachronism, because Jewish, yes. Volksschule means state school, which it wasn't. It was private, but it was sanctioned by the state. And so there was this anachronism, and all children who were considered Jews had to eventually go. They were eventually kicked into the school. I was in the grade that started more or less voluntarily, but eventually kids were kicked out of the German schools and into this Deutsche Volksschule, the Jüdische Volksschule. Now, in my grade, the 15 kids who were Mischlinge had it bad from both sides. Their mothers, many of them, were members of the Nazi Party, were anti-Semites who hated Jews, and did not want them associating with Jews. On the other hand, parents like my parents and my uncles and so on didn't want their children associating with these half-goyim, you know. And my father was really the only exception of all of the Jewish parents who said, you judge the children on an individual basis. And don't discriminate against them simply because they happen to be unlucky enough to be born in a mixed, mixed marriage. And there was a girl in my class, there were several girls in my class who were important later on in the story, but one of them, a beautiful blonde girl by the name of Helga, and she had invited me over to her house. I mean, she had come to my house and she had invited me over to her house, and I got my father's permission to go, and I went. And at the door, her mother tall, statuesque, blonde, greeted me, verfluchtes jüdisches, what did she call me? Schmeiß sie sofort raus, das verfluchte jüdische Sau. This to a friend of her, of her daughters. Later on, we had a boy by the name of Norbert Zahler, whose father was Jewish, mother wasn't. And on the night that we were deported, they were also brought, he and his father and the mother and the younger children were all brought to the prison for deportation, because he was apparently of Polish origin, the father. He could have been of Polish origin a generation back, like my father was, but they were considered Ostjuden. And at that point, the wife had a chance to renounce her husband as a rapist and as a despoiler of the races, a Rassenschändler. And if she officially did that and said that the children she has were because he raped her and he was the only reason that he married her was to despoil the races, then very often she could take the children and would not be deported. Now, Norbert Zahler's mother did that the night that we were being deported. Norbert himself was a tall, totally blonde, totally Aryan-looking boy. And his mother was sort of a short, shrimpy woman. In any case, she did this, and we heard it. I heard it, in front of the policeman, and she had to say terrible things about him and denounce him. And so they wrote it all down, and they let her go with the children. So she had Norbert, and then she had two younger children. So she took the younger children, and she started to walk away. And Norbert walked over to his father. So she came back, and she's, Norbert, kommst mit mir. And he spat her in the face. And he said, du bist nicht mehr meine Mutter. And he stayed with his father, which I'm sure did neither him nor his father in the long run any good. But at the moment it was, for him the right thing to do. I'm mentioning this because to show the conflict that existed with some of these mixed marriages. For example, we had a gym teacher, Joachim Stahl. He had all the grades in gym. I think my sister is here. No? We had a gym teacher who had to be very, very adroit because he didn't have a gym hall. He had to improvise. And yet he did an excellent job. We learned how to rappel on ropes and climb up and jump over horses and so on. He was very, very good. And he was married to a German woman. He looked Aryan and she looked non-Aryan. And they had a little girl. And she did the same thing. She declared him a Rassenschändler, but subsequently she helped him to get out to Palestine with a little girl. She was then arrested and declared a whore, in other words, officially a whore. And I saw her in Auschwitz. She was one of the Schwarzwinklers. I'll tell you in a minute what the Schwarzwinklers mean. Schwarzwinkler was, we all had little triangles, Yeah. So the Jews had the yellow one, and the red ones were political prisoners, and the black ones were criminals. And among the criminals, there were also differences. If you were a really bad criminal, you became a very important Schwarzwinkler, because then they trusted you more and you became a couple. She was a Schwarzwinkler with the designation whore. And she recognized me before I recognized her, which I was very surprised at because I had really no contact with her. And she told me not to recognize her and not to do anything. But she was a nurse by profession, and she worked in that experimental place where Mengele and others were conducting fertility experiments. I don't know if you've had any documentation on it. And she was instrumental. There was an opportunity when we were invited from the barracks to go to this place to view a movie, a Christmas movie. This was Christmas 1940, at the very end of 1944. And she made it possible for me to speak to a young woman by the name of Kronberg from Radom, who told me all the things that were going on. And she then told me to convey through her that they should stop being afraid that they are no longer doing life-threatening operations, because a lot of the girls, when they were taken down for operations, they didn't know what was being done to them. You know, some of them came back and they became pregnant, some of them were bleeding, some of them were nauseous. They were doing all kinds of experiments, and a lot of the reactions probably had to do with their terrible, terrible fear. They didn't know what was happening to them. So this Frau Jachemstahl, she told me to tell Kronberg, because she saw, you know, she wanted me to convey to her that from that point on, whatever the operations were, nominally, they are no longer life-threatening, and nothing is being done that will be forever. And she was right. Many years later, I was with my children in the park in the Bronx. And I'm walking with my kids, and a woman's voice calls my name. And she calls Irmi. So I knew that she had to know me from before. So I say, how do you know me? She says, I knew you by your walk. I didn't recognize you from anything else, but I knew you by your walk. And this was the same woman, Kronberg. She was able to give birth. She had difficulties, but she was able to give birth. And she told me the other side of that story, that after this, Frau Jachemstahl conveyed this, and she conveyed it to the other girls, the mortality rate dropped down. Of course, they were taken on death march like all the others, but
yes, but not from these.
Yeah. So this is just to let you see the connection. One of the other girls in my class, who I think was from one of the few mixed marriages where, no, the mother was also not Jewish, but the mother must have been Italian, I don't know. She looked totally Jewish, dark hair, dark brown-eyed, and her name was Schwartz. And Ruth Schwartz, her daughter, who was my classmate, we became friendly for two reasons. We used to run Stafetten, we used to relay races. And she was as tall as I, and she could run as fast as I. My whole story really revolves around the fact that I was born big. And that at the age of 11, I had attained my full height and probably not this girth, but I was fully developed. And therefore, all during the camp years, if I was able to get away by saying, you know, I'm work able, I'm 18, whatever. I could always do that and get away with it because I really was very tall for my age. I have some pictures here, and you can see the relationship to my older brothers. My brother was 5 years older than I, was maybe as tall as me. And my brother, who was 3 years older than me, was shorter, and he hated me for it all his life. We were genetically somewhat divided. My father was more like me and my sister, and, you know, anyhow. 3 children were like my mother, and 3 were like my father.
So you're saying about this Ruth Schwartz?
Yeah, this Ruth Schwartz. So she and I got to know each other very well because we ran Stafetten. We used to run relay races together. And another thing that united us was on my 10th birthday, I had asked my parents for a private room. I wanted a separate room. We had been sleeping 4 in the same bedroom. So what do you want from your dream wish? I wanted a separate room. So they couldn't give me that. So they did buy me a bed. I got a new bed. I don't know if it was brand new, but anyhow, it was new with a new feather, this puch feather, and beautiful. It was a white brass bed with gold filials. And I managed to sleep in it for one night. The first and only night that I slept in it was the night of our deportation. But they also gave me a fountain pen. I used to love writing, and in those days the big thing was a pen. Instead of putting into the ink pen, you had one where you could soak up the ink. You know, you had a little lever and you could soak up the ink. And my father knew how much I wanted it, so they got me this green pen. And he said, "You're going to lose it for sure, so I'm going to put your name on the bottom of it." You know, my name was engraved deeply engraved, so that I wouldn't lose it. So I brought it to school, and I was so proud of it. And Ruth Schwartz happened to see it. She says, "I got one just like it for my 10th birthday." And her name was engraved on the top of it, you know, on the cap that you take off. I met Ruth in Majdanek. She and her mother had been selected out when they had killed about 23,000 people, all in a matter of 2 days in Majdanek. The upper echelon of the SS selected for themselves, I think it was 100 women who would be there, whatever. And Renate, her mother, and Ruth were among them. And Ruth recognized me, and they had strict orders not to get in touch with us because they had been through the Aktion and they could testify to what they had seen, and they were destined to be killed probably in Auschwitz, and they knew about it. But the Germans insisted that if they so much as speak to us or speak to any group that comes subsequently, they would be very severely punished. Now they were under the guidance, their Stubenälteste or Kapp or whatever, was a woman whose last name I never knew, but her first name was Nusha, extremely attractive woman who had been an actress in the Warsaw Ghetto. And she had come to Majdanek with a group of children. She had been under the protection of some very important German who told her, promised her, that if she goes with the children, she can protect these children. So she came to Majdanek with a group of children, not voluntarily, but she took them under her wings. And of course the children were killed. Her husband was killed. And she had been selected by the most important Nazi in Majdanek as his mistress, as his whatever. And she ordered, when Ruth said that she recognized her classmate among the newcomers from Radom, she ordered Ruth to make contact with us. Mm-hmm. And because of that, we were able to hear all the details of the execution and who did it and how it was done and so on and so forth. It also was very important because we were selected to a workplace where they were repairing baskets from grenades. They were bringing them from the front, and we had to repair them. The work, first of all, was very, very difficult because to pull off the old and to put on the new, the hands were ripped open, and we had no bandages. We had nothing like that. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst of it was that particular workplace was a recruiting station for whores for the soldiers. Mm-hmm. And the first day that we were there, the Schwarzwinkler, who was the main pimp for them, came in to select his, people who he wanted. And he selected me and brought me to the barracks. Not he brought me, but the Aufseher, the German one, took me there to the barracks, and he told me, what would be expected, and he gave me some undergarments. Wanted me to put them on. Thank God I remembered my mother wouldn't like it if I got undressed in front of strangers. So instead of putting them on, I just tied them around me. And that night, when Ruth came to the barracks, I'll tell you in a minute under what pretext she came, because it was forbidden. Yeah. I told her about this, and I thought it was a big joke. You know, I told her, I says, can you imagine I was chosen for the harem? And we made a big joke about it. So she told me this is not a joke, this is very serious. He's a vicious capo. And he was recruited as one of the shooters during this execution. And as a matter of fact, he had a girlfriend, a young Jewish girl who was crazy about him. And he did her the favor of shooting her straight in the head so that she wouldn't be buried alive. That was his big chesed. So she arranged. Her mother talked with this Nusha, and she arranged for 3 new commandos to be formed, Kleiderkammer, I mean, sorting the clothes, which we were not supposed to have gone to, but which they did in order to prevent us, my mother, my sister, myself, and in the course other women too, from being exposed to this particular Korbflechterei, as they called it, the basket weaving place. Now, word got out eventually that they had made contact with us, and Nusha was hung by her wrists. And she was something very, very remarkable. She didn't cry out, she didn't tell, and they let her hang there for a long time. Her wrists were never the same. They were always, you know, eventually they cut her down, but her wrists were damaged. And she insisted that they continue making contact with us. So she was in charge of this group of women, and eventually they were brought to Auschwitz for killing in the crematoria. But before they went, I had a discussion with Ruth Schwartz that they were all going to get cyanide pills. That they had a lot of goods to trade with. I mean, they worked in the Kleiderkammer, and so they found gold and they found stuff, and they traded it with some of the SS for cyanide pills, because they all had cyanide pills, the SS, and each of them carried one with them when they were being sent to Auschwitz. And later on, when we came to Auschwitz, and I discussed this with Ruth, and my opinion at that time was, and continued to be, that we ought not do anything to shorten our own lives, that we should not give our lives away cheaply, that they have, if they're going to kill us, they have to kill us, and they have to feel it, and they have to see it. We mustn't do anything to hasten it. We must keep ourselves alive, we must keep ourselves healthy, and certainly taking our own lives would simply play into their heads. I was even against people who staged runaways, in other words, people who ran away. Because for every person who ran away, 10 were shot. And I didn't feel that I wanted to be shot for somebody else's running away, which may not even have been successful. Now, I may have been wrong, but that was my feeling. And so I discussed this with Ruth, and I said, it seems to me that taking a cyanide pill is giving them the edge. So she explained to me, you have never seen people die in a gas chamber, you don't know how terrible it is, and who can take this, and so on and so forth. In my ignorance, I kept insisting that they shouldn't do it. As it turned out, they apparently gave their cyanide pills, not all of them, but most of them, to the Sonderkommando in Auschwitz. And when we came to Auschwitz, I found a Sonderkommando man who was able to tell me that they had come. And when they were taking us to get our heads shaven, there was a room, where the barbers were sitting higher up, and you had to stand below them, and they would just shave it. And so he said, so I said, have the people from Majdanek, has a Sonderkommando from Majdanek come? He says, yes, they did come. As a matter of fact, the cyanide pill from one of them belongs to one of the barbers. She works in the left-hand corner. She is the first one in the left-hand corner. So when we got to that room, I walked right over to her, and I said to her, my friend, Ruth Schwartz gave you her cyanide pill. She was from Majdanek, and I don't want you to cut my hair. So she says, I have to do something. Well, as a result of that, the three of us were the only ones who did not have shaven heads.
And they let you through like that?
They let us through because we had waited for Mengele for a whole night. He was busy with something else, and we were there for a whole night waiting. We didn't know we were waiting for Mengele, but we were waiting, and everybody told us that we have to wait until this SS-man who does a selection comes. And this Sonderkommando man, whom I contacted in order to get our shoes across. Now, shoes are the most important thing that you owned, if you owned it in the camps. Because if you didn't have shoes, your feet got sore, and once you had sores on your feet, they didn't heal. You couldn't keep up the pace, and you might as well have died. You were finished. In Majdanek, they took everything, everything. I mean, the rings were cut off, earrings were pulled out of their lobes, every orifice was checked, all our documents, everything was taken away from us. As a matter of fact, my mother had her wedding ring, and she hadn't taken it off for a long time, and it was tight to get out, and I figured, they're not going to bother about a wedding ring. And the woman right in front of me in Majdanek had a similar situation. So the Aufseherin, a woman by the name of Alice Orlowska they called her, she says, that's no problem. And the Polak who actually did the collecting took a chopper and chopped off the woman's finger. So I said to my mother, I says, we're not going to go through that. So I let her go first, and I went right to this Aufseherin, and in my perfect German I said, ich würde es gerne runternehmen, aber es ist viel zu eng. Können Sie mir vielleicht helfen? So she says, yeah, gladly. And she took a pair of pliers and she cut off the ring. If not for that, they would have cut off the
finger.
And by the way, I said to her, would you cut off mine too? I had a little ring that apparently my grandmother had given my father to give to me, and I had put it on and never taken it off. And it was tight, so she cut that one too. So what I'm trying to say is they took everything in Majdanek. And our hair, she left that same terrible Aufseherin in Majdanek. When she looked at my sister and myself, I had long blonde braids, and my sister had darker brown, sort of brownish hair, and also thick braids, and they were cutting the hair. So she says, nein, die zwei nicht. So we were we never had our hair completely shorn, which was very, very important. Now I started to talk about shoes. When they took away our shoes in Majdanek, they gave us instead these Ersatzschuhe, these substitutes. And what were they? The uppers were made of some kind of a paper combination, and the lowers were made of some kind of a wood combination. It wasn't real wood, it was a makeshift. And that sounded very good, except the wood and the paper separated as soon as it got wet. And so you walked, you had to tie it around, and you had to do all kinds of things. It was impossible to run fast, and you always had to run fast. And in the morning, you stood in the mud for as long as they wanted you to stand in these appels, and in the evening. And we were in Majdanek from the fall until the spring, so it was muddy and wintry and snowy. So we were in a terrible quandary about shoes. When we got to Plaszow from Majdanek, we were persona non grata because we... Okay, I just wanted to emphasize, I am sure that every survivor story has something about shoes, because they became a matter of life and death. And from Majdanek, when we came to Plaszow, we were transported in these ersatz shoes and in pashaki, in striped clothing. That was in Majdanek itself. We did not wear striped clothing. They gave us clothing of people who had been shot. We always knew how many people had worn it before by the bullet holes. And these problem with those clothes were they were very stiff, they had been dirty, and they had a Judith painted on the back, you know, J, a red J, and they never laundered them. They used to disinfect them. And in the process of disinfecting them, they became very stiff, and they would give us just one garment, a dress, that's it. No undergarment, no overgarment, in winter, it doesn't matter. So when we got the striped suits, it was a relief in a way, because they were more flexible, they felt a little bit better. But to the administration of Plaszow, which at that time was still Jewish, there were still Jews who were the Lagerälteste and so on and so forth, our coming was a bad omen, because not only did we bring all the signs from a concentration camp to what was then, until then, a labor camp, but we also brought with us the Nazi guards, both the male and the female, not all of them, but some of them, who came with us from Majdanek to
How
Plaszow.
many were you then who came from Majdanek to Plaszow?
We were about 150 to 200 women. I don't remember how many men, but among the men were my two brothers, my brother Eddie, my brother Achim, and Achim had been selected as a runner, as my mother pointed out, by the Lager commandant, and he treated him very nicely, relatively speaking, and he had a pashak made for him, custom made, so he had a custom made pashak, and he didn't wear the ersatz shoes, he had little boots made for him, and he had made out of that pashak material, he had a bag, you know, shoulder bag, and the biggest thing that you could have in camp was, instead of having a bowl, a canteen. Now the difference between having a bowl and a canteen was, again, a matter of, how shall I say, being Rockefeller or being on welfare. Because if you had only a bowl, then everything that you had to immediately consume, or it spilled. You couldn't do anything with it. If you had a canteen, then you could put it in there, you could share it, you could mix it, you could put the bread into the soup or whatever, you could do something. So Achim got a canteen, we didn't, we had the bowls, and when they marched him out of Majdanek, he was really in very, very good shape, Yachasit. He did something with his status in Majdanek that is very noteworthy, and I want him to be read among the children in the pavilion here. Any time that a new transport came in to Majdanek, or I don't know whether Auschwitz had the same thing, but Majdanek definitely.
I'm sorry, this canteen he had in Majdanek.
In Majdanek, yeah. The Lager commandant made sure that he had a pashak that was trimmed, tailored to his size, and shoes that were made to his size. And he had, as I said, the shoulder bag also made out of the same material. He had a little cap that fit him. You know, most of the caps, they didn't fit, and the people were either too small or too big that they hung down their ears for the men. But he had one that fit him, and he also had a canteen. But before that, when he first arrived in Majdanek, there was a system they had. They searched you completely, okay? Then they assumed that some people swallowed jewelry or diamonds or whatever, coins, and so they would have someone guard the latrine for about 3-4 days to make sure that they caught it when they eliminated. And during that time, they wouldn't give any food. So you got no food for the first 2 or 3 days. That's how Ruth Schwartz made contact with us. This Nusha had her assigned as the guard over the latrine, because we couldn't make contact otherwise. So she told me about the other things, and the other things she told me, for example, after I told her that we had no bras, we had no underpants, we had nothing, and I had burnt my 2 fingers, and they were bleeding and blistering, and I had nothing to bandage them with. So she told me not to go to the Revier. Revier is the name for the hospital, because number one, it's manned by Polish Volksdeutsche, Polish who earned their ribbons by denouncing Jews, and second of all, I would be immediately reported as sick and taken with the next execution. So she says, you have to grin and bear it, but you cannot go to the Revier. And then I told her about what am I going to do? So she says, when they packed, in other words, the straw sacks that we slept on, we had these 3-tier pritches, and they had straw-filled sacks as mattresses. So she says, when they were not in charge, but they oversaw the filling of these straw sacks, and the upper pritches, they put stuff. So that we should look in the upper pritches, in the upper bunk, to see if we couldn't find everything that we need. And sure enough, see, we didn't want to sleep in the upper bunk because they were so close to the ceiling, you could hardly turn around. Your shoulder bumped the ceiling. But then, after she told me that, we started to search, all of us, and we found bras and panties and hygienic belts, all kinds of things that we found that we needed. No sweaters, nothing like that. It had to be very small and rolled up. So that's what they did, one group for the other. Now she was sent to guard what would come out. In the men's camp, they didn't give them to eat for a long time, not for 3 days, but for longer. Why this happened, I don't know. And as a result of it, there were some guys who denounced other guys that they had swallowed jewelry. And the first time this happened, the people who were accused, whether or not it was true, were shot. So my brother Achim, whose one of his jobs was to polish the boots of some of the SS-men. And he found in the heel of one of these SS-men's boots a key that unlocked the bread storage area that led from one camp to the men's camp. Now the men's camp did not have a bread storage hut. But he took that key and he snuck into the hut and he started throwing breads across to the men's camp. Now that was not an easy feat because each camp in Majdanek is separated, about this far. There's a fence here and a fence there, and in between are guard huts. So, and he was small. I mean, he was no baseball player, but he was able to throw enough bread across to stop this terrible situation where people would denounce each other for bread, to get some food. So the SS-man, whose key he used, found out, of course. I mean, it was very easily found out, and he beat him to within an inch of his life. And one of the other jobs that he had was to go to the various Kleiderkammer and to bring from the SS-men whatever they needed, cleaning or repair or whatever, their laundry. And one of the places he came was the barrack of Renate Schwartz, of this, the mother, yeah. And I happened to have been there at the time. I'll tell you later on why. And she, I says, this is Achimchen, this is my brother. So she immediately took him in, he was small, he struggled, and she stripped him and gave him fresh clothes because his clothes were all full of lice and blood. And I saw his body, black and blue to the umpteenth degree. And this Renate was furious when she heard, what this couple, this SS-man had done. So she reported this to Nusha, to the woman in charge, and she apparently complained because she was the mistress of this Lagenkommandant, who supposedly was the protector of Achim, of my little brother. So he says, I feel so terrible. What can I do for him? What do you want? He asked him, what do you want? He says, I want to see my mother. So he sent orders, that's what my mother started to tell you, he sent orders that my mother be brought to a private place to meet with her son and that he could give her some food, breakfast. But he sent Thumann. Thumann was an SS Obersturmführer, or Untersturmführer, was short, with a black leather coat, and he was, like Mengele was in charge of selections in Auschwitz, he was in charge of executions in Majdanek. And he was truly not an angel, a devil of death. Everybody, and he had a dog that was almost as tall as he, and he didn't mind at all unleashing the dog on anybody who came even near him. He was always accompanied by the dog and by two huge hooligans. I think they were Schwarzwinkler, or maybe they were SS-men, I'm not sure. But he was well fortified, because everybody would have fallen on top of him and killed him, because he was evil. He was evil personified. Well, anyhow, he was forced by this edict to go to where my mother and my sister was working in the Kleiderkammer, call her out, and of course he had to get his due, and he marched her the entire length. Majdanek is composed of 7 fields, one right after the other. And the Totenfeld, the execution field, is the 7th Feld, the 7th one. So he marched her along, and in between these fields, there are individual barracks, and they are Kleiderkammern, and they are all kinds of workshops and all kinds of other places that you don't want to know about. And he walked her all along this road that led all along the field. And of course, everybody who saw this woman walking was sure that she was being executed. There was no question about it. And as my mother told you, he brought her to a barrack and left them alone for, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes, in which time she was able to eat. She didn't want to eat, but she was able to see her son. To get back to the shoes. Now, when we... this is one of the things that Achim did. Throughout his short life, he saved life. He saved my life personally 3 times. And he was just an unusual kid. And on the day that he was taken away from us, I pleaded with him, because I knew that they were taking children and that he would be classified as a child. He was only 10 and a half. And he said no. He says, I cannot go into hiding, because ich muss Mutti helfen. He was convinced that if he stays on the Appellplatz, and if they take my mother, which he was sure they were going to do, then he would be able to intercede, because he had done this before. With his cuteness and with his appeal, he was able to save us before. But of course he couldn't, and the horrible thing of Plaszow is that we had to make a choice. We knew that they were taking him to death, and we could have joined him, but we couldn't get him out. So my mother and he pleaded with us not to come with him. He really begged me not to come with him. But ultimately we had to make that choice of, staying and letting him go, and that's a choice we have to live with for the rest of our lives, which is a pain, and a terrible, terrible pain. To this day, I see that scene, and I see it over and over again, and him saying, I ran over there, and the SS-man unleashed his dog, and I still have the scars from the dog bites. I didn't feel them at the time, and I pleaded with the SS-man to let him come to me, and he says, no, aber Fräulein, Sie können ja mit ihm gehen. So that was it, but I want to get back to the shoes. So when we came to Plaszow rather, we were ostracized by the prisoners there, and also by the administration, primarily by the administration, because they, first of all, wanted valuables. They lived because they were able to bribe the Nazis, the Germans, and we had nothing. I started to laugh. We gave it at the office. So they were furious at all of us, and they were furious at my sister and me in particular, because we had hair. So it was something awful. In the middle of the night, they wouldn't let go. So this woman, Marilka, she came in with barbers and cut our hair. Thank God, not completely, but she cut most of it off. But then we were sent to the Steinbruch to quarry, to work in the quarry. And to work in the quarry altogether is not for a Jewish daughter, not for a Jewish mother. It's not for anybody. But to be without shoes in this condition, or with practically no shoes, we knew that this was going to be the end of us. And we didn't have an intercessor here in Plaszow. Yeah. So we were very fortunate, Hashem Yisborach was fortunate, that 2 or 3 of our girls developed malaria at the quarry. And they were constantly convulsing. So the capo in charge got very tired of this, because he was beating them, but there was nothing he could do with them. They were convulsing. So he finally said, I don't want these crybabies, I don't want these women in the Steinbruch, and we were assigned to different work. And the work that we were assigned to was to sort out stuff that was brought from the front, from the Russian front. So there were piles and piles of canteens and grenade baskets and shoes. And the Nazi who was in charge of it used to search us each time that we left the place as though he had diamonds there. But of course, we were more desperate for shoes than he was desperate for whatever. And it took a while, but eventually I was able to sort out from this whole pile 6 shoes. They were not necessarily the same, they weren't Mr. and Mrs., but they were approximately each the same size, smaller. It was very hard to get small because these were men's soldiers' shoes with nubbled nails on the bottom. And but they were made of leather and they held together, and I was able to finally get away with smuggling out 6 shoes, and we had shoes. The reason I'm telling this is because these shoes then became very, very precious. If we had margarine, for example, if they distributed margarine, we didn't eat the margarine. They went on the shoes to preserve the shoes. And when we got to Auschwitz, and we stood there naked and waiting for the selection, I saw some women talking to the Sonderkommando who were on the other side. There was sort of a waist-high guard, and beyond it were disinfection barrels. And what they were doing is they were taking our clothes from the disrobing room into these disinfection rooms, the Sonderkommando. And some of the women started to talk with them. So I went over to one who wouldn't talk to anybody, and I asked him, would you mind taking our shoes across on the other side? So he says, what makes you think you'll ever go to the other side? I said, I don't know, but Kodem Kol, I want to protect the shoes. You know what it took me to get these shoes? I says, would you mind doing it? So anyhow, I started a conversation with him. He was not exactly Mr. Pleasant. And he told me everybody's dead. Don't ask me about anybody, everybody's dead. I asked him whether he remembered the transport from Plaszow. They are dead. I said, do you remember the transport that my brother was on, also from Plaszow? They are dead. Anyhow, everybody is dead. He remembers and they're all dead. So then I asked him, do you remember the transport from Majdanek, the Sonderkommando? Oh! He remembered them because they had given cyanide pills to the Sonderkommando here. And then I was able to talk to him. And he told me that we had arrived within a very short time of their uprising, which had damaged completely one crematoria and had done some damage to others. And he's told me the background of how he was brought from Czechoslovakia to there and so on and so forth. And he also told us, he says, I'll take your shoes. I don't think you'll need them again, but I'll take your shoes. Okay. So, but he says, I want you to promise me that if you live, you tell our story. And I said, you got a deal. You don't believe I live? and I don't believe that I'll see these shoes again, but, we'll try. So he was the one who told me about the woman who was one of the barbers,
Yes.
And he also told me, I says, what are you doing here? What is your job? He didn't want to tell me. And then he told me that he actually stands next to the SS-man in the gas chamber, and according to the signals, he maneuvers the controls. So I said to him, would you signal me if it's gas or if it's... See, the gas chamber has openings both for water and for gas. And I asked him whether we were designated to go to the gas chamber. He says he really doesn't know, because things are a little bit upset, because not all the gas chambers are functioning properly. They did some damage to it. So I said, would you signal me? He says, why do you want to know? I says, I want to know. I want to know. Signal me. If it's gas, then do this, and if it's not, then do that. Well, then we had to part because Mengele came in and started the selection. And according to the way it looked, he sent out one group of older women almost immediately, and they were burned alive. They weren't even gassed. And then he made the selection. And we had... It's too much to talk about the selection. My girlfriend Lola Altman was standing in front of me at the selection. He had selected her mother among the older women. She wasn't old, but she was fat, and she was not looking healthy. She and her husband were furriers. They had 2 daughters, and the 2 daughters were also trained as furriers. And the husband and the older daughter was shot in one of those actions when they shoot 10 people for somebody who ran away. This was still in the ghetto. And so there were only Lola and her mother left. Now, she must have been a Bat Zekunim, I think, because she was maybe a year or 2 older than I, and her mother really looked much older than my mother. In any case, it's difficult for a 10 or 11, 12-year-old child to judge the age of adults. So he sent her right away out. And she went over to Mengele and she asked that her mother be returned. So he says, why? What kind of manners do you have? A Jewish girl? You go with your mother. Who says your mother has to go with you? The proper thing is you go with your mother. And Mrs. Altman, she was crying and screaming in Polish and in Yiddish, don't come with me, don't come with me. You are the only one left, don't come with me. Don't let him talk you into it. And he kept saying, he was rubbing it in. He says, I don't know where you learned manners, but really your manners stink, and you should go with your mother. What kind of nonsense is this? That's not polite. And poor Mrs. Altman was screaming all the time, don't come with me, don't come with me. Finally, I was standing right behind her, and I sort of pushed her ahead that she should stop this whole conversation with him, because I knew that 2 minutes later he would send her there too. And now it was my turn, and I wanted to distract him because I saw how cruel he was from my mother and my sister. We always used to go, I first, my sister second, my mother third, or the other way around. My mother first, my sister second. And we always used to juggle that. And we had been given in Plaszow, before we left, we had been given a whole cube of margarine. I think it must have been a half a pound of margarine and bread. So the bread they took away from us when we arrived. Right. But the margarine, somehow I clung to the margarine. In the meantime, we had been waiting for at least 8 or 9 hours, waiting for Mengele, and it was warm. And the margarine was trickling down my chest. I mean, we were without clothing, so the margarine was melting. So as Lola passed by, I walk over to him, and again, in my very best German, I say, Herr Dr. Mengele, was soll ich mit der Margarine denn machen? Ich weiß gar nicht, was ich damit meine. And I'm putting on this whole show about, please tell me what to do about this margarine. And ich weiß nicht, es rinnt direkt und es tut mir so leid, es ist doch gutes Essen und es geht alles kaputt. Well, anyhow, he found that very amusing, And he started to roar with laughter. And in the meantime, I went, and Marlit went, and my mother went by. Now we thought God protected us, we're all fine. So then we had, after that we went to the cutting room, and we managed to get out of there relatively okay. And then they pushed us into the gas chamber. In the gas chamber, they had like a little glass booth. It's very interesting that they had that glass booth later on for Eichmann, because they had them in the gas chamber. They were like about the size, a little longer than this table, and narrower. And it was like a protrusion that they could go in without actually coming into the gas chamber. There was a separate entrance to it, and they could watch the people inside, and the controls were inside that thing. And I recognized this man from the Sonderkommando, and I looked at him, and he puts down. So I tried very hard to distract my mother. It was the hardest moment of my life ever, to know that we're going to die, and yet to act so that we don't make a spectacle for the Germans, for the Nazis who were watching us, to make more of a spectacle, to give them more enjoyment. So we did say the Shema Yisrael, and my mother insisted that we say parts of Vidui, and I didn't tell her that there's going to be gas. But it was so hard not to scream, not to jump, not to do something. It was the hardest thing ever. I must have used up kilos of energy in those few minutes. And by a miracle again, instead of the gas came the water. Later on, it turned out that he had switched on the cyclone, and the delivery system had been damaged, and it didn't come. So he instead, the other valve opened up and the water came. And now we are coming out of the gas chamber, and it's like the only comparison I can give is when I read about Japanese committing harikiri, when they're coming close to death, and later on they're so totally exhausted. And that's the feeling, that's really the feeling. I was so exhausted, I couldn't walk, I couldn't speak. It was such an effort to withstand the terrible fear and the pressure of dying any second. And as we are walking, this guy, the Sonderkommando, is watching us, and he's giving a signal to the SS woman that these are people he knows. Oh, so she's making a big joke with him. You have a girlfriend, you have a girl, I never knew you had a girlfriend. So as Marlit is marching by her, she started to menstruate the first time. And I'm watching this, and I know we are finished. We are just finished. And it was like an eternity. And the SS woman says, ein kleines Freundchen, a little girlfriend. So she said to him, go and take care of her, make sure she gets clothing, and make sure that she's taken care of. So she sent him off to give us clothing. So he gave us a canteen, and he gave us a knife, which was an invaluable possession, because it meant that we could cut bread and we could do something with it. And he gave us not 3 but 1 sweater between the 3 of us, in addition to the striped clothing that we had. But he kept saying, remember that if you survive, you have to tell. If you survive, you have to tell. And it's true that they were being decimated. And later on, about 4 or 5 weeks later, 6 weeks later, when we came to Auschwitz, we saw the hanging of 2 of the girls who had provided munition powder. They worked in the Krupp's work in Auschwitz, and they had smuggled it, and I think in the holes of their teeth had smuggled it and then gotten it to the crematoria. And they were sending out a network of trying to catch anybody who knew anybody who had anything to do with it. And in the course of the time, they killed many that had nothing to do with it. But these two girls had been very active, and they died very heroically. They made us come and watch them. You know, and when they show Auschwitz now, they show that execution wall, the punishment wall. Well, they had erected a gallows there, and they had brought these two girls, and they apparently had tortured them, and they thought that they were finished. Their names are known. People have told me that they know who they are, and I didn't want to go to see it. I felt that the more I see, the more in danger I am, the quicker they will kill me, because I saw what they had done to the Sonderkommando from Majdanek. They killed them because they had seen too much. So my mother made me go. She says, how can you say that? How can you say that? You want to be a witness and see bravery, and you want to cheer them on and tell them that what they did was a good thing. I said, but I don't want to see. It's a terrible thing, you know. I want to protect myself. She says, you have no right to protect yourself. They put their life on the line, and you, the least that you can do is to be a levaya, to be with them. And they died like heroines. They told us, you know, they told us, don't worry, and there will be an end to this, and Such nicht keinmal aus der gesten letzten Weg. They recited that partisan song, and then at the end they said, don't cry for us, sing the Hatikva. And that night, when we came back to the barracks, they died very, very heroically. It was a very moving experience, and the Germans were constantly whipping them, and they acted as though nothing touched them. They absolutely, they had made themselves so stoic that they didn't react to anything the Nazis did to them. They kept talking to us and giving us hope, and, you know, as I said, the partisan song, and then afterwards they said to please sing the Hatikva, which they died to, as we were singing the Hatikva. And I must tell you that singing in camp was forbidden. And in Auschwitz, anything that was forbidden was punishable by immediate march to the crematoria. Auschwitz was a Musterlager. The population was always kept constant. There were never more than so I think there were more than 500 or less than 500. If less were there, then they brought from Birkenau some more. If more were there, then they eliminated them. For any kind of infraction in Auschwitz Musterlager was death. For example, when we first got there, we were told that you must keep yourself so clean, and if you have any nits or lice, it's immediately crematorium. We had no combs, we had no things to do this with. So the first thing I did, they had blankets. This was the first time that we had blankets. So I shook out the blanket out the window in order to make a clean bed. So one of the capos came running up. She took me by the scruff of the neck, and she says, you come with me right away. I says, why? He says, you're not permitted to shake out a blanket outside the window. I said, I didn't know. We just arrived. We just got here. Well, just so you know, if I ever catch you again, you know, that kind of thing. But I was lucky that she didn't take me right away. So one of the infractions for which you got killed was to sing. And that night, when we came back to the barracks, a girl who claimed that she was born in Oświęcim, which is Auschwitz, and who had a beautiful voice, started to sing A Jüdische Mame. Now that song was forbidden for two reasons. First of all, the prisoners themselves couldn't take it, because everybody started to cry and become hysterical because they all had lost their mothers. Now, Marlit and I never called my mother Mutti, never, during the camp. We always called her by her first name. It would have been suicide to call her Mutti. So everybody had lost a mother. And the song was forbidden by the Germans, and it was forbidden by the prisoners. And she started to sing, and the entire barracks started to sing A Jüdische Mame. I shall never forget that. And the next morning, of course, they made us stand in appel for double time. But they didn't kill us. It was late in the day, because this was already late in the time. It was already December of 1944. And they knew they were going to lead us out to the death march. So to go back again to the shoes, the night before they let us out to the death march, about 2 or 3 days before, they opened up all of the storage areas and they told the people to take whatever they want. Now the good stuff had already been taken by the Nazi guards and also by some of the Slovak kapos. At that time, Auschwitz and Birkenau was mostly staffed, the Jewish staff was from Slovakia. And the Slovakian women took some of the Hungarian who came from Slovakia into their group. But there were no Polish-born women in the in the administration. So they opened up the storage things, and we ran there, and we took. I took sheets were available, and blankets, and sandals. These ersatz sandals. I don't know what possessed me, but I took as many as I could carry, and that's about it. I was looking for more canteens because the 3 of us didn't have one yet. 1 of us had one. And that night, the last night, I don't know if Marlit forgot it or because we always used to sleep with shoes under our bed, under our head. Now, whether she forgot to put them there or whether somebody took them from there, I don't know, but her shoes were gone in the morning. So when we started out on the march, she had to wear these sandals, and they disintegrated in the snow. It was January, and in addition to which, she developed scurvy. Her entire mouth became swollen, and her teeth started to come loose, and she was delirious. She was in high fever. And it was very bad. So what we did, first of all, we had to march at a very steady pace and not to lose our row. In other words, the row was 5 people. And anybody who slowed down was shot. And we knew where to go because on each side we had a wall of corpses. And there was absolutely no mercy shown. One woman who was walking next to me recognized her husband as lying there by the side, so she ran over to see if he was still alive. So the Nazi says, "Oh, you want to be with your husband?" and he shot her in the head. That's why they called it a death march. We were decimated, and really we were walking through empty fields of snow. There were farms maybe very far away. We could hardly see them. The only way we knew where we were going, as I said, was the 2 walls of corpses on either side. And she couldn't keep up. She didn't want to keep up. So we had to drop almost everything, but we shredded blankets and we tied them around her feet to hold the shoes together. Then we tied around here to hold her teeth in. And then we took the rest of the blanket in between us, we carried her. Well, this only went on for so long, we couldn't keep this up. And then I noticed that some of the kapos, some of the Slovak kapos, had a wagon, which they themselves pushed. And they had loaded their stuff, and I think the reason they let them have the wagon is because some of the SS or some of the kapos, the Schwarzwinklers, who were very anxious to make sure that they got out with their goods, had put their stuff on there. So they were pushing this wagon. It was sort of like a flat platform on wheels. And there were 12, 14, 15 were women pushing it. So I dragged her to the wagon, and I attached her because I was afraid she wasn't going to hold on. So I wound it around and I attached her to the wagon. And one of the Slovachkas noticed it, and she pushed her away. So it was a bad situation, very bad situation. We did the best that we could. We had thrown away everything. We just concentrated on dragging her. And then again, one of those miracles happened. There was a bombardment, and they made us get off the road into the cellar of a farmhouse. And there was the daughter of the SS went inside and ordered a meal. And the and the daughter of the people came down to bring up potatoes or whatever they had in the cellar. And I begged her for some food, and she was very brusque. She was very nasty. A young girl. And she took off, like all good German girls, she took off her shoes and put on Holzpantoffeln. She put on these wooden clogs in order to go to the basement, because the basement didn't have paved floors. And I'm taking a look at these shoes, and they are exactly her size. I knew, I didn't have to think about it. I said, this is Hashem Yisborach is putting these shoes, because otherwise we are finished. So I quickly run back to the basement, and I take 2 pair of these new sandals that we had schlepped along, and I put them in place of these shoes, you know, run down, put them on her, make them full of mud so that they wouldn't look new, because they were brand new. She must have just gotten them for Christmas. And hoping that she would not come back until we were already chased out from the basement. So the Rabbeinu Shalom had geholfen. The signal came that we have to leave, and she was still in the back looking for her stuff. So she wanted to get by us, so the SS-man wouldn't let her. He was afraid that we would attach ourselves to her or whatever. He told her that she must stay separate. So we were being chased out of the basement. My sister now has shoes. And of course, she immediately sounded the alarm, and they were chasing us, and not necessarily us. They were chasing for her shoes for quite a while, but she had shoes. So, and with those shoes, we managed much better than without them. You know, she was still sick, but at least she had shoes.
Now, you want to go back? We already got quite
we got much further. Well, what happened in Stettin is that gradually, actually, our life continued fairly normally. As a matter of fact, the very day that we were deported, I went like every Thursday. It was a Thursday, and every Thursday I used to go to my Tante Clara, to one of my mother's older sisters, and pick up a potato cake that she used to bake, and she baked it for all of the ones who still had young children, because her children were already, she already had one married, one engaged, and a kalamot, and she was a fabulous baker. And Marlit and Achim and I, we used to skip along. We went through the playground, we played a little, we went on the swings, and we went to Tante Clara to pick up the they used to call it the bulabovnik. It was really a potato cake, delicious. And the 2 men who came to every house came to her house while we were there. The Schupo and the SS-man. And so he asked me who we are, and I didn't know anything. Of course, I said I came here to pick up the cake, and where do you live? And I told him. So all of a sudden, Tante Clara, totally out of character, says, why don't you stop off and give a piece to Tante Minna? Tante Minna was the other sister who lived not too far from there, but it was out of the way. And it was not characteristic of Tante Clara to tell me to go to Tante Minna, because she knew that I would be delayed. There was a direct route through the park back home. But if she says so, I was, you do. So we stopped by Tante Minna, and sure enough, these 2 men came in there while different ones. They had sent out teams to every home, 2 men who at the same time were taking the people out. So this time Tante Minna was, her husband was more adroit. He was very, very clever about things. And I think he knew, he must have had some inkling of what was going on, because in other cities they had done this. They had deported Ostjuden, but only the males. They had only taken the heads of the household, not whole families. And so Tante Minna and Uncle Dickmann, her husband, said, why don't you go home, And the man, who came, he said to me, where do you live? And I told him, he says, this is a private visit. Don't tell my parents. you know. And when we came home, my parents weren't home. So I told the story to my older brother, to Felix. So they hadn't been to our house yet, but they came shortly thereafter. And I even said, Felix, these are the same men that came to...
Tante Clara.
Yeah. They weren't the same men, they just looked the same. So that was really the last day, and it was still a perfectly normal day. As I said, we were taken to a prison, to the Central Police Headquarters.
Were you ever attacked in the streets of...
All the time, but not me personally. The boys were, the older boys. We were stopped, and I wouldn't call it attacked, but we were very often called dirty names. Especially when we went to places where Jews were not allowed to go, like the beach or some of the playgrounds and some of the open concerts. But other than that, we personally not, but we were stopped for something else. This is almost funny, but it's true. My father was in textiles, and he always used to enjoy experimenting with, first of all, he concentrated on providing all the things that factories of children's clothing needed. And he had several large manufacturers who depended on him for developing new cloth. And he had 3 boys who were tearing the lederhosen kaputt. You know, all the boys were wearing these leather pants, and they were very expensive, and they tore very easily. So he had heard of a material that is washable, is durable, and doesn't need ironing, and is cotton, and is in this beige leather color. And so he imported it. I don't know exactly where it was manufactured, but it was not manufactured at that time in Germany. And the first thing he did is he had a whole outfit made for my brothers. You know, these short pants with the what do they call them? With the
like Hosenträger.
Hosenträger, yes. But they were decorated just like you would have the Tyrolean leather outfits and jackets. And the jackets that he had made were sport jackets, very short and very comfortable. And for us, he had made only the jackets. And we wore them back and forth to school. They were very handy, and they came in very handy. Now, I must tell you that on the way to school, we passed a playground, and the playground was also the meeting place for the Hitlerjugend, for the local chapter. And on the way to school, we had about a half an hour's walk to the Jewish school, and we passed every block. There was a display glass case of the Stürme, of the newspaper. So they had it on both sides, and they would have different pages. You know, as you walked to school, you could see the whole paper, because it was going, if you walked this way, the pages were all facing this way. You walked this way, the pages were all facing this way. And unfortunately, children are children. They were cartoons. And we used to stand and watch the cartoons. My older brother, Felix, he later on said that he will forgive them everything, but he will never forgive them for poisoning the minds of the Jewish children to believe that these cartoons pertained to their parents, because they were so pervasive. They were everywhere, you know. Everywhere you went, there were these glass boxes with the Stürme inside. Anyhow, as we were passing by the playground, one of the Hitlerjugend leaders stopped us. He wanted to know why we aren't at a Hitlerjugend meeting. So he said, we don't belong. He says, why don't you belong? Because we are Volljuden. We are not Mischlings, we are Jews. You can't be Jews. I says, what do you mean we can't? We are Jews. But you're wearing the Hitlerjugend uniform. It turned out that same cloth that my father had developed became the cloth of the uniform of the Hitlerjugend. So my father was called to court, and he had to defend himself for clothing his children, for not allowing his children to join the Hitlerjugend. And he had to prove, I don't know how he proved it, but he had to prove that he is a voll Jude, that he is a full Jew, that there is no mixture. And then I think they gave him some kind of a punishment for not allowing his children, not for dressing us in this cloth, because that was too ridiculous for words, but for
not
letting us join the Hitlerjugend. They didn't believe him.
But in England, they wouldn't have accepted you.
Of course not. I mean, the whole thing was crazy. I'll give you another example of how crazy it was. Felix was a very handsome high school boy, and he was good academically and also in athletics. Swimming and football, you name it. And the school, which was a distinguished high school, they didn't want to lose him. Besides, my mother kept begging them that they shouldn't let him go, because legally by that time Jewish children were not allowed to receive more than an 8th grade education. I don't know if you know that. Jews were not allowed to go to high school or to university. So therefore, if they cannot go to university, what good is high school? So when they have finished the 8th grade, they were supposed to learn something practical, like agricultural work or something. At that point in Germany, the Zionist organizations took advantage of it and set up agricultural schools throughout Germany. I understand even in Poland they had some, because I just read a story of a survivor who claims that he was sent to an agricultural school not far from Warsaw. So apparently this was a movement both pro-Zionist and also to get around this business of what do you do with a child when they're finished with the 8th grade. Well, our school in Stettin, what they did is when these kids were in the 8th grade, they would flunk them. They would flunk them for as many years as it takes to finish high school. Mm-hmm. They would simply say they failed. But my mother and my father too, they were very anxious for their children to have a good education. And the director of the school was perfectly willing to have him stay. But he told him, look, I can't prevent the idea of teachers hitting on him or of students hitting on him. I can't help that. So Felix really endured a great deal, and he protected the family from knowing how much he endured. He was just very brave. And every morning, the European children, I believe to this day, have a half an hour, what here is called homeroom. In America, there's homeroom. I don't know what they call it here. I think they have it here too, where they spend, not with their classroom teacher, but with Mechanech, yes? They have it here too. And in Germany, that half an hour used to be Religionsstunde. They used to teach religion. Obviously, they didn't teach Judaism, but the Jewish children always used to be excused, and the other children were taught. In some schools, they were excused. In some schools, they had to sit in the class. From the time of the ascendance of Nazism, they used to have the half hour that was Religionsstunde became Rassenkunde. They used to teach the racial theory of Nazism, and the teachers who came to teach this were not part of the staff. They were specially assigned by the Nazi Party, who could disseminate this whole garbage about the races. And Felix's class had half an hour of races every single morning.
And he had to sit in.
And he had to sit in. Not only did he have to sit in, he had to be attentive. And one day, the teacher always wanted to demonstrate what is meant by, racial purity. What are the racial characteristics? So Gott hat geholfen. One day he picks on Felix, calls him in front of the class, and first, his face and his forehead and his nose and his cheekbones, and he shows them that this is a purely Aryan face. And his neck and his ears, and then he tells him to take off his shirt, so he examines the collarbone and the formation of the arms and the formation of the muscles, so on and so forth. Meanwhile, the class is starting to giggle. So now he starts, he tells him to take off his trousers, and the class is roaring. This is all boys. In Germany, they separate the boys and the girls in high school. He went to a gymnasium, which is a high school for boys. A lyceum is a high school for girls. So when he starts in on his lower body, his legs and his toes and his calf, I mean, he goes step by step. So the class is in an uproar. And he is furious. He is burning up. He runs out of the classroom and he reports to the director of the school what a terrible class it is, and he's putting them on report, and they have no discipline, and they have no honor for the Führer, and how can they behave like that? So the director pacified him. I don't know what he told him, but right afterwards he called my mother and he said, "You have to take your son out." He says, it's gone too far. He says, "I'm going to be in trouble. I don't know yet how I'm going to get through this, because if one of the boys peeps up and says that this was a Jewish boy, then he says, I'm finished. So I have to rely on their discretion, and I cannot count on that. So he cannot be in school anymore." So on one day he left school, and frankly I was very happy that he left school, because it was a terrible tension for him to maintain himself in that school. And in our school, he was very much the star pupil, and as a matter of fact, they used to send him, if they needed a substitute for the younger grades, they used to send him to help out. Yeah. Our teachers in that school, I must say, as I think I mentioned to begin with, were mostly teachers who were fired from universities, from German universities. And our math teacher was a math teacher from Heidelberg. And what did he know about teaching math to 8-year-old, 9-year-olds? It was really pitiful. So what did he do? He gave us these memory exercises. I don't know if they did that where you were, but he would start out about 15 minutes, add, multiply, subtract, and so on and so forth, and he would go around the class. The 15 Mischlinge he lost in the first 5 minutes, and among the others, I had a cousin who was somewhat of a math genius in the class, and another cousin who was very good, and I was very ambitious, so we were holding on to see who could last the whole 15 minutes. And we wound up with excellent math memories, not necessarily anything else. And our Hebrew teacher was someone from Israel, a gewisser Mr. Hammerstein, that he was probably originally from Germany, lived in Israel, and they sent him to be a shaliach or to be whatever at the school. The school gave us a very good foundation. As I said, our main problem was the composition of the student body. There was also a group of students who were living in an orphanage in Stettin. Now this was children from broken homes and children who were really orphans, and they were on welfare. Now, who was going to pay for this private school, which was very expensive? And my father organized the community, and he told them there's no such thing as you can't, you must. You must. These children are your obligation. Where were we?
Finished with the school, I think.
Yeah.
Finished this.
So what I was trying to say is that the school was excellent, and a very important part of it was the sports activity for two reasons. First of all, no matter how we tried, we were imbued with this Kraft durch Freude, with this Nazi idea that you had to be strong and you had to be have a healthy body, and they drove their own children something fierce. It was so terrible. My mother used to go, where Felix was still in the regular school, she used to go with him on some of the Ausflüge. And most of them centered around some physical activity, swimming or tobogganing or marching or racing boats with kayaking. And if a father saw that his son was not the best or was not good enough, he would beat him mercilessly. I mean, this whole idea that you have to be good at sports, that you have to be, in order to be an Aryan, you have to be good at sports, reflected itself in what they demanded of the children. And some of it definitely rubbed off on our school. It couldn't help it. So the emphasis was very great on sports. And we didn't have very large sports facilities, but one of the things that we had was climbing and climbing on rope and swinging on these, rings and.
But it for sure helps you for later, the condition.
Of course, of course. And and everybody wanted to be good at it. But one of the boys who was best at it was a short little guy. He lived in the orphanage, and he was called Efjen, because he was like a little monkey, and he could climb the fastest, and he could just outrun everybody. But he was a little bit funny looking. He had these curved legs, but it didn't bother him. And as I said, my father had interceded in behalf of the orphans so that they could attend this private school. And and he also had nothing against us socializing with them, which was unusual because not all the Balabatim were that anxious for their children to socialize with the quote-unquote children from broken homes. And some of them probably were of uncertain parentage too, I don't know. But my brother Eddie formed a very close affinity with this Efjen because he always aspired to be athletic. He was also small for his age. And Efjen was leading him on. And so the two of them had formed a very close bond. And later on, my brother was separated from us, and he was very, very desperately sick already in Plaszow. And somehow he managed to get through. He had yellow jaundice and double pneumonia and whatnot. And I always mention this because we think that God was busy someplace else, but he wasn't. He had to be there in order to save people who were sick as that, and no doctors and no treatment and no medication. He had to see them through because certainly nobody else would. And after that, they schlepped him to Mordhausen, and at the end, I believe he was in Dachau. And he was already among those who were 4 in a bed. Now, 4 in a bed meant that you were ready for the selection of the sick and the dying. And when Dachau was liberated, Eddie tells that he saw a tank with a Mogen David on it. And he couldn't believe his eyes. And he started to run for the tank, and he couldn't. He was too weak. And a young man jumped off the tank and grabbed him. He says, "Don't you know me? I'm Efjen." Efjen and the entire orphanage was sent to Palestine because their leader, a Mr. Weil, who by the way is living in Israel, was best friends with another man whom he had belonged to the same sports club, to the same sports club, health club, and he was a Nazi, this friend. And at a certain point, he told him, and Mr. Weil, the leader of this orphanage, he married one of our teachers. She happened to have been, I think, our second grade teacher, Fräulein Schnell. And this Nazi told him, "You get out of here and get your children out." So he said, "What can I do?" He says, "I will help you, but get them out, don't wait another day." And they left apparently somewhere between our deportation and the World War II breaking out. I don't know the exact date, but they all got to Palestine. And he and this Fräulein Schnell organized their escape and also organized that they had a place here. They continued to live in a group situation. And he volunteered for the brigade, Efjen volunteered for the brigade. And he saw Eddie. It just so happened the two of them were very good friends, and he recognized him. He was very, very much changed. And he says, I'm Efjen. And first he didn't know what he was talking about. So then he did his famous, he had a famous jump that he used to do. So then he recognized him. And on the way back from Germany to Palestine, he stopped off in England, Efjen. And he stopped off by a gewissen Kantor Kohn. He was then already Rabbi Kohn. He had been the music teacher and the teacher of bar mitzvah teacher for the children in our community. He was originally brought from Poland by one of my uncles in order to refine his language. He had to have an ulpan in German, of course. And he was extremely valuable. And he prepared all my brothers for their bar mitzvah, and he had prepared Efjen too. So Efjen stopped off there on the way back to Palestine, and he told him, this is after the liberation, he told him that he had seen Edu, and that's how the family in England, we had some cousins in England, how they found out that Eddie survived. At that time, there was no contact between Eddie and us, and Eddie didn't know that we were alive, nor did we know that he, in other words, we didn't know about it.
Did they keep up contact later?
Pardon?
Did they keep up contact later?
Through this information that Kantor Kohn then gave to cousins of ours who managed to get to England through the Kindertransport. I don't know if you know Rabbi Bulka. Do you know them?
Heard of, yes.
You heard of, anyhow. They lived in England at the time. She's a first cousin. She is a daughter of my Tante Clara. And she started to send wires to the Red Cross. She didn't know whether we were alive, nor did she know where we were. But she started to send wires through the Red Cross to say, and they were addressed to apparently to Pepi, and to say that Eddie was alive. We were already in Switzerland. I'm fast forwarding. We were already in order to connect this whole thing. We were already in Switzerland, and we were still under quarantine. We were first in Rheinfelden under the military quarantine, and then they sent us to Neuchâtel under the guidance of women who serve in the Swiss army. So they were our leaders. But Neuchâtel, as you know, is a whole city of finishing schools, girls' schools, and it was a very important phase. Even though we were in quarantine, we already started to get interested in education and performance and other things. And this Sister Kassel, who was the Red Cross representative, the real Russia, she came and she was reading several telegrams that had come through the Red Cross. And I was standing with Mutti and Marlit, and we were listening to it. I didn't pay attention. All of a sudden, my mother says, oh, that's Eddie. Now, I want you to know that telegram, I think she still has it. Not a single word was correct. Not his name, not her name. The only thing that was on there was Bulka, B-U-L-K, which she did not know because my cousin had married, her name was Alt, and she had married Bulka in London. And she says, that's Eddie. And she runs over to the Sister Kassel. She says, that's my son.
How did you just...
So, and that was the first we knew that Eddie was alive, and it took us almost another 3/4 of a year before we were able to get together with him, bring him to Switzerland.
Did he keep contact with this
Efjen afterwards? I don't know. I really don't know. He should have, but I'm not so sure. It wasn't so easy for him to adjust after the war, and I'll tell you why. We had sort of an unwritten agreement, Eddie and I, that I would be in charge of making sure that my mother and my sister stay alive because they were separating the men and the women, and that his duty would be to keep Achim alive. Now, in May of 1944, when Achim was taken away, he was in the hospital in the Riviera, laying there 4 to a bed, and we were quite sure that since they were taking the children and the old and the sick, that he would also be taken. They took 3 of the boys from his bed, and him they left. He had water in his knee, he had, as I said, double pneumonia, and he had yellow jaundice, and he was very, very sick. And I didn't tell him that they had taken Achim. I was simply afraid what would happen if I told him. So I made up...
He was then with you in Plaszow?
He was in Plaszow. We were never together in Plaszow, but he was in Plaszow in the hospital. And afterwards, the first thing he asked, where's Achim, where's Achim, why didn't you bring... I never brought Achim, I couldn't, because I smuggled myself into the hospital compound in order to bring him food. And when I brought him food, he immediately divided it among the other 3 people in his bed. He would never eat anything alone. So when I brought it to him this time, I saw that he was alone, in the bed. Where's Achim? Where's Achim? So I told him Achim is fine. The selection actually had taken place 1 week before. The story of this selection is told in the Schindler story, because 1 week before they actually took the people away, they had everybody march naked and designate who is going to be selected. The women on a different area than the men, but Achim was sure that I wasn't telling him the truth about Mutti. Mutti had not been selected. And I did not know, he didn't tell me that his number had been taken down, that he was, yes, selected. When I found out that he was selected, as I said, I tried to hide him, and he refused. He said that he doesn't believe me that Mutti wasn't selected, and even if they didn't write down her number, for sure they're going to take her because they're taking all the older people. My mother was 33, but in those days it was considered old. So, and I certainly didn't tell Eddie, because I didn't know that Achim had been selected. And then when after Achim had been taken, I went up to the hospital, as I usually do, and he immediately asked what happened. I says, everybody is fine, thank God we went through, Mutti is fine, Marlit is fine, Achim is fine. He wants to see Achim. So I said, I can't let Achim come up here because it's very dangerous. Right now they're watching everybody. I kept this up for about 2 weeks or so until he started to come out of the hospital. So when he started to come out of the hospital, I said to my mother, I says, you have to come with me. I don't know what his reaction will be, but we have to tell him. So he was so bitter. He was so bitter. He cursed me and cursed himself, and he never ever forgave himself for not saving Achim. And as a matter of fact, it shadowed the rest of his life. He said, I never want to be responsible for for anybody again. So when he married a woman who was very independent, had her own profession and so on and so forth. They never had children. He says, I don't want to be responsible for anybody. The crushing weight of not having been able to be there and help Achim, who had helped us, was really affected him tremendously. But we, shortly thereafter, he was down for a transport from Plaszow, and I found out about it, and I did everything in my power to get his name off the list, and I couldn't. He was still on the list on the day that they were taking us, so I said to my mother, I'm not going through this again, we are going on this transport. I says, I don't know where it's going to go, I have no idea, but I'm not going through again of having to feel that I didn't go with my brother. So we went, the 3 of us, we didn't have to, and it turned out that they sent us to the salt mines in Wieliczka. And there we were under the camp itself was run by somebody who was apparently a very decent, from person. They called him the Vilnever. He apparently was a son of the Vilnever Rov, one of the sons. And the story was that one of the Ukrainians who were in charge of the Umsatzgruppen, you know, the ones that used to execute Jews before they had the crematoria, before they had the large killing places. So they used to send out these Ukrainian not hooligans, they were organized with under the maybe with one SS-man, and they used to round up Jews and kill them. And one of these Ukrainians couldn't take it. He went mishuggah from the brutality, and he went to the Vilna for comfort. And what the Vilna told him, I don't know, but he apparently did find some comfort, and he promised him that he was going to save his family. And of course, promptly, the whole family except this one son was wiped out. And so this Ukrainian came back to the son, and he says, I don't know how to apologize, but for every member of the family, I will save 10 of your choice, 10 people of your choice. And so we called him the Vilnever. He organized among his yeshiva boys, how do you select? You know, how do you select? So there were 10 members of the family that had been killed, and this Ukrainian promised to save 100. So what he did is he made them memorize a blood Gemara, and that was a test. If they could memorize that blood, they become the blood. So he says, we don't have Gemaras, we have nothing to study from. Each of you has to become a certain blood, and he assigned a Masechta, I don't know which one, but each of the boys had to become that blood. He had to become the whole blood, the right side, the center, the Mishnah and the Tosfos and so on and so forth, all the comment, the whole blood. And those who could pass that test were chosen to go with this Vilnever. And the Ukrainian was able to give them possibility to work in Wieliczka, in the salt mine. So the camp was basically run by this Vilnever. So it was the first camp where the soup was not diluted. He wouldn't use the meat in the soup, so it was all vegetables. And there was a certain order there was not this hooliganism in the camp. However, when we came there, they didn't want any women because there was really no room for women. So they brought these women in, and we had to work underground. What did we do? The Germans had the idea that any time there is an underground area, they were going to make a munitions factory there. So they were blasting some of the mining shafts into the shape of some kind of a room, and were putting cables down to bring machinery down to manufacture weaponry. So they were working mainly in already older shafts. Wieliczka is to this day a working salt mine. And the only way you can get down, to this day I understand, is through one elevator that goes down and that holds a certain number of people. I think it was 9 people standing up. And when we went down, and what we had to do is, after they would blast, we had to take away the shale, the slag, and carry it out someplace and dump it. And it all had to be done by hand. We had to push these heavy wagons on rails, but we had to do it by hand, and they derailed, and it wasn't very good. But that part of it wasn't bad, except that these Germans who were blasting, they thought they were going to have fun. Why not have fun with Jewish people, especially Jewish young women? So they wouldn't tell us where they were blasting. So we would be there, and then the blast would come, and the whole debris would fall on top of us, and they would say, laughing. So when I got wind of it, I saw what they were up to. I was constantly spying on where they were, because I could hear their voices and I could understand what they were saying, and they were already laughing because it's going to be so much fun to see die Jüdinnen springen, die springenden Jüdinnen. Wie wenn sie heute tanzen machen, you know. So I was able to warn the girls that the blast is going to come here and here. Most of the time I was able to avert a real injury. Now we used to have to go out from the mine shaft 9, and only women or only men. There was no such thing as mixing. So one day one of the men, I think, was injured, was hurt. So he had to be laid down, and by laying down he took the space of 3. See, it was 3, 3, 3, so if he lay down he took the space of 3. So the elevator, when it came out of the shaft, was short 2 people. And the next time it came down, it took the women up, because we were lined up next, so we came up. And in the meantime, the Ukrainian, not the Ukrainian who protected the Vilna, but another Ukrainian who was in charge of the workers in the mine, he became furious. He was drunk. He was almost always drunk. And he was sure that 2 people had escaped. And, I saw him raise his rifle like they always do. They shoot, somebody escaped, boom, 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 and they shoot somebody. But I had seen that these other men were there. There was nobody missing. So I ran over to him and I held up the gun like this. It was an instinct. And I told him, I says, the one person was injured and he took the space of 3, and the 2 others are waiting for the next elevator to come up. So he didn't like that at all, because I was taking away his fun. So he took the rifle butt and he started to hit me. Now he hit me over the head, and I wanted to protect my head, so he hit me on the back, but really very hard. And I have an injury to this day. I have a disc problem from where he hit me. And my mother saw this. Now, after he hit me and I was down and crawling, I couldn't walk, then he was happy because the elevator came up and the men were there, so hab ich nicht getan, He didn't faze him one bit. And in the meantime, my mother was trying to come and help me. And I don't know who, but somebody restrained her, because he would have killed her too. But that night she became paralyzed on one side. And what do? We're in the barracks, and she can't move. Her right side, she can't speak properly, and so on and so forth. And we were told not to go to the Revier, that it's dangerous. So I had no choice. I ran to the Revier, and I found, that's why I started out telling certain things connect. The Dr. Brown, who owned the clinic in which my mother delivered her youngest child, was the camp doctor here.
In this village.
In village. And he had saved the daughter of another doctor, whom also knew my parents from Stettin, as his nurse. So when I came there and I told him what happened, whether he recognized my features or whatever, he asked me who I am. So I said I'm from Stettin. So he asked me who I am, so I said, so he said, don't do anything, don't say anything, I'm sending the nurse. So she came in and she took a look at my mother and I went back with her. And so then he said, don't touch her, just put her on an upper bunk, cover her completely, and she will come around. Either she will or she won't, but she will be okay, he says, in a few days. And that's exactly what we did. The only problem was that Marlit had to watch her, because the same Ukrainian the following day dragged me out with 2 women because he wanted me to go back to work, and I couldn't stand. I couldn't walk. But he insisted that I be there. I didn't do anything. I was just crawling on the feet. Anyhow, Eddie also was in this camp. And but he was very, very despondent. We had hardly any contact with him. He couldn't move because he had water in his legs. And then this whole camp was dissolved. Again, the front came up. The Ukrainian who protected the de Villeneuve was sent to the front, to the Eastern Front. The Ukrainian who had hit me was also sent to the front. And we were returned to Plaszow.
So how long were you there altogether? Not very long.
Not long, just a few months. Just long enough to go through that. And when we came back, the group, the Villeneuve, with his boys, were taken to the most dreadful detail of uncovering the mass graves that were in Plaszow. Plaszow had been an execution place from the ghetto, and they had just had shallow graves, hundreds and hundreds of bodies. So the boys were taken to work there, and the SS were beating them to extract gold from the corpses. And eventually they jumped to do it because otherwise they were being very badly beaten. And when they came back from work at night, Reb Villeneuve used to tell them that asur, they can't do this. That what they're doing is a violation of this and this and this law, and that they cannot do it. So they said, but we're getting beaten, what do you want us to do? So he started to pray for death. And there was a sister-in-law of his who tended him. She had been with him and she tended him, and she came to my mother and she said he won't eat and he's very despondent. He's only praying Hashem Yisborach should take his life because he's in a terrible crime. She told him the story. So my mother went with her to speak to Rabbi Yankel Villeneuve. And he told her that he can no longer, that he feels that this is a punishment for him having made the selection of who should live and who should die. That a man should never do this because this was strictly the province of Hashem, and that by choosing boys to live, he had committed such a terrible sin that they now revolted against him, and he cannot even tell them to do the right thing because he would expose them to death and to terrible pain and suffering. And the only way out is if Hashem Yisborach solves that problem and takes him away. So my mother said to him, you have no right to shorten your life. This is what you did, and this is what you have to suffer, but you have no right to shorten your life. If God wants to take you, that's his business. But you must eat and you must be there for those boys, because the boys are in an absolute horrible situation. What are they going to do? So he promised that he was going to eat the minimum, and he did. And this situation continued. It got only worse because the stink of the bodies and the burning of the bodies permeated the whole camp. And eventually, though, he died. He did die. And when he died, his boys buried him kedas v'kedin underneath the barracks. And they did all the covet that you have to do. And they gave him the hesped, everything that they knew how to do. And they refused to jump in and extract the gold from the bodies. So they were sent apparently to liquidation because a new group was brought in to do this work. And the new group, part of them came from Buchenwald, and among them was Wiesenthal. And when I spoke with Wiesenthal in Rochester, he told me that the worst experience of the war for him was when they took him to uncover the bodies in Plaszow and to extract the gold. He says it was such a horrible, horrible experience. He had no idea that his group came as a result of the other group having been liquidated. So anyhow, when we got back to from Wieliczka, when we got back to Plaszow, we worked in a laundry. And the laundry was presided over by a guard by the name of Frau von Orloff. They called her Orlowska. And she must be mentioned because she had a huge dog. She was a very mannish-looking, very perverted woman. who, however, was extremely shrewd and exploited the situation. And she had come from Majdanek.
She was German.
She was a German. She was an SS Aufseherin. Now, originally, she had been brought to Majdanek from Ravensbrück. Ravensbrück had a group of very sadistic guards, women guards, who were brought to Majdanek. And what was their main job in Majdanek was to separate the babies from the Jewish mothers. And that was a very, very tough job, because in many cases, most cases, they had to kill the babies and the mothers, because the mothers wouldn't give up the babies. And they weren't allowed to use bullets, because it was too valuable to use a bullet. And at that time they didn't have order to shoot the women. They had only orders to kill the babies. And the women, and they were going to kill them out of the sight of the women, but the Jewish mothers wouldn't give up their babies. And so the beating and the clubbing of the babies and the Jewish children and the Jewish mothers was a very, very major occupation of these guards, and they became very bestial, very bestial. If they weren't before, this made them very bestial. So when this Orlowska, this Frau von Orloff came, she went to the Lagerkommandant and she says, I don't understand this nonsense. He says, why should we waste personnel on such a trivial thing as babies? I mean, we can do this much better. You put me in charge and you'll see I'll do it better. So since they really wanted to have some kind of a solution, besides it was too slow. It was, they used to count the bodies and it wasn't fast enough for them. So this Orloff, she organized a set of, and there were never Jewish workers working for her. Never. She used Polish and Russian. Later on she used Russian prisoners. Dressed them as nannies and got beautifully decorated perambulators. And with the whole thing, with the nanny thing, and they would come among the women as they arrived, mostly from Warsaw, with their babies, because at that time they were telling the Warsaw people and other people that the Lublin area is a family camp, that the resettlement to the Lublin area means that they are going to a family camp where the families can be together. The people have to work, but the families can be together. So that many of the women came prepared for the idea that the children may have to be in a place other than yeah. So she came among the women and with these nannies and the perambulators, and she said, only babies who cannot walk are eligible for our nursery. We have a very special, finely staffed nursery, and only babies who cannot walk. So when the mothers saw how beautifully this is arranged, they tried to smuggle kids who could walk already, little older babies. No, she examined every child. If it could walk, then it wasn't eligible. And then she said, look, this is such an expensive and beautiful nursery, you have to pay for it. So with the diaper and with the formula and with whatever you need for the baby, you must also put valuables so we can pay for it. Because we have a staff, we have to do this. And she would collect 2 babies to a perambulator. They were fairly large. And she carried on, boys have to be separate from girls because the boys' perambulators were in blue and the girls' perambulators were in pink. And she would take these perambulators, one after the other like a caravan, right across the street from, across the road. It wasn't really a street, it was the road that divided Majdanek's fields. Right across there was a pralnia, a laundry. Now the laundry was on the main floor, and up above was a disinfection area. They had these disinfection drums. And she would take these babies up to the disinfection area, of course undress them, and put them in and kill them. And she would throw the white baby shoes, the little baby shoes, right out the window. And as we came out from the sauna, from the place where we got undressed and so on and so forth, we saw a pile of white baby shoes. Now the mothers of these babies deluded themselves for a long time that this couldn't possibly be, couldn't possibly be. They're probably giving them other shoes. Since they can't walk, maybe they don't want to use the shoes, but that's what she did, very openly. Now, this Nusha, this woman that I told you about, she knew all about her. And she was trying in the worst way to eliminate her, to get at her. But she was very clever. She was the one who turned in the fact that Nusha's orders made contact with us, as a result of which Nusha was hung by her wrists. So she had it in for her. And later on, the Polish women who worked for her, she got them drugs. And they became not only addicted, they became drug dealers, even after the war. And later on, she used to use Russian women from Moscow, from the University of Moscow. They captured, in the war for Moscow, they had apparently a number of students who were fighting, and they captured a number of them. And they brought them to Majdanek. These were almost all educated. And she had them sign collaboration papers, both the men and the women. That means they signed, I collaborated, which means afterwards, if they opened up their mouth, she had their signed collaboration admission. So this woman was never tried for her crimes.
How could she escape?
Who was going to accuse you? I went, not only I, there were many, many Majdanek survivors. At the time, did you ever hear of the case of Hermine Braunsteiner? There was one of these guards who, after the war, lived in Queens and under a different name. And she had Jewish friends. Everybody thought she was the nicest woman until somebody recognized her as being one of the guards from Majdanek who had killed mothers and babies. And they contacted Majdanek survivors to testify against her. Her real name was Hermine Braunsteiner. And this was only to deport her because she had not told the truth when she arrived to America. And I was I was contacted by somebody who knew that I was a survivor from Majdanek, and they contacted me about coming to testify in New York. So I said, I never met Hermine Braunsteiner, but I would like to testify against this Frau von Orloff, because she replaced a whole number of these guards who were then sent to Ravensbrück and to other places, mostly to Ravensbrück. And so she, but I said I would like very much to testify against Orloff. So I went to New York, my husband went with me, and it was one of those terrible experiences. I'm sure survivors have told you. They allowed one Jew to testify for 4 non-Jews. So there was a room full, let's say, of 20 Jews. We had to wait for 20 times 4 Goyim to come and testify. Can you imagine how long we had to be there? And all of them endured. They came from all countries in the world only in order to testify against Orloff. And in the process, they corrected whatever. They had a model of Majdanek, and everybody added something to it because none of us had seen the whole camp. And so it was something else that had happened there. Hermine Braunsteiner was deported, and the testimony against Orloff was recorded. And they asked me whether I would be willing to testify in open court. I said yes, but not in Stuttgart, because she supposedly was among those in Stuttgart who were supposed to have been on trial.
Please help yourself.
I wanted to put this on the record about Orlovska and even Hermine Braunsteiner. I want to say the following. The whole issue about Hermine Braunsteiner was brought by Jews from Queens to the attention of the immigration office in New York. And there was a man who was in charge of that office by the name of Sciano. And he said, look, that's not my job. What do you want me to do about it? So a woman by the name of Shirley Corman, who has 5 children of her own, she undertook to bring all the documents that would enable Sciano to make a finding that this Hermine Braunsteiner should be deported. And she was the one who had me contacted. She did all of the legwork, all of the paperwork, totally voluntarily. And she lost her marriage as a result of it because her husband, I think, divorced her because she just gave so much time to this. But the reason I'm saying this is because when it was important to indict some of these people, there were not enough Jewish lawyers. There were not enough Jewish people interested who were doing the work when it needed to be done. So, to give you an example, at the hearing about this Hermine Braunsteiner, they wanted eyewitnesses who saw her actually do it. And one of the eyewitnesses was a man who was in Majdanek, a prisoner, Jewish, who was on the garbage detail. That's what it was called. But basically, what was he doing? He was collecting the bodies of the babies who had been killed to bring them to the crematorium. So when her lawyer, when Hermine Braunsteiner's lawyer was interviewing him, he said to him, wait a minute, how tall are you? He's about 6'2". How much do you weigh? I don't know how much he weighed. He was a strong man. So he says, you mean to tell me that a man like you wasn't able to help when a baby was being killed? You understand what he was doing to him? This man probably survived by the skin of his teeth the experience of what he had to do. And now to bring it up and put this zappen his blit, he had a nervous breakdown on the spot. And this is what happened to many of us survivors who were trying to testify, because it was a horror story, this whole business. Now I'll tell you what happened to me. I said I was very brave. I'm going to testify against Orlov no matter what, but to Stuttgart I'm not going. To Germany I'm not going. So I said, what can be done other than that? He says, we can convene a court in New York. I says, fine. Convene a court in New York. Tell me when and where and what I have to do, and so on. So on a certain day, we came to New York to the German consulate, and they had a room set aside, and they had a court stenographer. Orlov was represented by 2 lawyers, 2 German lawyers. They didn't tell me to bring a lawyer because they didn't tell me to bring a lawyer. I thought this was a hearing, and they would just simply take my testimony. And so as we are sitting down, her lawyer says, now I want you to lay down the ground rules. Only those who were killed by Orlov can testify. That's exactly what I did. I did a double take. I says, what are you talking about? So he says, well, I'm sorry if that doesn't please you, but if you want to appear in court and if you want your testimony to be liable, then you have to be one of the ones that she either tried or did kill. I said, she killed babies who couldn't walk. I'm a witness. I'm a witness to what she did with the shoes. I'm a witness to when she took these babies. What more do you want? I'm sorry, that's the rule of the law. Now you may shake your head, and it's enough to drive a sane person insane. But that's why I never went to one of these trials. And I asked Wiesenthal, when I spoke with him, what happened to her. He says she served 2 years for mistreating Polish women in Majdanek. Under her own name, she got out of prison under her own name, and she died a natural death under her own name. And this woman has to be quartered an eighth in memory forever. She is as vicious as Mengele. Now, how do I know how vicious and how greedy she was? I think I told you that in Plaszow.
She came to Plaszow. You started.
She came to Plaszow, and she was in charge of the pralnia, again, the laundry area. That was her favorite area. And she had women working for her in the pralnia, and she selected the three of us to be working for her in this laundry area. And she had this huge dog. And she put me in charge of bringing meat, organ meat, for this dog to feed him from the camp kitchen. So I had to go with a pail, and I had to go to the camp kitchen, which was not an easy thing to do. I was not permitted to walk in a camp by myself. You just weren't permitted. You had to either be accompanied by a capo or by an Aufseherin. So I had to go sort of behind, behind the barracks to get there, even though I was officially on business for her. So when I was caught by the other Nazi guards, also from the women from Majdanek, and they asked me, brüllt, they yelled at me, what are you doing? So I said, I'm getting meat for Aufseherin Orlov's hund. So they started to hit me. They hated her. Everybody hated her. They didn't want, and so they beat me. What am I schuldig, So I said, okay, if you hit me, I'll go back to her and I'll tell her that you hit me and I can't get food for her dogs. So this Blanca, this other Aufseherin, she kicked me in the behind until I fell flat down. She says, go and get her what she wants, that bitch. She was afraid of her. They were all afraid of her. So then when I got to the kitchen, the butcher there said, I hate her, she beats men, she sicks her dogs on the men, which was true. She enjoyed sicking her dog on men prisoners. She had no business doing, but she loved doing it. And he wouldn't give me anything. So I had to first pacify him and beg him to give me some. So what he gave me is some liver, I think, a piece of liver for this dog. Now I'm going back, and I'm afraid to go through the regular roads, and I'm going behind, and I smell bread baking. And I think I'm in heaven. So I'm standing there and sniffing the bread, and the two Jewish guys who worked there come out, and I say, I don't want any, because I was afraid they would chase me, and I didn't want anything from them. I just wanted to smell the bread baking. So we got to talking, and he says, oh, I'm so glad you came by, because we have instructions that we are supposed to give you bread. Your brother left instructions that he left us his stuff, and in return that we should give you bread. So they gave me a whole round bread. That's how come that Mutti had bread to give to the Hungarians when they came. That's the connection. Now, she asked me to bring the food. Now, first of all, when I got the food back to the pralnia, I divided it. The dog got 1/3, 2/3 we had. And my mother baked it or broiled it in that oven in which the water was boiling, and she distributed it, and she made something of it. And then she asked me, Orlov asked me to bring the pail with the food to her barrack, to her house. She lived in a house in Plaszow, a little bit up the hill there. And when I got there, the dog was under the bed. And he had grabbed the liver out of the pail, and he was under the bed. And she wanted him to come out from under the bed. So he wouldn't come. Usually he did whatever she wanted him to do. They had a very close relationship. One dog, knows another dog. So she says I should get the dog out. Now, I was deathly afraid of that dog, because he bit like something awful. But she kicked me, and she told me to go, so I did. And it was fairly low, and the dog had hid behind a suitcase. She had a suitcase there under the bed, and the dog was hiding behind it and eating. So I pulled at the suitcase to get the dog out, and the suitcase was extremely heavy. And as I'm pulling it, it snaps open, and it's full of jewels and diamonds, the suitcase, from the bottom to the top, full of jewels that she had stolen from the Jewish babies. So she came away after the war, a very, very wealthy woman, and she got herself legal representation, and nobody could touch her. And she's not the only one, but she's the one that I know about. Now, the Aufseherin from Majdanek followed us all the way back into Germany. We found them again in Ravensbrück. And in Ravensbrück, one of them, the one who had beaten my mother when she was led away by this Tuman to meet my brother Achim, she was at that time very ambitious, and she promised that she could kill X number of Jewish women if she was put in charge. This was already after Ravensbrück. In Ravensbrück, when we came, we were not even put into the main camp. We were put into the death camp right away. And what they did is they took an area that was suitable for maximum 200 people, and they pushed around 3,000 people into it. So there was no way to stand, there was no way to sit. It was, you were either hanging in the air or you were standing on the ground, but there was no way to sleep or to eat. And we were fighting for the space to stand. I remember my poor sister, she was up in the air. She couldn't, I couldn't bring her down. I had no place. And there was another young girl who also was trying to protect apparently a mother or somebody, and she had glasses, and the glasses fell, and I must have stepped on them because I was fighting for a space for my mother to stand. So when my mother saw that her glasses had broken, she started to yell at me. She says, "You immediately get those glasses back for her." She was so mad at me. She says, "Can you imagine if you really needed glasses and what she must have gone through to save these glasses, and you stepped on them and they are broken?" Anyhow, don't ask what I went through to find the remnant of these glasses. And the poor girl she put on whatever was left, she put on to see. So then my mother apologized to her, hanging in the air. She apologized to her, and we made some kind of an arrangement whereby her mother would alternately stand, and my mother would alternately sit, and she would alternately stand, and then my sister could come down and stand, and so on and so forth. We made some arrangement with this same girl. However, that wasn't enough. There was no food, there was no air. We couldn't survive. It was death by lack of oxygen, by strangulation. And then snow was falling outside. It was winter. It was January, maybe end of January already, 1945. And we discovered a window. There was a window. It was very high up. So somehow I simply stood on somebody's head, I don't know, and I opened up the window and started to crawl out the window. My mother told me, she says, "We're getting out of the window." I says, "How are we going to get in?" She says, out, because we can't make it here. So I held her up, she crawled out, Marlit crawled out, I crawled out, and then this other girl with the glasses, she figured, no, if it's good for them, I'll go do it too. When we came out, my mother said, "Strip to the waist and rub yourself with snow." Now the guards were standing all around, and they thought that we were putting on a show for them. But really, what she was doing is she was saving our lives because our circulation was going. So we ate snow. We ate some snow, and we exercised, and we rubbed ourselves down with snow, and we stayed out as long as they would let us. They were amused for a while, but then they started to shoot, so we had to go back in again. And we couldn't get in through the door. There was no way. We could make our way to the door, but there was no way to get in. So we had to go back through the window. At this time, somebody, I think, voluntarily gave us a head because they saw that we came back and we went out, so other people went out. So this was already finished? Yeah. Okay. We left off at the Plaszow, and not at Plaszow, at Ravensbrück, and I wanted to add something because to this day it puzzles me. we were there, I don't know exactly how many days, because the days and nights were indistinguishable. It was just a question of changing places and being able to stand and sometimes to sit if enough people were willing to go up in the air. And this one girl whose glasses inadvertently I broke, we cooperated because she also seemed to have had a mother there, and so we cooperated in giving our mothers room to sit, which meant that I, and my sister had to be up in the air while they were sitting. I mean, it's that kind of a situation. And of course, there was no food. And then they called for people to come out and do some work. So it seemed to me that maybe there would be an opportunity to get some food. And I knew I couldn't make it to the door to volunteer, as it were. So I crawled out the window and I joined a group that were supposed to do work. What we were supposed to do is carry these heavy coffee urns, the urns with which they distributed the coffee. Now, the coffee in the camp was not in order necessarily to nourish us, but in order to make sure that we ingested a certain amount of saltpeter. They used to put the saltpeter into the so-called coffee. First of all, we were dying for something hot to drink, anything. Yes. And we had no water, we had nothing, so this was a big deal. And then they were very interested that we should drink it because it prevented menstruation among the women and among the men. It also reacted on their libido. But we were, at least I was, in too weak a condition to really carry my weight. They wanted us, 2 girls, to carry an urn. There was no way, they were much too heavy. So they were beating us and so on and so forth. Finally, we managed, but they weren't bringing it to our barracks. They were bringing it to another barracks on the same field. And this field, quite obviously, was a Toten field. It was a place of killing. And they brought us to this barrack, and they called out for the people from the barrack to come and get the urns. And when they came out, they couldn't even carry it 4 to an urn. You know, they tried, they couldn't. So we went into the barracks to bring this coffee in, and they surrounded us and pulled at us, and they could not speak. They were just making ha, 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 and pointing to their mouth. They all had their tongue cut out. These were young women. We could never find out if they were Jewish or not, where they came from. These were young women, almost all of the same size, somewhere between 18 and 20 or 21 at the most, very pretty, with hair. And they kept making these movements, and then they kept making motions about sexual intercourse. So we assumed that these were girls who had been taken for the use of the soldiers, and then their tongues were cut out in order so that they could not tell. I don't know if anybody of the survivors knows more about it, but that was it. And they pulled us in, and they wouldn't let us go until each of them had a chance to make this motion and show us that she also had no tongue. It was a horrible, horrible sight and sound that haunts me to this very day. And very shortly after, one of the Aufseherinnen came with a whip, and she whipped them and she whipped us until we left. And that's the last I saw of them, but I felt that I wanted to remember them, even though they obviously wanted us to see them and to remember them, and that's all I can remember.
How big, how many were there about?
It was a full barrack. There was a full barrack. There were several hundred of them. And the uniformity of their size was almost uncanny. They almost looked like they were selected specifically for a certain height, and they were small and slim and young and pretty. And so putting all of that together, they undoubtedly were selected for what they used to call the soldier's crib. And but again, I don't know where they came from. I'm sure I know what happened to them. I'm sure they didn't let them live. And we were later on taken from Ravensbrück, from this death camp, to Malchow, to another camp that I will talk about later. I want to go back where we left off in Plaszow. Oh, I also would like to fill in something else. When we were in Majdanek, I mentioned to you that they arranged for us to work in the Kleiderkammer. Now, the Ruth Schwartz and her group worked in a Schneiderei. Now, this Schneiderei serviced the various Kleiderkammern. What happened is that they had killed, let's say, 23,000 people. The clothes that these 23,000 people had brought with them was mountainous. So the first thing was to search all of these clothes for valuables that were hidden. And in order to do that, they used to open up shoulder pads, even buttons, because they found that some people used to hide diamonds in buttons that opened up. Seams in men's coats and men's suits, seams, of course, false pockets, all kinds of things, false pockets and corsets. So they had, the first sorting was done by these selected women who each one was devoted to, or rather selected by, an important SS man in Majdanek. The reason for it is that on the first search, most of the valuables were extracted, and they wanted to make sure that it wasn't put in the common kitty to be sent back to Germany, so that they would get it personally. And that really was the reason, more than any other angle, why they selected these women for themselves. The second sorting was then done more leisurely, and then there was a third sorting, and in the Kleiderkammer that I worked was the final sorting. We still, by this time, the stuff that we got already had been ripped apart, and things were obviously had already been searched. The shoulder pads were open, and most of the seams in front were open, and many of the buttons were opened or ripped. And our task was to fold up the ones that could be sent as is and take the others to this Schneiderei for repair. That was the avenue by which they had arranged for me to be able to come to the Schneiderei, because they could not come to where I was working. So my job was every morning to go loaded up with 2 or 3 packages. We had to fold everything so that it fit a certain square, certain rectangle rather, and they were usually 5. They had to be a certain height, so whatever fitted that height, either 2 coats or 3 coats, depending upon the thickness, they had to conform to a certain size. So I had to bring the ones that were torn in these packets to the Schneiderei, and that's where they would fix it while they were telling me their stories. In other words, there were 3 sewing machines in a row. I would be made to sit in the center to work, and 2 girls on each side would tell me their story alternately, you know.
And you helped along then, the Schneiderei?
Pardon?
You helped along then, the Schneiderei?
Yes. And they were given exact time, and the time was called by this Renate, by Ruth Schwartz's mother. She called the time. Then when she said time, then these 2 girls moved to the next machine, and 2 more girls sat next to me. And this went on day after day. And I was practically going crazy from it, because the stories were so outrageous and terrible. And like any person who hears these things for the first time, I didn't believe it. Most of all, I didn't want to believe that most of the people who were shot revived and were trying to dig their way out from the mass graves. And this capo that I had mentioned before, who was this major pimp in Majdanek, he was telling me with great glee that he was assigned as one of the capos who used to guard this mass grave, and with shovels and with sticks they would hit the people who emerged over the head. So this they did day and night. At night they had a Scheinwerfer, a big light coming on, so to make sure that at night nobody could escape. It's entirely possible that one, or perhaps more than one, managed to get out of the mass grave. I don't know. But according to them, nobody did. And everybody tried. They kept saying, oh, the gases, they make this earth move. But it wasn't any gases. It was people who revived after having been stunned and who were trying to get out from under the corpses or under the people who were lying on top of them, trying to get to the surface. This, by the way, I was told by the Sonderkommando in Auschwitz, was another problem in the gas chambers. In the gas chambers, there was usually a skylight. There was usually one place where there was a window going to the ceiling. This was for the purpose of whoever was checking whether everybody was finished, to be able to have a second check, because the little booth that I told you about, that was inside, clouded over. Once the people started to gasp and die, this became clouded. So they had somebody go up on top and check through this glass, through the skylight. The skylight wasn't very big. And the skylight was located under the center column of the gas chamber. And it was totally natural. And when I was in the gas chamber, I myself did it without, even though I had been warned that everybody would do it, that everybody gravitated to the skylight, thinking that that's where air would be. So what happened is that everybody was climbing on top of everybody to be on that center pole under the skylight. When the Sonderkommando got the signal to come and remove the people, they were very much hurried. They were told to hurry, because the chamber has to be ready for the next. But they themselves also were motivated to hurry, and they kept cursing the fact that everybody was clutching this same pole, and they had to physically tear the people off that pole, and sometimes tear hands in the process. And one of the reasons, of course the Germans had their own reasons, but the Sonderkommando had its reason, because people revived. They weren't killed. They were asphyxiated for a time, because they didn't give gas until the end. They gave gas enough so that there's no movement. That's it. That was a signal. And they didn't want to be put in the position of having to club people to death as they were shoving them into the crematoria. So they used to rush like crazy, even though they were totally hardened, and they were really, in many cases, bestial, the Sonderkommando. This was as a result of the work they did and the conditions of their work. But the one thing that none of them wanted to do was to burn live people, or at least people, they knew they were alive, but they didn't want to see them alive, so that they tried to rush the process before people could revive. So that was one of the reasons why the operation went faster than it would otherwise have gone. It also was the reason why the crematoria apparatus, the chimney, whatever, got coated with fat very frequently, and had to be stopped, and they had to clean it out in order to put more bodies in there. And in order to accommodate for that, Mengele used to select out fatter people and lead them out and throw them in a pit, have them thrown in a pit, and there was a fire going, and they would be burned alive, because the fat apparently caused some problems with the chimneys, with the exhaust in the crematorium. So that's an aside. Now I want to go back to, we were in Plaszow.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Now, you asked us what we did in Plaszow. I told you that the first job we had was im Steinbruch, you know.
Well, this was already after coming back from those salt mines.
Now, before we were sent to the salt mines, I wanted to bring this in. After we got our shoes from this place where we sorted soldiers' shoes, we couldn't go back to work there, because he would see us with shoes and he would just simply kill us, you know, take out the gun and kill us. So we had to find work. And just then the entire camp was alerted to the fact that a group that had been Außerkommando. Außerkommando meant that the work was done outside of the camp. That an Außerkommando was completely, the entire Außerkommando was killed. Apparently they, at least we were told that somebody tried to escape. But on the next morning they were recruiting people with pashakim, with striped suits for this same Außerkommando, because they figured that people with striped suits had less of a chance to escape. So I got onto that detail. And that was working in a brick factory, Ceglarnia. And we walked there and we walked back, so it was within walking distance. It was about a 20-minute walk from the gate of Plaszow. And this was a regular brick factory, and Poles were working there. They had been working there before, and Jews were taking over. Also
Häftlinge? I mean,
no, civilian Poles who were anti-Semites in their own right. And then there were mostly men, Jewish men from the camp. And us women, they hired only apparently in order to take out the bricks from the kiln, and also to bring the bricks. There is a certain process to it. And one of the process, the end process, is after they dry a certain amount of time, then they're brought down to kilns, and they have to be set in their frames into these kilns. They are on a frame, and usually 10 bricks fit on a frame, on a wooden frame. That's how they are cut from a dough, you know, that comes out of a certain shoot, and then they're cut. And then on the same frame, they're brought up to a drying attic. And then when the drying process is complete, they're brought down again. Same sort of it's not an escalator, but anyhow, it's the same kind of an elevator system, and they have to be stacked in the kiln. Now that's very skilled work, and they only had the regular workers do it. But after the kiln was opened, the kiln used to be closed for weeks, or I don't know how long. Then they used to bring in Jewish labor, which was to them unskilled, to take the bricks out of these frames now and load them in certain quantities and in certain packaging, and to put the frames aside for reuse, for the next use. Now, my job there was to take these frames, to stack them up very high on a wagon, and to bring there was a railway, an internal railway by which we used to transport all the bricks and so on. And it was my job to bring these frames back into the main cement mixing room and place them where they're going to be, where the dough comes out and where they're going to be cut. And this was very, very heavy work, difficult work, because I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to stack these frames, and they wouldn't allow me to go with a half wagon. Like, I was able to stack a half a wagon, but they wouldn't allow it, because the woman who had been doing this work before me, the Polish woman, she could stack it like a meter above the rails, you know, of this wagon. So I had to learn how to do this real fast, because she was very nasty, and she when I didn't stack it right, she tipped the wagon onto the rails, and there I was and they were coming by with other material, and so what they would do is they would push the whole wagon away off the rails, and now I had to do the whole thing again without any room to do it in. So I learned very fast that I better do it right, you know. And then when I brought it back onto the floor to be used for cutting, there was another problem. The cement was mixed about on the 5th floor, and we were down on the bottom floor. And the people who mixed the cement pushed it into one mixer, and then it went from that mixer into a finer mixer. In other words, it went through 3 mixing processes before it was finally fine enough and mixed enough to come down and be used as a dough, as a cookie cutter, with a cookie cutter. There was one young Jewish boy who worked this process, the cutting process. And the goyim upstairs, these were Poles, they used to get a bang out of overloading the mixer so that the mass would fall down, and it would fall down straight on our head. They were watching to see when I was bringing the frames and he was fitting the frames, that's when they would come down with the cement. Now, he was really not a giant. He was a very slight boy. And I don't know, he must have had tremendous muscles because he was able many times to avoid it. He used to push me aside, sometimes right down on the floor, in order to prevent us from being crushed with the cement. Now you may ask, why would we want to do this? Because people wanted to go to this Außerkommando because black marketing was going on there. Between the Poles and the Jews, there was a very lively black market, and the first time that I came onto the job, this Chaimul, this young man, told me, you must bring food into the camp. You must bring into the camp. I said, what do you mean I must? I don't have any money. He says, I'll lend you the money. Tomorrow you'll be able to pay me back, and you'll have enough to buy again. But you must, every person who works here must do 2 things: contribute to a basket of bribes for the guards back and forth, and bring in. Now each one dealt with something else. He dealt with cigarettes.
Where did you have the money from?
The
next day?
Whatever I brought sold, and I had enough to pay him back and buy more.
So people did have money still in the camp?
Yes, and Plaszow people still had money. Now, I wasn't interested in cigarettes. Cigarettes were the most profitable, also the most dangerous, because when they caught you with cigarettes, they didn't ask questions, they just shot. But he had a deal going with his brother who was in the camp, and they used to throw the bag before we reached the camp. They had a certain place before we reached the search places. I was only interested in food because my brother was at that time, Eddie was at that time in the hospital there. He was deathly ill. And my little brother also wasn't feeling well. He was having water in his knee. And I was interested in getting bread and milk, eggs, and onions. We had no vitamin C. So onions was the vitamin C. Also beets. If I could get one beet. Beets were sold for lipstick. See? Beets were shaven very finely, and a person would pay like you pay for a lipstick for one little piece of beet. So and I was able to persuade the same woman, the same Polish woman, to trade with me. So at first she traded with me for money, but then she says, I don't want money. Money is no good. You have to bring me clothes. So that meant that when I came home from work, my mother and my sister, they had to, first of all, my mother divided the food so that I could take it down to my brother and up to my other brother. But the rest of it, she would trade for clothes, and that took the whole evening just to get enough stuff ready for me to take out again. And it was a matter of absolutely having to do it. You know, if we came back without anything, he told me we would not be allowed to come back on the detail the next day. And each time it was involved with a great deal of fear and a great deal of trepidation. I had a bag that I used to use, then I sewed on some false pockets inside my striped suit. I found elastic and I closed the sleeve, and I used to put eggs and onions inside the sleeve.
They wouldn't check anything?
Of course they would check. Of course they would check. But as we were coming in, there were three checkpoints. And at each checkpoint, the capo of our group, the one who was in charge, would go over to the head sergeant of the guard. Most of them were Ukrainians, but there were Germans too. And he would say, I don't know what to do. I found this. Somebody is trying to smuggle something, and here, please take it and confiscate it. This was a prearranged signal to bribe him. And the reason the other group was shot was because apparently the bribe either wasn't big enough or wasn't given to the right person. So they shot the whole group. And we were told that we better contribute. We contributed almost half of what we made towards the bribes. And the bribes had to be distributed. And another thing that this young man, this Chaimel, did for me, when he saw a search, sometimes it didn't work. Sometimes they weren't satisfied with the bribe, and they anyhow went through the rows and started to search. So most of my stuff I had in a bag here. So many times I would feel somebody ripping my bag off my shoulder, and it was him who managed to get through 4 or 5 or 6 rows and rip the bag off my shoulder and keep it until after the search and then hand it back to me. I never could do that for him because I'll be very honest with you, I didn't have the guts to be caught with cigarettes, nor did he depend on me to help him with the cigarettes. He used to keep them somewhere on his body. But as we were working, his koiches were giving out because he had to lug these heavy lumps of cement that they were throwing down, and he had to lug them in order for them to be reused. So at one time, and he used to use food only for himself. He didn't bring food into the camp. That didn't pay for him. I don't know if you realize it, but cigarettes were gold. Men used to give away their last piece of bread for a cigarette. Women too, but not as much. And at one time, funny things happened. My elastic broke, and the onions came out, and the Germans who were after us picked them up with bayonets, and they were marching with the onions on their bayonets and singing songs. I was lucky they didn't know who it came from. It could have been any one of us.
And could have made trouble.
and how. And then after a while, I felt that I could expand my business, so I got Marlit a job on the same detail. She had a relatively easy job, just taking the bricks out of the kiln. So she didn't have this very heavy job. However, she kept losing. She kept losing her eggs from the sleeves, and she kept losing her onions. Finally, it didn't pay, and she was terribly scared. She was petrified. And as I said, if you didn't bring in enough, they wouldn't let you go out. So she apparently was judged not sufficiently productive. But this Chaimel, he used to buy. If he bought anything, he ate it right there. So he used to buy eggs. He knew that I wanted eggs, but I only took boiled eggs. So sometimes this Goyete, just to spite, she didn't bring boiled, she brought raw eggs. What am I going to do with raw eggs? For sure they're going to get squashed. I have nothing from it. So he bought it, and he made the biggest scrambled egg he had a canteen, and he had a bowl. So he put it in the bowl, and he put it on the hot pipes. And he made I think of 12 eggs. And he absolutely begged me that I must share it because he was vomiting from eggs. He couldn't eat so many. So I went up there to the pipe, and as I'm eating, the SS-man comes. And I don't know what to do, so I figured I better do something here. And I got up, left the bowl, and went over to the SS-man as though I am trying to find him. And I said, oh, I've been looking for you everywhere. We have such a problem. And I schlepped him down on the floor where we were working and kept looking up so the goyim should see that I'm talking to him. And I tell him that we have a real problem, that I didn't tell them that these goyim were sabotaging the mixes, because that wouldn't do me any good. And I told him that there was a problem. That one of the mixers is not mixing in rhythm with the others, and therefore big lumps of cement are coming on the floor, and they nearly killed us. And it's such a waste, you want to make sure. And here we are looking for efficiency, and there's such a waste. And he keeps looking up. Yeah, he says, yeah, there's a real problem. I'm going to go up now and talk with the people to see whether we can solve the problem. He forgot about the eggs, and we had peace from then on.
So they wouldn't throw down any
They
more
didn't
eggs.
throw, at least not until we were fired. We were fired again. Thank God, 1 or 2 days before this, before they were going to kill everybody, they killed everybody again because there was a mix-up with the bribes. And so they just took the entire Außenkommando and shot them. But Heimel got wind of it early enough, and he told me not to report for work the next day. And he didn't report for work either. And after that, afterwards we were working in a place where they were peeling vegetables for the kitchen of the SS. And we had such a vicious guard over us that she would beat
SS too.
an SS. She would beat women to death over a potato peel. We weren't even interested in the potato peels. We were interested in the beet peels, because the beet peels, as I said, were necessity. When you had selections, you had to look lively, you had to look good, and the women looked terrible. So beets were a way of rouging the cheeks and the lips a little bit. And but she would beat people to death for a peel of, not the beet, a peel of the beet. But we had to endure it because we had to work someplace, and this was better than the Steinbruch. And then we heard that they're sending everybody away on transport. This Heimel let me know. So I tried to get us out of this transport. I won't go into detail all the things that I did. I really did terribly risky things in order to get off the transport.
Like, just give me one if you give
Okay,
one,
there was a
specific
Jew who was working with the Nazi at the gate. He was his assistant. Obviously, he had to bribe him all the time. And this Jew had the lists, and if you bribed him, he could get you off the list. So I risked my life to go to the men's camp to see him, to see this Jew. Now this Jew, which I didn't know, had a father in the camp. So when I came to the men's barrack, which was totally not allowed, the father said, throw her out because she's endangering us by coming here. So he didn't even want to talk to me. I says, you have to talk to me and you have to take us off the list. He says, and
How
the
did you know you were on the list?
Heimel knew. Heimel said we are on the list. So the father wouldn't even let him say hello to me. And I waited for him outside of the barracks. And when he came outside of the barracks, he wouldn't talk to me. So the next day, I went to the guard house. It was forbidden. Just totally forbidden. And I pretended that he had invited me because I'm his girlfriend. So he was terribly embarrassed because I think he was the boyfriend of this Nazi, I think. In any case, he said to me, if you leave now, I promise you I'll take you off the list. I says, I don't take anybody's promise. I want to see you do it. And I said it in German so that the German would hear it. So he made jokes about that, and I saw him cross us off the list. And so I breathed a sigh of relief. I went back to the women's camp. That evening, Heimel let me know that my...
Achim then was still alive?
Achim was... no, this was already after Achim.
So then Chaimel let me know. He says, your brother is still on the list, Eddie. So I said, but he crossed everybody off. I saw him. He crossed 4 names off. He says, I don't care what he did. He is on the list. So this was already the morning when they were taking the people on transport. And we were working, as I said, with the potato peels. And
that means we, your mother,
my mother, my sister, and I. We always try to, be together. And they're calling the people out, and sure enough, Eddie is being called out to the transport. So I go over again to this Jew, and I tell him, I says, I'm going to raise such a rumpus. You promised me that you were taking him off. I saw you cross him off. He says, I crossed him off on one list. They're using another list. There is nothing I can do. And so I told him, yes, there's one more thing you can do. You can put us on the list. I says, I'm not letting him go without us. I had that once, and I will not do this again. So I went back to, he says, I can't do that either. I says, I don't care what you can do. Either you get my brother off, or you put us on. Because I'm going to scream bloody murder that you do monkey business for money. So he didn't like that at all, and he said, I'll see what I can do. And I think he tried, but he couldn't. So I went back to my mother, and I says, what shall we do now? And she, without blinking an eyelash, she says, we are not separating, we're going with Eddie. So we joined the transport to Wieliczka for the only time voluntarily. That was the only time that we went on a transport voluntarily, and the second time was when they were selecting people from Birkenau to go to Auschwitz. And I'll come to that in a little later. So I think I told you about Wieliczka.
Yes, and about this Rav you were telling me.
Yes, Rav Yankel, the Vilneva.
Yes.
And then when we came back to Plaszow had totally changed to a concentration camp because the Majdanek guards had taken over. Shortly thereafter, they shot the Chiloviches, the Jewish Lagerälteste who had been running everything. There was a family, a wife, a husband, his brother, and I think she had a child. She gave away the children in Plaszow in order to save her child. I mean, they were not nice people, but they kept the camp for the privileged few who had the money to pay them. They kept the camp in such a way that some people had it relatively good. We were not among those privileged. But
they were from Krakow?
They were from Krakow. I later on learned that they were from the underworld, from real, criminal element from Krakow, but they became very, very powerful in Plaszow after the ghetto, and when Plaszow was still a labor camp, and when everything could be done by bribing. And that was the period when...
And they got killed in the end.
They got shot. And they brought us... and they brought the entire camp to watch their bodies. This was Orlov's doing, this Orlovska, the one who killed the babies in Majdanek. She couldn't stand if a Jew had any kind of power. So she trumped up the charges, or maybe they were true, that they had bought guns and they were trying to escape because they saw that things were changing. Whether this was true or not, it really doesn't matter. They were killed and their bodies were laid out in front of a certain barrack, and we were all told to march by. And of course, I, having hated them terribly much, she was the one who came in and cut our hair when we first came, and she altogether was a vicious beehive, and so was her husband and her brother-in-law. And when I went by, I sort of laughed. I says, they got what they deserved. And my mother gave me a patch, azoi. She says, how can you say that? Who killed them? Who killed them? He says, were they killed because they were nasty to Jews? No, they were killed because they were Jews, and therefore they deserve the same pity as any Jew who was killed by the Nazis. She says, don't you dare Don't you dare laugh at that. They are to be pitied, and you are to understand that. And I was so mad at her, because I really said they deserve it. It's good that they got it. And she wouldn't allow it. She kept saying, who killed them and why were they killed? And as just so happened, the Olaf was standing very near, and she pointed to her and she says, you see, the same bitch who killed babies in Majdanek killed them, and for the same reason, because they were Jewish, not because they were nasty or took bribes or anything else. And you must remember what's what.
You knew then about what had happened in... Oh, you'd seen it
yes,
in Majdanek?
In Majdanek I had seen it. And then from in Plaszów we stayed working for her, for this Olaf, in the laundry. And she sent me with a bucket to get organ meat for her dog to the kitchen. And when she sent me, I figured I can just walk openly with the bucket, because that was my identification. Because normally a prisoner is not allowed to walk alone in any camp. I mean, this is just a no-no. You don't do that. But I figured Orlovska sends me with a bucket, so I walked to the regular sidewalks. And really weren't sidewalks, but they were wooden walks. And about 4 of the Aufsehern from Auschwitz met me, and before they asked anything, they started beating me, all 4 of them. So I said, what do you want from me? Olaf sent me to get food for her dog. Then they started to beat me even more. They hated her. They all hated her because she interfered in everybody's business. For example, she used to love beating up men. She was sadistic. Now, she had no business beating up men, because she was not in charge of them. But if she could take, and she used to always have this whip with her, if she could stop a group of men who were on a detail, they were supposed to do what they're doing, then she would first beat them, then she would ask, what are you doing? She loved it. So they had beaten me, so I said, look, what do you want me to do? Take the bucket and go back to Olaf and tell her that you beat me, you wouldn't let me go. So they didn't like that, because she was very powerful as a result of interfering in everybody's business and being so bestial. So they said, go. I says, no, now I'm afraid to go. One of you has to accompany me. So the Oberaufseherin, Blanca was her name, gave me such a kick in the torso. I flew with a pail. And she says, that's your accompaniment. So I went to the kitchen, and there...
Who was she, this Blanca?
Blanca was, she had been the chief, the Oberaufseherin in Majdanek, and she was here
also
now.
SS.
SS, yes. And she was the mistress or wife of the camp doctor in Majdanek and also in Plaszów. Plaszów, I'm talking now the summer of 1943. 44. No.
43.
Yeah. No, summer of 1944. Summer of 1940. So when I came to the kitchen, I had to go to the butcher shop because that's the only place I could get it. And the butcher there hated Orlovska with a passion, because she had come by herself and she simply ordered certain meat cuts, and then he used to get it from the SS man of the kitchen. What right did you have to give this to her dog? Besides which, she beat him up several times, so he wasn't going to have any part of it. So I said to him, what am I supposed to do? I mean, here I got beaten for coming, and now you don't want to give it to me. I said, I don't want to go back to her and tell her that you didn't give it to me. He says, I don't care what you say. I says, of course you care, because she will come and kill you, that's all, she's a beast. So there was a Jewish girl from Radom, who had very early on determined that her profession was going to be a mistress, and she wanted to learn all about it. She used to watch the Polish prostitutes who serviced the German soldiers when she was about 11, 12 years old, and she said that the best life for anybody is to be a mistress, and she was going to be the best mistress in all of Europe. Well, anyhow, at this juncture, she was trying to be, or was, the mistress of the SS-man who was in charge of the kitchen. She was very, very pretty, and she was very naive in her way. So the butcher says to me, if you can get her to notice me, then I'll give you the meat. I says, how can I get her to notice you? She wouldn't look at him. I mean, he says, I don't care. Oh yeah, I must have seen her and said, oh boy, I know her. She's from Radom, something like that. It must have come out. So then he used that in order to... So it was very tragic and interesting and sad. I went over to her and I told her what I needed, and she says, this pig, I wouldn't even spit on him, you know. I says, you don't have to spit on him, just look at him, just look at him. So she took time out from her German lover, and she looked at him, and I got the beef. And from then on I had no more problems, because apparently she smiled at him or something, and I was okay. Every time I came, I got the beef. But I didn't want to come back the same way, because I knew if I walked through the official road that the Aufseherinnen are going to, this time they're not going to be nice, and I have something in the pail. I had a whole liver there, you know, somebody's liver. I don't know whose liver it was. Probably a horse liver or a dog liver or what. And, but it was fresh. And I didn't want to lose it. So I went through the back roads. And the back roads led in back of several barracks that were workshops of various kind. And one of them must have been a bakery. And when I smelled it, oh, I couldn't help myself. I stopped to smell, you know, the bakery. And the two Jewish prisoners who worked there came out, and they said, what am I doing here? And I told them, you know, that I couldn't help myself. I'm smelling the bakery. So he looks me up and down. He says, are you Judy from the Zeglarnia? I says, yes. Oh, he says, I owe you. I says, what do you mean you owe me? I never saw you in my life. Chaimel left us everything that he had when they took him to the transport. He told us to find you and give you a bread. So he comes out with the round bread, which they usually distributed to, I don't know, 20 people or something like that, and he gives it to me. So I hide this under my pashak, and he says, make sure you come back again, because we owe him a lot. So that's why, when I told you we had some extra bread to share with the Hungarian girls who came in, that was the source of this.
So bread. You got several times?
Several times I got, yes, until somebody caught me loitering by the bakery, and that was the end of that. But for few times I got the bread.
Did you hear what happened to this Chaimel?
No. The Chaimel was taken on transport because the transports were now going constantly. They were emptying Plaszow. And actually the only ones they were bringing in were the ones from Buchenwald, which included Wiesenthal, to unbury the bodies. There were thousands of bodies that had been shot as a result of the Krakow ghetto liquidation, and later on in the labor camp and so on. And they were uncovering the bodies, extracting the gold, and burning them. So there weren't any big transports coming in. There were just people whom they caught, people who they caught who were in hiding and so on. And interestingly enough, they brought in some black marketeers who were Poles. They were in a separate part of Plaszow, and among them was the man who was in charge of the shoppen, the Polak who was in charge of the shoppen. And he was there, and it's amazing that there were a few girls, a few women from Radom who felt such loyalty towards him that they gave their bread in order to smuggle it to him. I didn't feel that way about him, because he really was a black marketeer of the first order. However, for his own interest, he kept this shoppen going as long as possible, and every month that he could keep it going, we were not sent to a concentration camp, because conditions in the Radom Shoppen were infinitely better than in the concentration. Eventually, we were also sent on transport to Birkenau. And I told you our reception in Birkenau. And interestingly enough, in this Auschwitz diary, our transport is mentioned. We can almost pinpoint it, that we arrived, it was mentioned that so and so many women, over 1,000 women came from Plaszow, and that we had to wait for Mengele for almost 12 hours. It's also in the Plaszow diary. Now, according to the Sonderkommando, why did we have to wait for Mengele? Mengele used to conduct experiments whenever he could. It wasn't just on twins, and it wasn't just on, he was in charge of a very extensive hospital that did experiments in fertility. I think I told you about some of that. And
yes,
they
you told me.
Yeah. But the time that we came, he was doing another experiment. He had been collecting from different transports what he used to call gnädige jüdische Mädchen. It means girls who were young and who had a very aristocratic look, Jewish aristocratic look, and obviously good breeding, and obviously, mefunakot, really well taken care of. And when he had enough of them collected, he invited soldiers who came from the front to rape them. And he used to, and he sat and clocked it. How many of them submitted, how many of them went out of their mind, and how many of them fought back and were killed. And that experiment took him a whole night, and that's what we had to wait for. So when he came to do the selection, he was in a terrific mood because he had had a whole night's entertainment. And the Sonderkommando told me that he would do this quite regularly. He used to enjoy the sight of Jewish pride and Jewish aristocracy broken. That gave him a real jolt, because it confirmed all of his crazy notions about that Jews cannot be aristocratic, they cannot be noble, they cannot be moral. And so that's why we had to wait for him.
So your whole transport got numbers there?
Not right away. That's an interesting question. When we were sent to Birkenau, to Zigeunerlager, which is Camp C, Women's Camp C, what we didn't realize, of course, we thought that after we got out of the gas chamber and were sent there, that we were now all right, that this was okay. But what we didn't realize is that the entire camp, there was a men's camp and a women's camp in this area of Birkenau, we were simply used to supplement the bodies that were needed in order to fulfill the quota for the crematoria. If a transport came in and they would kill X number of people, they had 5 crematoria going full time, day and night. So they almost always needed additional people. So they would take it from these camps, men and women's camps. And in order to make sure, sometimes they didn't know how many they needed at the until the very last minute. So to make sure that they had a supply that was immediately available, because they still had to somehow mislead. Living conditions in Birkenau were so bad that we knew that we couldn't last very long. So when they called for Arbeitskommandos, we ran. We used to run and volunteer. And 2 times we ran to the gate, and it was cut off before our turn. And only later did we learn that this was no Arbeitskommando, that they were simply supplementing the for the crematoria. So it was just a muzzle that Hashem Yisborach, arranged it. And we would have run the 3rd time too, but this Lola Altman, this girl that I had been standing behind at the selection, she had arrived, she knew what was going on because her cousin had been there. She found a cousin Nellie Gutmann in Birkenau. So Nellie told her this what was going on. See, you needed somebody to inform you, otherwise you ran like we ran, like Meshuggah, to death. So so she told me, don't you dare run, because they're all taken to the crematoria. So now we were very despondent, because there was no way out and we couldn't survive there. I won't go into the details. There was just absolutely nothing going in Birkenau. And then, so I started to say, how did they get the immediate supply if they needed, let's say, 20 or 50 women? So they had what was called a Totenbaracke. The Totenbaracke was the last barrack on the row of barracks in Birkenau on the left-hand side. And there they would put anybody who was sick or anybody who disobeyed. And in charge of this Totenbaracke was a short Czechoslovak young woman, she must have been under 20, and she was the protege of one of the SS guards, and she had two big bodyguards, women bodyguards, who were always walking behind her, and she walked on the planks which served as sidewalks, because the rest of it was all mud that you sank in. And if you stepped on the planks, that was a reason to take you to the totem thing. And she would go twice a day and look around if somebody loitered by the kitchen, because we all wanted to get something from the kitchen. Somebody loitered by the kitchen, she would get her bodyguards to drag them to the
Who were her bodyguards? Also Jews?
Also Jews, yeah, Czechoslovak Jews, but tall, very big and strong ones. And they looked incongruous because she was very short and petite. And she would look in on every barrack and ask the Stubenälteste, the one who was in charge of the barrack, if there was anybody she wanted to get rid of. You see? So the system worked, that if you protested or if you did something wrong, and what was something wrong, the barracks in Birkenau that you see now, the pictures, you have the tall structure with a brick walk in the center. The rest of it is burned usually. Well, that brick walk was built as an oven. It was actually it had a place where you could put coal in order to heat the barracks, but of course it was never used for that purpose. It was used as a means to discipline people and for inside selections. For example, if they wanted to do a selection, they would have everybody, all the women from the barrack, walk along this walk, and they would, this way, that way. But if you went on that brick walk on your own, let's say you wanted to go from this side of the barrack to the next, and instead of going all the way around or out, you went across on that brick walk. Forget it. You went on report, and that evening or that afternoon when the Totenkapo came by, the Stubenälteste said, yes, she is the one. They didn't ask what she did or what she did, but this was absolutely a no-no. And we saw that Birkenau was just a disaster, and there was.
You had appel there every day. Every day,
and the appel was not held in a one large place. It was held right in front of the barracks, and underneath the barracks. That's where all the sewage from the nearby latrine, which nobody could use because it was so filthy, and. So we were standing in muck. We were really standing in muck for hours and hours. And most of the time the hours were needed so that the Stubenälteste could get the barracks, her place of the barracks cleaned out. She didn't care. There was nothing to clean in our part because we were sleeping on boards. There were no mattresses or blankets or anything else. We were just sleeping on boards. And the boards were full of lice and other crawlies, termites, I don't know what. But we were overrun in no time at all. And cleaning was a big problem. And then I have to insert here that in all of the camps my mother insisted that we keep clean. And in Plaszow this was so difficult, but she didn't care. At night when I was finished with my rounds, after having seen my little brother and gone and given food to my big brother. By the way, my little brother, I had a toothbrush that we had bought for something for bread, and I would give it to him through the hole in the latrine. There was a latrine that men and women were on two sides of a wall, and in this wall there was like a wood hole. It was not a large hole. So I would give him the toothbrush for him to brush his teeth, and then he would have to, and he always wanted to keep it in order to trade it, because it had value. So I would withhold from him the food until he gave me back the toothbrush, and then I would give him the food. And I did the same thing with his clothes, because his clothes were overrun with lice. And I would take a change and give him the fresh clothes, and then he used to carry on. He didn't want to strip, because he says I can see him through the through the hole. And it was a battle royal, but okay, we got through it. And I wouldn't give him the food until he brushed his teeth and until he changed his underwear, and I would take it. And then the last thing that I did, my mother insisted I bring back a pail of water. Now there was only one place where there, first of all, was a pail. There were pails in the kitchen, and going into the kitchen was impossible.
That's now Becker now you're talking about.
No, I'm now talking already in Plaszow. So what I used to do is there was a place where the kapos showered, where all the people in charge used to shower. And when they were all under the shower, I would put my pail under one shower, you know. I wouldn't get undressed because I was afraid I'd have to run out in the middle. And I would just shower over my striped suit, because it would dry, but at least it was something, and wash my hair. And then take the pail with the clean water and make my way back up the hill to the barracks. And then my mother would arrange, there was a certain seder to it. The first water we took to wash our teeth and our face. And then she would take some water to wash the hair. And then we would wash our bodies, and then we would wash our clothes. And when we were finished, the rest of the barrack used that water and then I had to make sure that the pail was back where I took it from, which was from the shower room of the kapos. And this was very dangerous, because by that time it was very late at night, and to scoot with a pail across the camp, what are you going to say if somebody catches you, you know? I was caught a few times, but I was able to squeeze out always from under, thank God. Now, Birkenau, the situation was so hopeless. We had no sanitation, we had nothing, and my mother says, you've got to bring water. I said, where am I going to find water, you know? So she says, I don't care, we've got to wash ourselves, because we're going to die of lice if we don't have water. So, you know, she was very determined. So out I went behind the barracks, looking for a shower place where the kapos would shower, because I figured that is a good source. Gott hat geholfen, I hear water running. I enter barracks, and sure enough, kapos are showering. And I get a pail. I do the same thing. I fill up the pail and I wash myself off. And I overhear a voice that I knew. This was the daughter of a doctor in Radom. His name was Shenderovich. And this was his youngest daughter. She was Marlit's age. And she was telling the story about, she was laughing. She was laughing about what Mengele had done. When we came to Auschwitz, this is true always, because when we left Plaszow, we left with a certain group. But when we arrived in the next camp, it was a whole different group, because they had added trains, they had taken away trains, they had mixed it up, and we were with an entirely different group when we arrived in Birkenau. And right from the beginning, right as we left the train, there was a blonde young woman, very pregnant, who insisted that she has to speak to the Lagerältesten, that she has a letter, that she is carrying the child of a high-ranking German, and that she must be protected. And when they were trying to drag her to the crematoria and so on and so forth, she kept insisting and screaming, and that she has this letter, and she wouldn't get undressed, and she kept insisting that she be treated separately. And when Mengele finally came, she had to wait with the rest of us. When Mengele finally came, the first thing before he came to do the selection, she went over to him and she told him her story. And we all held our breath because we were sure he was going to, on the spot, send her to the gas chamber. No, he says, of course, and I know the man, and I think it is such a thoughtful thing that he gave you this letter, and he ordered her to be taken to the Revier in Birkenau, in the Zigeuner Lager, and to be given very preferential treatment. Now, it just so happened that the doctor who was in charge of the Revier in that camp was Dr. Shenderovich from Radom, whose daughter is now telling the story. And she was laughing. She says, what did she think she was going to get? And does she really think that somebody is going to treat her with golden gloves? Well, I was able to talk with her and get the whole story. She was admitted, and Mengele left instructions that she be given nourishing food and that she be taken care of very carefully. And she was. And when the time came, he instructed the doctor that he must be there at the delivery. And they did a very careful delivery, and they had the pail there for the afterbirth. And after the baby was born, he inspected the baby. What a beautiful baby. And as they were stitching her up, he put the baby into the pail with the afterbirth and sat down on it. And she kept trying to get up. In the meantime, the nurses were holding her down because they were working on her. So she says, but Dr. Mengele, my baby. Oh, he says, it's a beautiful baby. It's a gorgeous baby. It looks like a German baby. And all this while, he is sitting on top of the pail. And this goes on. She's trying to get up, and he's telling her, you relax, and you have a beautiful baby. Doesn't change the tone. He doesn't get angry. Oh, you have such a beautiful baby. Until, of course, it is too late, at which point she goes crazy. She goes completely kaput. So he claps his hands. He says, okay, now you can send her out to the
crematorium.
Yeah. And this Shenderovich girl was telling this, and everybody was laughing in this barrack, because they knew what his brutality was. I couldn't hold it in. I just couldn't. I was standing. They didn't know I was there. I had my pail. I had my water, and I could have left there and shot. But I walked over to this girl, to the Shenderovich girl, and I gave her such a slap. I says, how heartless can you be that you laugh at the misfortune of a Jewish woman whose baby was killed by Mengele? So first of all, she recognized me, and then identified myself in case she didn't recognize me. I says, how could you? You're the daughter of Dr. Shenderovich. He was a very, very well-known doctor in Radom, and during the ghetto, he was in charge of the typhus hospital, of the infectious disease hospital. And he was somebody, I says, how could you become so callous that everybody here laughs at the misfortune of this woman? So she says, what does she think? She's such an idiot. She comes here with her letter. Does she really think that anybody cares? And so on and so forth. Well, anyhow, I managed to get out. She walked me a ways. And not that she regretted it. She just explained. She had no compunction about how she reacted. And I got the water to my mother, and of course we followed the same routine that we always did, and the water was being used all night long by the rest of the barracks. Okay, but even that helped a little bit, but it didn't help enough so that we realized this is just a matter of another selection, and we'll be gone. So one day a SS woman came with this Totenkappo in tow and had us walk across the center aisle for a selection, and she kept asking every woman whether she was a Schneiderin. So she stopped me, are you a Schneiderin? Of course I said yes, and she had me go on the other side. Then she asked my mother, are you a Schneiderin? So she said, I'm a Korsettmacherin. So she didn't. She had her go on, in other words, on the right side. I went on the left side, she and my sister also.
Your sister went with your mother?
Yeah. She didn't select them for as Schneiderin. And I very soon realized that this seemed to have been a selection, not one of those that goes to the crematoria, because all the girls, all the women on the right-hand side were robust looking and strong looking and young looking and so on and so forth. So she had selected out about 30 and told us to stand in front of the barracks, that she's going someplace else to pick some more, and then she's going to come back to get us. So I said to my mother, I says, what are we going to do now? I says, I think this is a genuine selection. I think that you must come into this group. Oh, she left somebody to guard to make sure nobody came in, but Mutti and my sister and my snuck into this selected group. So then she came back, and she right away recognized them. Right away. She right away zeroed in on my mother, and she says, what are you doing here? I did not pick you. So she said, so I stepped in and I says, this is one of the best corset makers in all of Europe. And my sister, I pointed to her, she's her assistant. And if anybody needs anything done, this is the woman to do it. So she said, I did not pick her, and she starts to hit my mother terribly hit her over the head. So, and then she leaves again to check up on the other group, and I tell my mother, stay here, because I think this is genuine. And we managed to stay, and she left. That's when they took us to be tattooed. See, we had already been in Birkenau, they didn't take us to be tattooed. And the tattooing took place in a barrack that had nothing in it except 3 tables in front. And at each of these tables was a Jewish prisoner woman with the emblem Schreiberin. Anything that having to do with paperwork used to be called Schreiberin. Any secretarial work, any record, anything at all was called either a Schreiber or Schreiberin. And these girls did the tattooing. And we had to line up in 3 rows, and there were about, to each row there were 3, we were in the usual 5s, but as we got closer to the tables, we were 1 by 1, you know. Now I wanted to get consecutive numbers. For some reason I felt that would be a big insurance in staying together if we had consecutive numbers. And I had no idea how the numbers were distributed. We were somewhere in the back of the room, and I couldn't see, and I couldn't ask, and I couldn't figure out whether they were going 1, 2, 3, or each one has its own set of numbers. And so I kept sneaking up towards the front to find out. And they spotted me, you know, there were guards in the room. They spotted me and they started to hit me, and I went back again until I found out that they were going 1, 2, 3. At that point, we stayed together in the same row. I managed to get to the center row, and as we came closer to the table, we spread out 1, 2, 3. This was a lot of effort and very, very dangerous. And so we got the numbers consecutively, but each one was done by a different hand. And we were very lucky that all three of these girls must have had either a lot of practice or they had some skill, because we have all three of us attractive. They're even. They're on the inside, not here on the outside. And most of all, they are not, uneven. One is here and one is there. They're all in a row. And that took skill. So that I was so absorbed by this trying to get consecutive numbers that I didn't really feel the pain of the needles as they were tattooing us. So that was finished. Now we are happy, we're on the transport, we have consecutive numbers, and they tell us they're going to take us to Auschwitz. Take us to Auschwitz means walking from Birkenau to... Now, what we didn't know, you see, the things that you don't know in a camp can kill you. That the selection to Auschwitz, which occurred periodically, whenever Auschwitz came below a certain number. Auschwitz, as I mentioned to you before, always kept its population the same number. When they killed a certain number of people in Auschwitz, they replenished it from other camps, primarily from Birkenau, but not usually from our camp, because our camp was
candidates actually
candidates
for the crematorium.
Exactly. So this was an unusual transport. But the idea that people were going from Birkenau to Auschwitz was big news. And in order to get there, we had to pass several other camps. The camps were contiguous to each other. When you entered a camp, you entered a new administration, a new Lagerälteste, a new Totenkapo, a sauna, a selection. All of this, each camp had its own. And they each supplied bodies to the 5 crematoria that existed in Auschwitz. Now, so as we were walking, we came to another camp, and we were told to go here to strip, and there's a selection. Okay. And again, we were very fortunate that we managed to get through together. I won't go into the details. And in this particular camp, they were performing certain experiments. So they were looking at us as specimens. We got through that and we got dressed, and we thank God we're still part of the group. In the meantime, they had taken some women off and they had added others. Mm-hmm. You see,
so the number should
should stay the same, but there were people waiting already with protectia in the other camp to join the Auschwitz transport. Now we keep going. We come to another camp, the same thing. Now we come to a third camp, and again the same thing, and now we don't know what they're selecting for. We have no idea. Everybody is beautiful and healthy and young, and where do they... So somebody passed a rumor that they're looking for women that have a birthmark here on the left shoulder. I didn't have a birthmark on the left shoulder. My mother didn't insist it. So we bent down and we found a piece of earth, and we made ourselves birthmarks on the left shoulder, which of course was ridiculous because that's not what they were looking for at all. There was a group of women who were waiting with protectia to join this particular transport. So they took women out of our group and they put other women in. Sure, I think we must have gone through 4 selections before we finally arrived in Auschwitz. And Auschwitz, we again had to undress. We were the cleanest people in the world. We had to again undress, and there I think they gave us new striped suits, different striped suits. I don't remember exactly. But in any case, we got into Auschwitz.
So this whole procedure took you how long?
A whole day. More than a day, because we left the tattooing room in the forenoon, and we didn't arrive there until the afternoon. So we were walking the whole time, and there was always a lot of light in the sauna in the selection, so we didn't even realize the time because we were so tense trying to figure out how we can stay in the group that's going to go to Auschwitz. And of course we could have been wrong, because the whole thing could have been a hoax. They've done these things. So when we got to Auschwitz, they were there. The people who were in charge were the Schwarzwinklers, the men, the criminals. Mm-hmm. And they tried to detain us and to talk to us for their own pleasure. But finally we got out to the room where we were supposed to be taken by the to work, to our workplace. And we're waiting, and suddenly we find ourselves 12 women, and nobody is claiming us.
All the others were already taken.
All our others were already taken, and we are still there. And they had come and they had claimed them. And this guard, the one who had rejected my mother, very deliberately left us standing, because she apparently knew that we had smuggled ourselves onto the transport, and we were left standing. So, what are we going to do? I became terribly panicky. This is a very large area, apparently some kind of a reception area in Auschwitz itself, Musterlager. And I'm running to see who is there, what can be done. And I see a SS-man, choleric, screaming, with a real tantrum in German. I mean, he was out of his mind, really. And he keeps screaming that he was promised seven printers, and nobody came, and he has no printers, and he's screaming. I walk over to him in my calmest German. I says, "Entschuldigen Sie bitte, Obersturmführer." Of course, he wasn't an Obersturmführer. It doesn't matter. You always used to elevate them a grade if you want to talk to them. Your printers are waiting. So he says, "Why aren't they here? And who told them to wait there? And what kind of nonsense? Are they so stupid they don't even know where to wait?" I says, "Well, just wait a second. I'll bring them here. Don't go anyplace. They're here." I run back to the girls and I says, "How many of you are printers?" Of course, none. I says, "How many of you have ever seen a printing press?" Nobody. I says, "How many of you know anything about printing?" So one of the girls says, "My uncle had a printing press." I says, "Okay, you're the chief printer." And the other, and her friend, I says, "You're going to be her assistant, and we're all printers. And if you fail me, then we're all going to go to the gas chamber, because we were left behind." So I marched them to this
all 12, yes.
All 12. And he's counting, I says, 7 are printers and the others are assistants. And he says, "Ach, yeah, I needed a paper counter, and I needed a paper cutter, and I needed a packager." Anyhow, he's taking us all, and he's bringing us to this print shop. Downstairs are the actual machines, and upstairs are all the other things. They fold the stuff and ship it and get it ready for shipping. And what did they print there? Almost anything that was a toughest, anything that was any form that they needed. Todesurscheine, death certificates, and registration forms, and anything at all. So he puts the 2 girls, and we found over there a group of Frenchmen who were linotyped. They were doing the setting, and upstairs were some Hungarian men who were doing the work upstairs. The Frenchmen cannot speak to us. They can't communicate. They don't know anything. No Yiddish, no nothing. And the Hungarian men are afraid to talk to us, because they think that this is a trap, that if they talk to us, they are going to be sent away. Because in Auschwitz, everybody was so afraid of being taken to the crematoria that they watched their shadow. So I said to the girls, "What are we going to do now?" Because the capo came down. There was a capo who was in charge under this SS-man, and he expects us to start printing. So she says, I don't know what to do. I says, did you ever see a real automatic printing machine? Did you ever see anything like it? She says, yes, I saw, but I never paid any attention. My uncle had it. So I run over to, when the capo is not looking, I run over to the one of the Frenchmen who looked a little bit more friendly, and I said, would you please work with us, in French. So he says, not now. I says, how are we going to get started? So he says, go over and flip the paper back and count paper. Then you know. So the girl whose uncle was a printer, she says, that I know how to do because he used to ask me sometimes to count paper from. So she goes over to that table and there's a certain movement that you do. She flips it over and she starts counting. So the SS-man is satisfied that she must know. And the capo is going back upstairs to follow him to see what the others can or cannot do. And then the Frenchman comes and he shows them, you know, what they have to do. Of course, in the beginning it didn't work, but we learned how to print in 15 minutes. We were letter perfect. They put me on a machine, on a hand printing machine, where each piece, each card, it was like a little index card. Each card had to be put in, and then the printing had to be pulled. And another girl was also put on one of those, and the problem with it was that the holders for the cards were rather fragile. If you know what you're doing, you don't ruin them, but we didn't know what we were doing, so we were constantly moving these guard lines for the index cards. So he says, look, I can't fix this for you. I fixed it for you once, and now you have to do it on your own. So we learned how to do it. In 20 minutes, we were a functioning printing team. And that's what you did, you know, in the camps. You learned very, very fast.
And your mother was...
And my mother and my sister were upstairs. They were doing sorting and folding and cutting and counting and whatnot. And she had an even more difficult time because there was a Hungarian man who was in charge of this work, and he wouldn't say one word to her. He wouldn't help her at all. And I don't know what my mother did to finally charm him, so he came over and he showed her once what to do, and that was enough. And then she instructed my sister and the other girls, and that's where we worked. And then I told you that something must have bitten me under my arm, under this arm that I used to use all the time, and it got gangrenous. And I had to go to the Revier and got to know the system over there of how they do experiments with prisoners. And she also, I think I told that before, when she told me to clean the ward before I come back so that she could lance this gangrenous pussy thing. No, I didn't?
I don't think so.
Well, anyhow, I was working this machine, and as I said, I must have been bitten by something. But in any case, it got very, very painful, so much so that I couldn't move the arm. My mother saw the arm that it had a red stripe down, so she knew it was gangrenous, and it had to be either that or I would die from gangrene, from poisoning. So I went to the Revier, even though Revier is the name for any health station in the camps. And I stood in line, and there was okay. I went to the Revier, I stood in line, and there was a Czechoslovak woman in a white coat. I have no idea how much medical education, if any, she had. But she was treating everything. She was pulling teeth, she was injecting, she was doing everything. When it came my turn, she looked at me very, like this, and she says, look, I can't do it now. You go and take the pail and clean the wards, the floors in the wards, and come back when I'm all finished. But I want to tell you right now that if you so much as peep when I treat you, I'm going to write you down on the report, and you know what follows. That apparently was the rule, that she had to write down whatever illnesses they were. So I took the pail and I took the schmatte and
the scrubber, and I started cleaning the wards. And what I saw in that hospital, they were women. These were all women, and they had come in for whatever they came in, and in the meantime, the so-called doctor, the German doctors, used them for experiments. There were women who had an arm cut off, other women who had a breast cut off, and others who had thyroid removed. Each bed, these were bunk beds, each bed was a tragedy of, and they were all praising their doctor. Oh, their doctor is so wonderful, because if not for their doctor, they would be sent immediately to the gas chamber. And
what happened with these women afterwards? They weren't sent to the crematorium?
Of course. But they were alive another day. You see, this was the consequence of going for medical help. And then when I was finished with this one ward, there was another room. So I opened it up, and I figured there was another ward, but there was only one girl, one woman, and there was a man sitting next to the bed, and the two of them were crying buckets. Meantime, I'm cleaning the floor, and I'm overhearing their conversation. And it turns out that she is the sister of the girl that was subsequently hanged, one of the three girls that were subsequently hanged for supplying powder for the uprising of the Sonderkommando. The Sonderkommando had to get their powder from someplace. So a lot of it they bought by bribing, but most of it was supplied. Eventually, it had to be taken out of the munitions factories that were in Auschwitz-Musterlager. And in these munition factories, they were in the powder room, only girls worked. And they used to strip them. And they were searched coming and going. And there was no way that they could secrete anything. So what apparently was done is their back teeth were hollowed out. And they were hollowed out by medical people like this woman who was treating patients. And then they would stuff it full of powder. Now the next thing was to get this to the crematoria. So the girls were asked to make friends with Totenkapos from Auschwitz. When the Totenkapo from Auschwitz, who was a really bestial Jew, I mean, he couldn't be a real Jew because he was so awful. But he fell in love with this girl, and he would do anything for her. And while he was with her, she would secrete the powder on him. And when he got with his quota of victims to the crematoria, the Sonderkommando would extract it from. They knew where it was, and they would extract it and accumulate it. And this accumulation went on for quite a while. Everybody cooperated who could. For example, Canada, which was the repository of all the wealth that was collected from the victims in Auschwitz, they would supply money for bribing and buying munition. But with all of that, it was a very, very slow process. And in the fall of 1944, the Sonderkommando realized that they will never accumulate enough to do the job. That's when they simply did what they could do with what they had at hand. And to our muzzle, the crematoria that we were in was damaged. That's why it didn't function. There was one that was completely blown up. But most of them were still functioning after the uprising. However, because it was so limited, the Germans were able to throw out a network of spies and whatnot and gather anybody and everybody who had anything to do with it. Now this Totenkapo was devastated, not because of what she made him do, because he loved her very much for some unexplicable reason. He was devastated that it didn't succeed, that there wasn't enough of a success. And she told him that he is responsible for her sister, that she has a sister and that he's responsible for her.
Well, the Germans found out that she has a sister, and the sister was brutally beaten in order to extract information from her. Now, she did not give information simply because she hadn't any. But she was beaten to the point where she needed to be in the hospital, and they probably wanted her there in order to extract more information and also to blackmail the sister who admitted that what she had done. She's one of the three who very bravely died when I told you that we witnessed it. Well, he kept visiting her. He was a dead man. He knew it. But he kept visiting the sister and bringing her food and bringing her comfort. And when I was cleaning the room, those two were crying together because they knew that the sister was going to be executed, was going to be killed. So with all of this information, I finally saw that the Ärztin, whatever she was finished with her row of patients, and I line up. And I come there, and she looks me straight in the eye. She says, "Did you see enough?" I says, "Yes, I certainly saw enough." She says, "Now I'm going to tell you what I have to do. I have to lance this. You have gangrene, and you're going to have to come more than once. And this is going to be very painful. I cannot give you any kind of medication. You must absolutely not say a peep, not even a peep." She says, "Now it's the end of the day. There's no more noise. And if you say anything, it'll be immediately noted, and you will be taken for one of these experiments." I said, "Don't worry about it." And so she went ahead, and, the pus spurted out, and I didn't say a peep. And she squeezed out as much as she could. Then she put in something to soak up the rest into the wound, which also was not unpainful. And this routine I followed for 4 days. She told me to come back, to take the pail, to clean up the rooms, and so on and so forth, and come back at the end. And for 4 days she did that. And I didn't make a peep. And after that she says, "That's enough. The danger is over. I cannot treat you anymore without putting you on report," and that's it. And I got well. I mean, I have a scar, but that's that. I just tell you this, the circumstances under which people got medical help, because most of the medical help was mina shamayim. All of the illnesses that would normally, like typhus and yellow jaundice and hepatitis, we all had that. Water in the lungs, water in the knees. If anybody healed us, it was Hashem, because they didn't. They certainly didn't. Okay, then they took us to the death march.
So how long were you working there in the...
Until the beginning of January.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. About 2 months or so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the conditions there in the barracks were better than...
Oh, infinitely. Not only that, there was a very cute episode. The barber who came, they sent a barber to check our hair. We were told that if one nit is found, that the hair would be totally shaven. And we also knew that there were no shaven heads in Musterlager Auschwitz. That if your head was shaven, you had to leave Musterlager Auschwitz. And leaving Musterlager Auschwitz meant going to the crematoria, because there was no transport going back to Birkenau. You see, this was all a one-way ticket. So we used to check each other's hair, because we had no real facilities, but we used to check each other's hair diligently every night. Every night we used to spend a lot of time checking to make sure there are no nits. However, sometime during the first 4 weeks, we were told that a barber is coming into the barracks. Now, he was a Schwarzwinkler. A barber, he wasn't a barber, he was going to check the hair and use the machine on whoever, it wasn't a machine, electric, but the hand thing. So I was terribly afraid of that, because no matter how much you check, how perfect can you be without any real combs or, So when the barber started to check, I started to cut up. I started to say, here comes the barber from Seville, and I made a whole. I told the girls, let's sing some songs from the barber of Seville, and I said to him, I would like to have a permanent, and can you give me maybe you can give me a permanent on one side and not on the other. Anyhow, cutting up to distract him, and he apparently enjoyed it. And when it came my turn, he didn't cut my hair, just snipped a little bit, and Marlit's too, and my mother's too. And the next day, the couple from the print shop comes over and gives me a piece of paper with a letter from this barber. It turns out that this barber is the Stubenälteste of his barrack. Mm-hmm. And this couple, our couple, was an extremely greedy man. I don't know what it was that he was in, but his whole interest was to get hold of as much valuables from the Jews as possible. And he did. And he hid it someplace where only this barber knew. So he had to do what the barber told him to do. So the barber wrote that he would like me to write a letter to him. And that if I write him a nice letter, he will cook me some dumplings. So I run up to my mother and I says, look, I don't even know how to write a German letter anymore. It's been so many years. Could you write a letter? So she wrote a very cute letter, very nonchalant, about dumplings and how you cook them and this recipe and that recipe, and gave it to the couple. He watched me. He says, I want that letter before you leave. So I had to make another trip upstairs to get the letter from my mother. And I have to tell you that to go from the downstairs work area to the upstairs work area was forbidden. But I managed. I got the letter and I gave it to the couple. And the next day he comes with a canteen with dumplings. Anyhow, this started a whole correspondence, and he wanted letters. Now I know why he wanted them, because this was he realized this was towards the end, and he wanted some Jew to write so that he could say that he was good to Jews. So the letters were very important to him. So when I saw that they were so important, I started to ask for spoon and for fork and for a knife, and clothing he would never send. But he eventually got us 3 spoons we had, and so on. And this went on for quite a while. And in the meantime, we used the bread that we didn't need to eat because we had something else to eat. We used to buy some clothing. It was winter time, and all we really had were the striped suits. So we bought from women who worked in the Kleiderkammer. We bought from them warm dresses to put underneath.
Yes,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I bought for my sister, I used to call it the Joseph's coat of many colors, a very pretty, very colorful dress with pleats on the bottom, perfect for her size. And that was very important because it kept her warm during the death march, and it also cheered her very much up when she was so despondent. Well, anyhow, all of this finished in the early part of January when they marched us out. I think I told you the conditions of the death march were that we walked among walls of corpses. And to this day, I don't know who cleaned up, in other words, who extracted the valuables from the corpses. Because we were all they told us to take whatever we could, and we were laden with stuff. And some of us had access to good stuff, to gold and so on, and undoubtedly had it with them.
Taken along from Auschwitz?
Taken along. They wanted us to take along. Now,
who was they?
Okay. In Malchow, we were in a camp there was no work whatsoever, and the only method for killing was not to give food, starvation. And this young girl who became the Lagerälteste, she had food. She, as a matter of fact, she had a lot of food. And when she came back to eat her food, everybody was, with their eyes popping. So she either out of arrogance or she didn't know what to do, she threw the food on the floor. And the people were scrambling like animals to try and get some food, because hunger is a horrible thing. So at that point, I was ready to kill her, really to throw myself at her and kill her. My mother stopped me. She says she is doing what the Germans have trained her to do, and she has become bestial. She has become and I don't want you to become bestial too, and you're not going to kill her. What you're going to do is you're going to take us out of this barracks and find another barrack where we can be, where she is not. Now, her barrack was the only barrack where there was any food at all. So the barrack that we then went to was at one time a horse stable. There was just a long line of wood separated, into stalls, not high, just about this high separation. And attached to it was a round, sort of a round rotunda, and there was a well with many spigots of water. There was water just at the height where horses could drink it. And we had water the whole time, but we had absolutely no food. And the water must have been contaminated because typhus was rampant. It was just raging, and dysentery was raging, and very, very quickly everybody was sick. My mother was sick, my sister was sick, and everybody was sick. And when the people were dying, we knew what the signs were, of the final stages. So they would take them and throw them in front of the barracks because they were afraid that they would contaminate. And there was a detail that used to pick them up from in front of the barracks and whatever, they burned the bodies. This area was honeycombed with underground munitions factories, this whole area near Malchow. So on the surface you saw nothing, just grass and these occasional barns, the horse barns. But underground there were many, many factories, and we asked to work in these factories so that we could get some food, but they wouldn't allow it. And so then when my mother's fever got down a little bit, so because she was very, very sick, she couldn't sit yet, but she lifted up her head. She stopped them from taking out the dead people. She says, this is against the law. You cannot mishandle a person who's dying, and you must treat them with respect. And we are all anyhow contaminated, and the least that we can do is to preserve some of our humanity. So she said, if you feel that you're dying and all the insides are coming out bloody, please come die in the corridor. That means, the area between there were two sides of these stalls, and in between there was a walkway. So she asked everybody to please come when they feel that they are dying, that they should lay down in the walkway rather than stay in the stalls. So people did that as much as they could. And then there were particularly, I remember, two girls from France, young girls, who called out and they said, we feel we are dying. So my mother said to them, well, how about singing? How about saying a prayer? Or how about singing? So they said, okay, we don't know any prayer, but we know a song. And they sang Ave Maria. And I to this day, I remember the terrible feeling that I had, when that's all they could think about. Turned out that they were children of good Jewish families who had sent them to the convent schools in France because those were the best schools. The best private schools you could send to were the convent schools. So when they were dying, the only song that they could remember that meant anything to them was Ave Maria. So much for assimilation and being like the Goyim. And this is how it went on. I was the only one at the end, and the only one in the barracks who got up and was able to go out and walk around. And I kept looking for worms or for anything that we could find in the ground, and couldn't find any worms. Finally,
Worms for what?
to eat. We had nothing to eat. This is 6 weeks without any food. I mean, our intestines were all shriveled up. We were terribly weak. And as I was going out, I passed by where the bread distribution usually is, and I saw outlines of green mold, the green mold outlines on the window for bread. And I said to myself, here we are starving, and here is all this bread molding in this distribution center behind this window. So I got furious, and I said to some of the girls, I says, I'm going to break that window and get us some bread. Is anybody going to help me? So they said, no, they haven't got the koyach, nobody could do it. I found a rock. It wasn't even such a large rock. And I broke the window, and here I'm reaching in to find the bread. But it turns out that this dunce had sold all the bread. And this was just a sham, just to get us excited about that there might be food. There was nothing in there. Behind the glass was just the pieces of mold that were left. Had I known then what I know now, that this was penicillin, I would have scraped it off and eaten it. But she used that as an excuse to send us on transport. Okay. When I broke the window, the SS woman realized that there were too many still alive. Until then, she had a certain plan that within 2 months she could kill off by this method, by the hunger method, which she could. We were almost all gone. 300 or some women, and for that she got the grounds and the place and the power to do so, and also the food. She chose to sell the food for whiskey because she was a drunkard and debauched. But then she saw that she wasn't succeeding, because it was 6 weeks into the camp and there were still enough people able to smash a window. So she held a kind of a selection which wasn't very hard. Anybody who could walk was sent on this transport. And as we are walking out of the camp, she wants to take our shoes. So I said to this Jewish couple, I says, just come and try and get my shoes. First of all, they were moldy, and not certainly nothing that they could use, that she could even use for sale. I says, I was just waiting to kick her in the face, and I would have, no question about it, even if they had shot me for it. So then she looked around and she saw that we were walking skeletons anyhow, so she let us go. What did she do? She put
your mother and your sister still managed to walk?
Always. Oh, yeah, they managed just about. We were holding my sister between us, and my mother could barely walk. The big thing was that in order to, that's how she did it, that whoever can walk and pick up a piece of bread and a little piece of margarine would be sent on this transport. So she knew very well that anybody who could walk would crawl in order to get something to eat. We were that starved. So we got the bread, and when we looked at it, it was all moldy. It was very moldy. So I ate the mold. I didn't realize at the time that it may have kept me alive, and I gave my mother and my sister the part of it that was good, and I gave them the margarine. And then she put us on a train, again an open train like a coal wagon, and had it parked in the railroad hub, in the railroad station of Magdeburg. Magdeburg is a railway hub, like Chicago. You know, almost all the trains have to go somehow through Magdeburg. And it was full of troop transports, and therefore it was a very heavily bombed target. And this is what she was counting on. She had ordered that we be placed in this hub overnight, I think, in the hopes that we would be bombarded and she would be able to meet her quota. Now the bombardment took place, but they hit the passenger wagon where the guards were. And we are thrilled and we think this is it, you know, the guards have been killed. Turned out that they had gone to a beer parlor that was right within sight of the train and at the station. And as we are trying to climb out, which is anyhow difficult and for people in our conditions really almost impossible, whoever was trying to climb out, they shot. They were still there. So my mother said nobody climb because we had lost already some people, and so we were sitting there inside the wagon, and then a command came from the troop transport authority that we must vacate the Schienen. We must vacate the rails that are needed for troop transport. So they moved our car to an area where there were many sub-camps from Buchenwald. There were labor camps that were being supplied by Buchenwald. In other words, they would take people, almost all men, work them to death, and then get fresh ones. Yeah. So they unloaded us at one of these camp. Okay. This camp in Taucha serviced, or rather the workers worked in a munitions factory in Taucha, which was a city. And when we got there, the Lagerälte, first of all, it was all men's camp. There were no women there. And second of all, the SS-man who was in charge, he was a real bureaucrat. His whole thing was how little food he can give in order to still have the people working. So he was like an accountant, you know, how little can I give in order to extract the most work from the men. And this was the only camp that I've ever been in where people who worked didn't get one iota, one drop more food than the population that didn't work, because he was so strict and so careful about the food. And when we came there, he was ruthless. He simply says, "I have no food for the women," and he finally, I think the Jewish Lagerälteste finally persuaded him to give us at least a minimum. So we got a very, very minimum, but it wasn't enough.
Do you know how many you were then approximately?
Well, we were 2 barracks full.
What do you mean?
Yeah, which means we weren't the only one. We weren't all from the same place. Again, we were combined with others, which means we must have again been about 200 or 300 women. Mm-hmm. And the problem was constant, two problems. First of all, we were under bombardment. They were bombing the area. This was an area that was known to have munitions factories. And the food, that we didn't get any food. He wouldn't give us any work. As a matter of fact, we volunteered to work hoping that we would get more food, but that wasn't to be. There was one interesting thing in this particular camp. I was anxious to get work in order to get more food, so 2 of the SS men were looking for someone to scrub the floor in their barrack. So I and another girl, we went. We were the only ones of our group who could move about. So they gave us some cut-up sweaters or old sweaters or whatever, and a pail to clean to clean the floors, which we did, and it was very hard for us because we weren't strong enough to do it. And when we were all finished, they started to laugh, and they wouldn't give us any. We asked them for some food, so they wouldn't give us anything. So I said, "You're not going to give us anything," and I spilled the dirty water on the floor, as though I did it accidentally. So he kicked me in the behind, and he kicked the schmattes right with me, right behind me. I took the schmattes, and I could always use a pail. My mother always wanted a pail with water. And I left. And when I looked at the schmattes, it turned out they were sweaters. There were 2 sweaters. Now, during the bombardment, everybody was terribly nervous, and my sister was one of the most nervous ones. And so in order to distract ourselves, I started to unravel the wool on these sweaters and knot them. And then I went to the fence, and I found old pieces of the fencing that had fallen down, that had rusted through or not rusted through, had fallen down, had been replaced. And I scrubbed them free from the rust, and I made myself knitting needles. And the whole barrack got busy and made a design, one of these Norwegian designs. It was blue, two different colors of blue. And I knitted a sweater in that barrack, which I actually have a picture of. And I would have kept it forever, but it was full of lice and nits at the end, so I couldn't keep it any longer. But that was a very, very important project, and everybody was involved in it. Another thing that happened was that one of the
Who was wearing it?
I made it for myself. Yeah, I made myself a sweater, a short-sleeved sweater, very pretty. And then there was a woman, a Hungarian woman, who was going out of her mind from the tension from the bombardment. So my mother started to distract her, and "What are you doing? What are you doing?" So "What did you do?" rather. She says, "I was a masseuse, a cosmetician. She used to give massages, facials." "Oh," my mother says, "do I love a facial? I would love a facial." So anyhow, we combined whatever little margarine we had, and she was busy giving my mother a facial. And that kept a little bit of the nerves down. And then then there was another woman who was from Turkey, and she was totally swollen up from hunger or from whatever disease. She couldn't move. She was really totally swollen up. And they said that she was in the camp because she had predicted that Hitler would kill himself. She was from Constantinople, and she was a very well-known future teller or whatever. And she predicted that Hitler would kill himself. So for that, they sent her to the concentration camp. Now, I'm not sure that she was Jewish. I have no way of knowing, how. So she really couldn't move. She was that swollen up. She was like a lump on her bed, whatever you want to call it. So, and at that particular point, I was in charge of cleaning the barracks, which means that I was supposed to get a double ration, which in this case, a double ration of nothing was better than a single ration of nothing, And also it meant that I didn't have to go out to the appel, because during the appel, I was cleaning the room and was counted as being available. But I couldn't send this woman out. She couldn't move. So what I did is I left her inside. I went outside to make the count right, and then as soon as possible I would run in and clean the... So after a little while of this, she grabbed my hand and she wanted to tell my fortune. So I laughed at it. I said, "No, but my mother would enjoy it. My mother used to enjoy that sort of thing." So she took my mother's hand, and she told my mother for the first time that my brother Felix was a soldier, and that he was on a boat with other soldiers over on the water. And that started my mother thinking that Felix was in the army and that he's coming to liberate. Yeah. She told me, by the way, that I'll marry a redhead and have 4 children, but I dismissed this so much that later on I laughed about it, but it's true. I married a redhead and I have 4 children. She also told my mother that her husband is not there, and about she told her that her younger son is also not there, and the other son, she says she doesn't know, he's in doubt. Whatever. The idea that he's in doubt. Yeah. So and then they marched us out from there also.
So you weren't long there in the Taucher?
Not too long. When it's always a matter of a few weeks.
Yes. But
in the meantime,
that was the only work you did, just washing the floor.
No. We didn't give us any work. What they did do in order to increase the number of casualties, they would march us at night into the munitions factory and park us right outside the powder room. The idea was that if a bomb fell, we would for sure be annihilated, and then they don't have to do anything about it. So if the morning came and nothing happened, they would march us back into the camp.
So whole night you just
we're sitting at this thing. And then they stopped doing that because, I don't know why, because the marching back and forth we were exposed to the population of Taucher. I mean, they saw us coming and going and so on. And they may have been afraid that their people would run away. And then there was the transport from there. And how did they get us to go on transport? Nobody would have gone on transport. But again, they gave a big piece of bread and margarine to leave for transport. I said to my sister and to my mother, I says, I'm not going on any more transport. This is ridiculous. And they are trying to kill us. So if they march us out, they'll kill us. If we stay, they'll kill us. I'm not going to go and be marched out to be killed. So Marlit became hysterical. She was afraid that they would hurt us and kill us right there on the spot. And I had a very hard time persuading my mother to go along with me. I said, I absolutely will not go any further. I know already what the pattern is. It's a matter of killing, and that's all. We have just as good a chance of dying here as dying there, or living here as living there, which was no chance at all. So finally she agreed, but we wanted that bread. So we went out as though we were going out from the camp, got our ration, and zigzagged right back into the barracks. Now the Germans saw us, the Nazis saw us. Either they got blind or they knew that they could always find us, and they didn't do a thing. We went back to the barracks, and we were hiding in the barracks. Now when we got to the barracks, it turns out that we weren't the only ones. Many other women had decided to do the same thing. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, the patrols pulled everybody out. They came and they searched bunk by bunk, level by level. And we had hidden ourselves inside the straw sacks. My mother was in one that I could see from where I was. She was on top on the 3rd level. And Marlit and I were right by the entrance inside. She was on one side and I on the other side. See, a straw sack usually had a big slit in the center. That's where you used to stuff the straw sack, old one you threw out and fresh straw you put in. And she was by this time totally out of her mind with fear. And I was lying because we heard the guards coming in and pulling people out and people screaming and please and leave me be and so on. And some of them they shot on the spot and some of them they dragged out until there really was nobody left, just the 3 of us in the barracks. And I figured maybe they won't come.
But no, those who didn't go on transport, they stayed. I mean, they didn't stay.
No. They took everybody out to the transport, and a short distance from the camp, they had them dug ditches and they shot them. How do I know for sure? Because a Mr. Sass, who was among them, He was shot through the nose. In other words, the bullet, instead of hitting him in the head, hit him through the nose. And he came to, and he crawled out from under some other bodies that were on top of him. And a German woman who came by took him in and saved him. And he was in the same camp, and later on he was in Rochester, and he told me that other part of the story. So I was lying with my right hand over Marlit's mouth and trying to keep her from screaming. And we thought the searches were over, but another search came. And this time with the bayonets. They did this the whole time. With the bayonets, they went, from one to the other. And he came to our straw sack, and I had my really clamped over her mouth, and he hit the bayonet right here. I have a scar from it. Either the blood didn't come, or maybe somebody said I probably had no more blood left, and he went away. And then we waited for a whole night to see if more searches came, but there weren't any more searches. And the following morning, I crawled out from the barracks, very low, to see what's going on. And I fell into a Schützengraben, into a ditch, yeah. And there was a young man, a Jewish man, who came by, and I whispered to him, and he was aghast. He was aghast. He said that they had eliminated all the healthy ones. The only ones they left were very sick and in the hospital. And all I asked him was what the date was. So he says it's April 15th. So I said, don't worry, everything will be fine. There's 3 of us. And you somehow have to get us into the only barrack that was still populated was the barrack of the sick who couldn't walk in the Staucha camp. And they were under the charge of a young Czechoslovak Jew who had been promised a medical degree if he will keep the sick in the barracks and no healthy ones from coming in. So he explained this to me, and he says he can't do it because he himself is the only aide that this so-called doctor was permitted. So I said to this young man, I says, look, I'm sorry, we are coming in whether he likes it or not. And so he says the SS is gone, but there are guards, civilian guards with guns at the towers, and they will shoot. I said, I'm not afraid. I'm simply no longer afraid. We have to get out of here, and we have to get into the barracks. So he says, come and take your chances. I mean, I can't persuade you not to. I had no place to go. So we made our way crawling into the barracks, and this Czech doctor was furious. He says, I'm not permitted to have you here, and so on and so forth. So my mother right away grabbed some trays or whatever needed to be done as nurses, So we right away started to help the people who were there. And we were working there for about a day or so, 2 days maybe, when a Jew came running into the camp with burned feet. He had totally burned feet. And as he came, the guard shot him. But he was not dead. He was able to talk. And he told us that the SS is rounding up all the leftover people and is bringing them into one barrack and burning them. All the sick, all the ones that were left over. And he managed to get out from his barrack. He was barefoot. And he came to our camp, which was quite a distance, in order to warn us. And he died. He died right there. So I went back to this hospital, and I said to the doctor, I ain't waiting for them to come and burn us. Let's get out of here. So he says he can't. He promised, and they promised to give him a degree, and he must. And I says, look, what you must, you must. I don't have to. I'm running. And I asked whoever feels that they can run, let's run. He says, where are you going to run to? I says, I don't know, but I know that this is death. They're coming. So anyhow, my sister, my mother and I, we started to run, and the doctor ran with, before
What direction?
Just out. We went the back way because the front gate was guarded by the civilian guard. So we went the back way, hoping that they wouldn't spot us. And besides which, there was no point in staying. It was a desperation move. Before we left, we took all of the people who couldn't walk and couldn't run with blankets and put them in that ditch, in this Schützengraben. So that outside the hospital, so if they come to burn them, at least they wouldn't be right there. And we ran, including, by the way, the doctor and his helper and a few people who were enough mobile. We were maybe 12 people, I don't know, maybe something like that. And we were overtaken by a SS on a motorcycle with the Red Cross band here. And he stopped us. He stopped the doctor. He says, "What are you doing?" He says. So he told him the schmorgegi. He told him that he heard that the SS is coming to burn the leftovers. He said, "Of course not. And besides, I'm Red Cross, and I'll protect you. And please, just wait here until I get help for you." And he persuaded this doctor that he was so persuasive that he persuaded them. And as he is driving away from us, I see that he is Heil Hitlering somebody, with a big Heil Hitler. I said to the doctor, "Look, if you want to stay here and wait for him, that's up to you. I'm running. I keep going." So finally he also ran, and we came to a brook, or little river, whatever. So he says, "Well, now we have to stop." I says, "No, we don't have to stop. Whoever can't swim, we will drag them along across this river." I went in first and came to here. Maybe it came to a little more. I knew how to swim. So I pulled Marlit and my mother, and then each one had somebody else in tow, and we pulled each other across. And again, we were stopped by a motorcycle SS-man with a Red Cross.
Without a gun by them, nothing?
Without a gun, just with the Red Cross. And he again tried to persuade the doctor that nothing is going to happen, and that we are under protection, and that it's all over, and the SS is gone, and they just want to help us. And we had the same story. He wanted to stay, and I said, "Gesundheit, not me. No more. I don't trust any of them." So I kept running, and they reluctantly, he ran after him, because he also saw the guy was going away in Heil Hitler, and then they started to shoot at us. So he was convinced. We were being shot at from the other side of this brook. And we kept running until we fell into a ditch. And inside the ditch was an American soldier who was an outpost. He was a reconnaissance outpost that was reporting about whatever was going on to somebody in the nearest village, which was Phoenix. And when we fell on top of him, he must have thought that Armageddon. I don't know what he thought. These Leichen, these corpses are falling on top of him. So he surrendered to us. He gave us the gun. He surrendered to us, and I remember I put the gun in his hand, and I turned him around like you turn a turret, and I said, "Shoot, shoot, shoot!" She's. And he, in the meantime, was reporting to his superior officer, and I wish with all my heart that I could hear the conversation, how he described this episode in his life. So apparently he was told to hold the position there, and that somebody would come and take us to the village, and that's what they did. And they thought we were Germans. They thought we were out there to do them harm. So they kept us in a barn at first until they were convinced that we were the victims, not the enemy. And then they distributed us among the farmhouses of this village of Phoenix to get some food. And again, I went first because my mother was really so weak yet, and Marlit too. And I came to this farmhouse, and the American soldier said that they have to feed us. So she put out, they happened to have had a round table, and she put out everything that you can imagine good and wonderful on the table. She put out ham, and she put out cheese, and she put out milk and cream and eggs, you name it. She put out bread. We hadn't seen white bread in 5 years probably, and she put out bread and everything. And I was about to dive in when I remembered that I have to invite my mother and my sister to share this, because I wasn't going to eat by myself. So quickly I ran back to the Scheune, to this garage there. And I took them along, and we come into this house. I didn't even tell my mother. I was so excited. I says, food, 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 you know. So we come to this farmhouse, and there is this table laden, and I'm expecting my mother to make a shehecheyanu or something like that. And she said to the woman, I'm sorry, you're very kind, but we cannot eat any of this. This is all much, it's not kosher, and it's much too rich. So I said to myself, well, I says, she finally flipped out. You know, after all this time, she's finally lost her marbles. I mean, this is ridiculous. So, and I'm about to reach for the food, and she pulls the whole thing down on the floor, the tablecloth with all the food, and she starts stepping on it so I couldn't eat it. And she asked the woman if she would please bring us some gruel, just boiled on water. And the woman reluctantly, she also must have thought my mother had lost her mind. And she said, we can't eat it here with all the smells of the good food here. Do you have a room where we could eat by ourselves? So she happened to have had a bedroom off the kitchen area. Maybe it was a den for her, but it had beds in it. And that's where she brought us gruel on water. And we stayed there for about at least a week or maybe 10 days, sleeping most of the time and eating very, very, very gradually, a little bit more, like oatmeal, first with water and then with half and half milk, and so on. And only at the very end did my mother allow an egg. She kept bringing in good food. She kept bringing in rabbit stew and blutwurst and all kinds of things, but my mother wouldn't allow us. She physically kept us locked up in that room for almost 10 days. When we came out from there, we were the only ones who had survived. All the others had developed terrible intestine problems. The intestines burst, really. And but before we went into this farmhouse, the Americans, the doctor told the Americans to please go back and rescue the people we had left in the ditch. And they went back. I went back with them, and they all had been first shot and then burned, because they weren't totally burned. They were in the
all those sick people.
Yeah, they didn't leave anybody out. So after the 10 days, nobody was there. I don't know if the doctor managed to get away because he wasn't as emaciated as the rest of us, but all the other people were dead. And that's when we started to. By that time, our German host had had enough of us. You know, they just did this in order to comply with the American requests, and also in order to be able to slaughter a pig, because all throughout the war, every pig was counted, and they were only permitted the use of a pig when the quota was right. It was a very highly regulated kind of thing. But the Americans told them that they could slaughter a pig if they feed a survivor. So as soon as they had slaughtered their pig and processed it, they really wanted to get rid of us, and we wanted to find Jews. And that's when we started out on foot looking for Jews.
So from then, where did you go?
We finally found, it was a very sad journey because everywhere we went, they told us all the Jews are dead. They had many labor camps of Goyim, from Poland, from Greece, from Netherlands, from all over Europe. And all of these people were celebrating, celebrating that the war was over, that they could go home and so on. And they all told us the Jews are dead. All the Jews are dead. So we walked and walked from one of these displaced person camps to the other until we got to Leipzig. In Leipzig we found some survivor Jews in a hotel. And that's what immediately as we got there, my mother started searching for Felix. And that was one of the most embarrassing chapters of all, because she took me and my sister in tow. And every GI she met, she asked him, first she looked at the size, if it's the right size, and if it's blonde hair. And then she asked him, are you Felix Berger, and so on and so on. They all thought that maybe we were, we were trying to pick them up or something. And until she found an officer of the CID who happened to have been Jewish.
In Leipzig too.
In Leipzig, yeah. He happened to be sitting in his Jeep talking to another guy, and she made me go over and ask him, and I was terribly embarrassed because it was really silly to do this all the time. So he says, no, he's not, but he can find out where he is. So he talked to my mother, and my mother remembered the address of her sister in America on Ross Street. And he instructed his parents to go there. His parents, his mother and father, went to this address, and they found my Aunt Minna Dickman, and told her that my mother is alive, that we are alive, and he got from her the APO number, the Army Post Office number from my brother, and he wrote to him on his APO number, told him, and he sent him this picture that he took. And he told him that he found his mother and his two sisters, and they are alive in Leipzig. And that and then Felix contacted us, and it turned out that he was very close to Leipzig, but they were being readied for shipment to the Pacific Theater. This was finished, and they were going to go to Japan, to the Pacific Theater. So he wasn't free to go, but when he told his buddies what had happened, they said, are you crazy? They called him Limburger because his name was Berger and he had a German accent, so they called him Limburger, of course. So they went AWOL on a truck and came to Leipzig to see us. And they missed us by a couple of hours because we were trying to get out of Leipzig because the Russians were taking over Leipzig. Mm-hmm. And Teddy Bush, this soldier, this officer, he told us, please get out of Leipzig and go further west. So the only place further west that we knew anybody or thought we knew anybody was Buchenwald, because we had two cousins who had been in Buchenwald almost the entire time. So we went to Buchenwald and eventually went from there to Switzerland. But in Buchenwald something happened that I'll finish.
So you didn't meet your brother then?
No.
And he went to the Pacific?
No, they were still being loaded. And then he went again, AWOL, to Buchenwald itself to find us. By the time he came there, we had just left on the trip to Switzerland. So he didn't see us. At that point, the bomb was dropped on Japan and the war ended. And he went back to the States to prepare for our coming, to get the papers.
So he didn't go to Japan at all?
No. He went back to the States and for demobilization. But I wanted to finish up with an episode that to this day is a remarkable thing to me. When we came up to Buchenwald...
you walked all the way?
No. We had a Red Cross bus took us to Weimar. Weimar is the city, And Buchenwald is about 2 or 3 kilometers from the city up a hill, the Buchenwald, to this area. It's a very pretty area, actually. And the walk up. So when we walked up the hill, about 2 or 3 kilometers, I forgot which, we came into the camp, and they were all men. You know, this Buchenwald is a men's camp. So when they saw us, they thought that we were apparitions, and we thought they were apparitions, because most of them looked like gammels. Gammels is a Swedish term for very old, very. And there was to me, he looked like an earthworm. He looked like somebody was from the earth. It was completely covered with earth, and he was inside of a ditch. And he was groveling in this ditch. And as we came by, he picked up a lump, and he gave one to Marlit, and he gave one to Mama, and he gave one to me. And later on, it turned out that this boy was Jossele Glasman, someone we got later on to know. And the ditch was the place where the SS had hidden their cache of valuables that they had taken from the Jews, and that they had dug up this ditch and taken their stuff out while they were running away, because there was hand-to-hand fighting in Buchenwald. The Germans were killing the Jews, and the communists who were in the camp were resisting. And they took some of the Jews in. Some of the Jews who survived Buchenwald survived only because the communists allowed them to hide in their barracks. And there was hand-to-hand combat between the communists and the Germans, not over the Jews, but over the property, because the Germans wanted to take all of the valuables and run away, and the communists wanted to take the same thing. So this is what was going on. In the meantime, the Americans came and chased and the Germans left, and they took whatever they could take. But apparently there was some stuff left in this ditch, because there was an awful lot of stuff. When my mother unwrapped her lump of earth, there was a little amethyst gold necklace, no, a little pendant for a necklace. And when my sister unwrapped hers, there was a bracelet, nothing very valuable, but a bracelet. And when I unwrapped mine, there was a green pen, a fountain pen, and on the upper part was Ruth Schwartz. I still have the pen.
She came to Buchenwald later?
She never came to Buchenwald. Her property probably came to Buchenwald. Okay. The postscript of all of this is that Baruch Hashem, our children are all here in Israel. All our grandchildren are growing up here. And I'm fortunate enough to tell my story.
Mm-hmm. So from Buchenwald you were taken on a transport
to Switzerland.
And from there?
From Switzerland, my brother brought us to America. I wanted to go to Palestine, but he insisted that he says, what are you going to bring to Palestine? You're all sick in body and in spirit. My sister really was very ill, and you are not educated. You have no skill. It's a new country that needs everything. What are you going to bring? First come, replenish yourself, and then if you want to go, you can go.
Thank you.
This is my father, Zechrono Levrocho, Ephraim Fritz Berger. And to the best of our knowledge, he was murdered in Sachsenhausen, Oranienburg on May 28, 1942. This is my little brother. Was born in 1933, and he was taken to Auschwitz on May 14th, 1944, from Plaszow. His being taken is actually an episode in the Schindler movie. Okay, this is a picture taken in the summer camp of Zatrzebie in the summer of 1939. This is the group of children that my mother was left in charge. On the left, the first one on the left is a cousin of mine, Jerry Lieder, whom my mother was able to get out to England. Behind him is one of the counselors from the camp. Next to him is Esther Brandeis, who I don't think survived, and who was, interestingly enough, one of the first people to be injured during World War II. Next to, in front of her, right in front, is Ilse Achem, also a cousin, a twin, who was killed in Majdanek. In front of her is my sister Marlit, or as much as you can see of it. Right behind her to the right is Yossi Brandeis, the brother of the girl who's standing there next to me, between me and Jerry Lieder. And behind them, you see just a part of his head. That's my little brother Achim. And going back to the second, in other words, to the second row, that's myself, next to my brother Felix. And the blonde boy is the twin, Achim Lieder, my cousin. Both of them were killed in Majdanek. Next to him is my brother Eddie. And next to him is another boy from Stettin, Adi Langermann. I don't know if he made it. Behind him is the counselor from the camp, Kravchik. And next to him is another boy from Stettin. I wonder if you can see the shirts of the boys, the shirts with the sport emblem. That was the emblem of the Maccabi in Stettin. Okay, this is a picture taken after we were deported to Poland in Radom at a photographer by the name of Bornstein, who trained my brother Eddie in photography. And the picture is my brother Achim to the left. In the center is my mother. My sister is next to her. Behind is my brother Eddie and I. And here you see the difference. He's 3 years older than I am. This is the negative of the registration into the ghetto. This is filled out in my mother's handwriting. This happens to be my brother Eddie's application. And the date on it is March 1941. Okay, this is the application my mother filled out for herself. And I found these negatives in the microfiche that is from Radom, right here at Yad Vashem in your archives. This is a picture of my mother, my sister, and myself, and our arms with the consecutive numbers on them. I gave a copy of this picture to Yad Vashem because we believe, and I think I'm right in saying it, we are the only mother and daughter survivors with consecutive numbers from Auschwitz. This is the first Friday night service after liberation. An American chaplain and some assistants conducted it for us in the annex of the hotel where we were staying. The people here are not necessarily, my mother is very much, you can see her there on the left, and I am standing behind her. But these are people who appeared, they were in hiding, they were in different places, and I had never seen these people before this service. This picture was taken in Leipzig about 2 months after we were quote-unquote liberated by the soldier, by the officer who located my brother. This is my mother on the right and my sister on the left, and I'm looking there in between.